by Henry Kitchell Webster. The Ghost Girl. We didn't often talk about crimes in our family. Not at least about the mysterious, inexplicable crimes of violence that trumpeted their horrors at you every little while from the front pages of the papers. When you have been there yourself, have seen names you know and love pilloried there, you know altogether too well how it feels to take an idle, curious interest when the thing happens to someone else. But this present mystery proved an exception. It seemed so completely detached from all human motive, so devoid of the usual accessories of grief and agony and shame, that we found ourselves discussing it that night without reservation. Jack and Gwendolen, his pretty young wife, and Madeline and I. If we discussed it with a sort of exaggerated nonchalance, which showed that really in the background of all our minds, that other mystery still lurked and cast its shadow, the murder of the man who had been Madeline's husband and Jack's father, I doubt if any outsider would have been able to detect it. But Geoffrey wasn't an outsider, and he has the most amazingly sensitive perceptions of any man I know. That is perhaps the reason why he can paint the way he can open up the innermost recesses of character in those beautiful, terrible canvases of his. We weren't expecting him, didn't know indeed that he'd come back from his 2 months' vacation, and you might have expected that our surprise and pleasure at the sight of him and the warmth of our greetings would have veiled everything else. We were all trying to shake hands with him at once and patting him on the back, demanding to know when he returned and why he didn't tell us in advance, so that we gave him no chance to answer or even to take off his overcoat. But instead of even trying to answer, he stepped back and stood looking at us, from one face to another, and puckered up his eyebrows in a puzzled frown. "What in the world," he asked, "have all you people been talking about?" Nobody answered for a minute. There was something almost uncanny about it. Madeline gave a little shiver. Jack's wife stood looking at Geoffrey with that level, thoughtful look of hers, and finally said, "I'm glad I haven't any secrets. Could you keep your own, do you think, as well as you can read other people's?" "I don't know," said Geoffrey. "It would be an interesting experiment to try, but what a perfectly detestable character you're giving me. I own I deserve it, walking into a room full of people and asking them what they've been talking about." "You know perfectly well," said Madeline, "that in this household there never could be a wish to keep anything from you. You've earned, many times over, the right to ask us what we have been talking about. But in this case it wasn't a secret at all. We were talking about the girl they found in the ice last month." Geoffrey looked puzzled. "Found in the ice?" he questioned. "Who?" "You don't mean to say you haven't heard of it?" I cried. "The country's been ringing with it." "Yes, but I haven't been in the country," said Geoffrey. "I only landed late this afternoon, went straight over to the Atlas, got my first freshwater bath in 3 weeks, dined and came up here. Didn't even stop to read the evening papers." "You're looking pretty well," I commented. "Certainly a sight better than when you went away. You had us all worried." "It was fearfully unmannerly of me," said Geoffrey to Madeline, "to run off that way without a word, but I suspect I did need a rest pretty badly. I decided to go all in a minute. The decorators were at work there in the studio, and every time they pulled down a bit of loose plaster I went up in the air. So at last I gave the key to my Jap and fled." "Sit down," I commanded him, "and light a pipe and tell us all about it, where you've been and what you've been doing." Geoffrey lighted a pipe obediently enough, and settled down in the big chair which Jack rolled round in front of the fire for him, But then, instead of beginning his odyssey, as I had commanded him, he smoked in silence for a minute, then turned to Gwendolen and asked, "What about the girl in the ice? Oh, my adventures will keep," he went on as I started to protest. "You will be hearing about them for the next 6 months. A returned traveller's a nuisance anyway. Besides, you've whetted my curiosity. Be a good chap and let Mrs. Jack satisfy it." It was natural that he should have turned to Gwendolen for the story. We all did that when we wanted the facts about anything. Her voice was so lovely in the first place that there was a sort of sensuous pleasure just in listening to her, and then, when Gwendolen told it, you knew it was so. People have a way of talking about truth-telling as if it were simply a matter of good intentions. You have told the truth unless you meant to be a liar. And yet, if you will stop to think, you can probably call to mind 6 people who you know are honest, and whom you wouldn't believe on oath. And if you're a lawyer, like me, your difficulty will be the other way, to think of 6 whose account of an occurrence you could believe absolutely and literally and without discounts or reservations. Well, Gwendolen would certainly head the list in my 6. "I don't know where you were 2 months ago," Gwendolen began, "and you may not have heard that we had a week of the coldest weather they have known here since they began to keep the records. The thermometer stayed below 0 for 6 days. Most of the time it was a long way below. It came very suddenly, so that the river, which had been entirely open, froze within that week over 8 inches deep, and the ice people began cutting. 6 weeks ago, an ice cutter at Silver Springs discovered a body frozen in the ice. It was a girl, a young woman somewhere in her 20s. Even in the pictures they took of her, she was very beautiful. And what must she have been really? Well, one can imagine it. Because, you see, the body wasn't changed at all. It had frozen just exactly as it was, probably within a few hours after it had been put in the water." "Been put?" echoed Geoffrey. "Then she hadn't drowned herself?" "No," said Gwendolen. "It was murder. She had been shot through the heart." "Still," interrupted Geoffrey, "why murder? Why not suicide with the revolver and a tumble into the river?" "It was murder," said I, for Gwendolen had hesitated over the horror of the thing. "No powder marks around the wound, I suppose?" suggested Geoffrey. "Shot fired from a distance." I nodded. "How was she dressed?" he concluded. He turned to Gwendolen with that question. "That's one of the weirdest things about it," said Gwendolen. "She was in evening dress, dressed as if for a ball, and her hair, perfectly wonderful hair it must have been from the picture, was done that way too." "And they haven't identified her?" questioned Geoffrey. "If the body was literally in perfect preservation." "It was," said Gwendolen. "You could even see the pressure marks of the rings on her fingers, they said." "That points to robbery, doesn't it?" said Geoffrey. "She'd have worn her rings to the ball." "She hadn't been at the ball," said Gwendolen. "At least, she wasn't in ball dress when she was murdered. There was no bullet hole in the bodice of her gown, and no stain of blood on the white satin. They dressed her that way after she was killed. So, you see, it wasn't robbery. I can't help thinking," Gwendolen concluded, "that the murder was committed by some insane person, because it doesn't seem that anyone in his senses would have run that risk and taken that trouble to do what one would think must make the identification easier." "It is possible," said Geoffrey, "that if he'd read the weather report he wouldn't have done it." The remark sounded perfectly flippant to me, but I caught a sudden look of intelligence in Gwendolen's eyes, and saw that Geoffrey had meant something by it. In the same moment he saw the bewilderment in mine. "Assuming," he explained, "that the person was still sane, he might almost safely have counted on the current carrying the body away altogether, and it never being found. And if he wanted to dispose of the dress at the same time, perhaps that was as good a way to do it as any. But he didn't count on the freeze. That must have caused him some pretty bad nights, I should think, and days hardly better. It's perfectly extraordinary, when you come to think of it, that she hasn't been identified. You say the pictures were published in the papers?" "Everywhere," I exclaimed. "The country's been ringing with it." "Well," said Geoffrey, in the tone of one who dismisses the subject, "that's very interesting." "Wait a minute," exclaimed Jack. "I can show you the picture. I cut it out of the paper and laid it away somewhere." "Don't bother," exclaimed Geoffrey. "No bother at all." Jack already had his hand on the door. "To tell you the truth," Geoffrey admitted, "I don't believe I want to look at it. Let's talk about something else. Dead faces are beginning to get a little on my nerves. Oh, it's nothing serious," he went on, seeing the look of surprise on our faces, "and no doubt it's silly of me to feel that way about it. But, well, I mean it just the same." "I suppose," said Madeline, "that you're loaded up with commissions after your vacation. You must have sitters 3 or 4 deep clamouring at your studio door." "I don't know," said Geoffrey. "I haven't seen my business man since I came back. Haven't even been to my studio. But I hope to heaven he doesn't get me any more commissions like the last one. You knew what that was, didn't you?" He turned to me. "The thing I was at work on when I bolted." "I seem to remember," said I, "that you were doing some work for Miss Meredith." "The Miss Meredith?" questioned Madeline. Geoffrey nodded. "The same, the queer, rich, invisible Miss Meredith." We all exclaimed over his last word. "Invisible? Then what were you painting? A spirit picture of her?" The last question was Jack's. It seemed to affect Geoffrey a little unpleasantly, for he gave a little shake to his head, as one will when a fly is buzzing about one's ear. "I wasn't doing a portrait of her," he explained. "I was painting from a photograph, and a few relics and souvenirs, what was meant for a portrait of a niece of hers. I think it was a niece, who, I understand, died several years ago." I laughed. "I knew some men did that sort of work. It's rather a new line for you, isn't it?" "Never before," said Geoffrey, "and never again. Of course, they offered me a perfectly immoral price for it, but even at that I shouldn't have done it, except for the fact that I found the photograph they showed me rather attractive." "Beautiful, I suppose," said Madeline. "That shouldn't be wondered at. They say Miss Meredith was a great beauty in her day." "Yes," said Geoffrey, "it was extraordinarily beautiful." "That wasn't what you meant, though," commented Gwendolen. "No, it wasn't," Geoffrey admitted. "There was something about it that was queer. I don't believe I can explain it any better than that, and that's not explaining it at all." He fell into a little thoughtful silence, and we all watched him curiously. I'd felt all the evening, and I found, after he'd gone, that the others shared the feeling, a sense of difference in him. He seemed well again, but I felt perfectly sure that the thing he had recovered from cut a good deal deeper than a mere attack of nerves, and had a solider cause than the activities of the decorators who were pulling down loose plaster in his studio building. Whatever that cause was, he didn't mean to tell it. He brought back, with a little effort I would have sworn, his old smile, and took up the conversation again. "The queerest thing about it is," he said, "that Miss Meredith herself never came to see me, nor let me come to see her. I wasn't surprised when the arrangements for the portrait were made by a man who seemed to be a sort of confidential agent of hers, as well as her private physician, a rather charming chap named Crow. But when the arrangements were completed, and I expressed a wish to talk with Miss Meredith herself, as someone who had known the girl whose portrait I was to paint, and could supply me with some of those intimate little details, tricks of speech, habits of manner, and so on, that you have to know before you can paint a portrait. Crow seemed a little embarrassed, and said he was afraid it was impossible. Miss Meredith was in a rather disturbed, nervous state, and couldn't see anybody. If I'd ask him the questions, or better still, write them out, he'd undertake to get answers for me. I was in two minds about chucking up the whole thing, but it seemed Miss Meredith was very anxious that I paint the portrait, and then, well, I wanted to paint it myself. The same troubled, thoughtful look came back into his face with that last sentence. "How did you come out with it?" I asked. "I suppose under such a handicap it would be impossible really to satisfy her." "On the contrary," said Geoffrey, "she was greatly pleased with it. She came to the studio to see it the day I went away." "Surely you saw her then?" said Jack. Geoffrey shook his head. "No," said he. "They made a special arrangement to come and look at it while I was out. As a matter of fact, I haven't been back to the studio myself since she came and saw it. Crow called me up at my apartment that evening and congratulated me on having succeeded so well with it." He fell silent again after that, and said nothing at all for a long time. At last, with a little sigh and another shake of the head, he rose to go. "I'm quite all right again," he assured us. "You're not to worry about me," for he saw plainly enough what we were thinking. "All I need is work, and I imagine there's plenty of that stacked up ahead of me at the studio." But after he had got into his overcoat and gloves, he stood a moment looking at us thoughtfully, hat in hand, his other hand on the doorknob. "You people were faced once with an insoluble contradiction," he said slowly. "A thing that must be true, and yet couldn't be true. Well, that's the sort of problem I've been gnawing away at for the last 3 months. A perfect circle. You follow it all the way around and bring up where you began. I'm going to quit. I'm going back to work. Good night." And with a nod, he was gone. When I walked into my office about 9:30 the next morning, I was greeted by my clerk with the information that Geoffrey had been trying to get me and wanted me to call him up as soon as I came in. While we were talking, the phone rang, and Madeline called to say that Geoffrey had been trying to get me at the house. So, without stopping to take off my overcoat or hat, I called up his studio. I heard him unhook the receiver before the bell had stopped ringing, and knew he must have been waiting by the instrument for my call. The quality of his voice shocked me. It was harassed, uneven, keyed up clear to the breaking point with unnatural excitement. "I'm awful sorry to trouble you, old man," he said. "It's a shame to break up your work right at the beginning of the day, but I guess you'll have to come to the rescue." "What's the matter?" I asked. "Do you mind coming? I can't leave here for an hour or two, and I simply can't talk over the phone." "I'll be in the subway in 3 minutes," said I. "Hold hard till I get there." With that I hung up, told my clerk I probably shouldn't be back that morning, and started uptown. I'd have been wise, I suppose, to put a brief in my pocket to read on the way up, something to keep me from speculating and worrying about Geoffrey's case until I had some data to go on, but I doubt if anything could have kept my mind off him. Geoffrey wasn't one of my oldest friends, not one of that little group of people all of us carry along in diminishing numbers through life from boyhood, people whose circumstances and relations we know almost instinctively, people whose world we were born a part of. Friends of this class we are apt to think we know all about, and as far as externals go, we do. Really, we are likely to know very little indeed about their interior qualities, their soul machinery, and we live along side by side with them for years, in a state of partial, or sometimes total misunderstanding. The friendship between Geoffrey and me was the other sort. We were both grown-up men when we first laid eyes on each other, and the thing that made our friendship was a sort of instinctive sympathy, a mutual ability to understand each other that had carried us across all the preliminaries of mere acquaintance in one jump. The result of this was that, so far as externals went, we knew relatively little about each other. It had never seemed worthwhile to stop to tell when there were so many more important and interesting things to talk about. Geoffrey, I was sure, couldn't have furnished a would-be biographer with any connected account of my experience previous to our meeting 3 or 4 years ago, and I was in the same case with him. I knew he was a brilliantly successful portrait painter. I knew, in a fragmentary way, that as a very young man he had supported himself as a newspaper artist. I knew he had a perfectly enormous list of casual acquaintances, people from every walk of life, way down to the very lowest stratum of the underworld. I have described him heretofore as a man of pure genius, a man who relied, further than anyone else I have ever known, on a queer set of intuitions that seemed to begin where ordinary logical processes of thought left off. He claimed, you may remember, a special extra sense for crime, said he could detect crime on a man's soul as easily as I could detect whiskey on his breath. It was a perfectly unbelievable claim, of course, and I should have treated it as fanciful, except for the uncanny demonstration of it, which he had given in our own mystery, the mystery of Dr. Marshall and the Whispering Man. Geoffrey had solved that, and had done it, so far as any of us could see, by the exercise of this same sheer intuition which he claimed, either by that or by the blindest luck in the world, and in doing so he had saved Gwendolen's life. In a word, I knew the man himself as intimately, perhaps, as I knew anyone in the world, except Madeline. But about his history I knew nothing. I couldn't even have sworn that he had no brothers or sisters, though I had never heard of any. A perfect stranger might have come up to me and told me any sort of weird or tragic adventures as having belonged to Geoffrey's past somewhere, and I couldn't have contradicted him. I did know this, though. He was the sort of person adventures happened to, imaginative, possessed occasionally by powerful impulses, full of that strange quality we call, for lack of a better word, temperament. Given the right combination of circumstances and the right incentive, and Geoffrey might have done almost anything. So I will have to confess that as I rode uptown on my way to his studio, knowing only that he was in some sudden, unexpected difficulty, my thoughts ran riot. I conjectured a whole chamber of horrors about him, terrible hands reaching out of that blank past of his and snatching at him. I'd have said, when I knocked at his studio door, that nothing I could find on the other side of it would surprise me. But what I did find did surprise me, and that was nothing. Nothing out of the ordinary, I mean. There was no veiled lady in black, looming tragically in a dark corner, no mysterious communication, no spot. Oh, I had been ready for anything of blood on the studio floor. Simply everything as I had always seen it, and Geoffrey himself, quite his old self, smiling apologetically and holding out his hand to me. "I telephoned you not to come," he said, "but you had already started. I was too late. I'm dreadfully sorry. There's nothing the matter. Nothing that an hour or two won't set right, and I really don't need you a bit. Only, if you've got the leisure, I'd be awfully glad to have you stay." "Well, but what was it?" I gasped. "What did you think it was?" Geoffrey didn't answer for a second or two. "You remember that portrait I was telling you about last night?" he asked. "The thing I painted from a photograph for Miss Meredith?" I nodded, but Geoffrey wasn't looking at me, so after a moment of silence I said, "Yes?" He brought himself up with a little start. "Well, when I came to the studio this morning, I found it gone. I thought at first that Miss Meredith might have taken it with her the day she came to the studio to look at it. I haven't been back in the place since then, you know. Of course, that would have been an awfully funny thing for her to do, but she's eccentric, they say, so I asked my Jap boy about it. He said no, that didn't happen. They went away and left it just as it was on the easel. So it was perfectly plain that the thing had been stolen. It seemed such a queer, inexplicable thing for anyone to steal that I was a little bit upset about it. So I called on you for first aid, as I am afraid I have got the bad habit of doing, but afterward I got a clue that suggested a perfectly plain explanation. I think I'll have the thing back before noon. It's all right, you see. I'm frightfully ashamed of myself for having troubled you with it. Still, he wasn't looking at me, and I stared at his inexpressive back in perfectly blank amazement that had, I'll admit, a little flavor of indignation in it. He had given me a very bad quarter of an hour, and his explanation of it seemed absolutely childish. Was the loss of a portrait, a thing that couldn't mean more than 2 weeks' work to his facile brush, an adequate explanation for that broken cry of distress I had heard over the telephone? The thing was preposterous. Then I remembered his manner at the house last night, the little shiver with which he had spoken of dead faces, and how they were getting on his nerves, the impatient jerk of his head that had accompanied Jack's jocular remark about a spirit portrait, and last of all, the thing he had said just as he was going out the door, about the irreconcilable contradiction that had been confronting him for months, the thing that must be true, yet couldn't be true. After all, the thing that gave me the privilege of being called his friend was my ability to understand and make allowances. Somehow or other he had had a bad quarter of an hour himself that morning. Perhaps in some queer way I couldn't guess at. The discovery of his loss had brought up the old contradiction to stare him in the face, had given him a moment of almost superstitious panic, which, now that a rational explanation had suggested itself as an alternative, he didn't feel like acknowledging the existence of, even to me. I went over to him and laid a hand on his shoulder. "All right," I said, "let's find it. I'm sure I haven't anything better to do, and if there turns out to be anything else you want to tell me about it later, why, you can tell it, and be sure that I shall try to understand. Come, let's get down to business. What is your clue?" "It's almost childishly simple," said Geoffrey. "I'm ashamed of myself that I didn't think of it the moment I discovered the loss, instead of blowing up that way. Why, you'll think of it yourself in a minute, and here's your chance," he added as a knock at the door interrupted us. His Jap was out somewhere, so Geoffrey answered it himself. "How do you do, Mr. Peterson?" he said, and ushered the stranger in. Peterson was a clumsy-looking man of the skilled mechanic type, warmly and comfortably and properly dressed enough, but his clothes looking as if he were in the habit of getting down on his hands and knees, and carrying heavy objects around in his pockets. "Mr. Peterson," said Geoffrey, "is the decorator who did over the building last fall." Then he astonished me by turning to Peterson and saying, "I'm thinking of having a little more work done. Oh, this is perfectly satisfactory, and I wouldn't think of calling in the landlord. It's on my own account entirely. Don't you think yourself, Drew," he turned to me, "that the walls would compose into better-looking panels if we had a second frieze carried around there about a third of the way down?" "I don't know anything about art or composition," said I. "You certainly know that. You will have to decide that for yourself." It was too ridiculous. Here was Geoffrey, who had run away for a 2 months' vacation because the decorators got on his nerves, deliberately invoking them again when he got back. Naturally enough, Peterson favoured the project. "That's very well done," said Geoffrey. "The upper frieze, it's very skilled work, you know, has to be done by hand. Then he turned back to Peterson. "I'd want the same man to do it that did the other." Peterson shook his head. "I can't accommodate you there, I'm afraid, sir. I had to turn that fellow off. Oh, he was a good workman, but rules are rules." "He came on the job drunk, I suppose," said Geoffrey. "No," said Peterson. "He was steady enough. Why, I don't mind telling you, though it seems rather hard, I turned him off because his wages were garnished by a loan office. You can't get skilled work out of men with that on their minds." "I see," said Geoffrey. "But you think you could find me someone else just as good?" "Oh, yes," said Peterson. "No trouble about that." "Well," said Geoffrey, "I'll let you know. Call you up in the morning when I've made up my mind. Thank you very much for coming." Peterson had opened the door and was in the act of starting out, Geoffrey watching him absent-mindedly, a frown on his face. "Poor devil," he said under his breath. Then suddenly, struck with an idea, he called out, "Oh, Peterson, give me that chap's address, will you? The one you discharged. I'm supposed to belong to some sort of protective league for that loan shark business. Maybe we could do something to help him out." Peterson hesitated a minute, then took a shabby notebook out of his pocket and read out the name and the address of the man he had discharged. Geoffrey wrote it in charcoal on the back of a stretcher. "All right," he said. "You'll hear from me in the morning." Geoffrey shut the door, and the next minute he was struggling into his overcoat. "Come along," said he. "Where?" I asked. He looked at me queerly. "Why, to look up the case of this loan shark victim, of course. No time like the present. Come along." In another 3 minutes we were in a taxi. Geoffrey's manners were always excellent, but he had a way of letting you know when he didn't want to talk. The address was way uptown on the east side, and our taxi stopped at last in front of a dingy brick house, one of a long row, on a shabby crosstown street. Just as we were going to ring the bell, the door opened and a man started out. He eyed us with a quick little glance of morose, surly suspicion. "Oh, Mr. Sheen," said Geoffrey pleasantly. "Glad we didn't miss you. Come back in here a minute. I want to talk to you." If we had asked him if his name was Sheen, I think he'd have denied it and gone on, but there was a mixture of authority and confidence behind Geoffrey's good-natured smile that was almost irresistible. The man hesitated, and having done that much, seemed to find it impossible to do anything but obey Geoffrey's gesture and follow us into the badly lighted, ill-smelling hall. Here Geoffrey stepped back and nodded to him to lead the way. "What do you want?" Sheen demanded. "A chance to talk to you for a moment without interruption," said Geoffrey pleasantly. The man grunted and led the way to a small room at the back of the house. Geoffrey, the last one into it, closed the door after him and nodded toward a chair. "Sit down a minute," he said. He waited till Sheen had obeyed him, and I, rather cautiously, had followed suit. I didn't like the man's looks altogether. Geoffrey leaned back comfortably against the top of a trunk. "We work at the same trade," he said politely. "I'm a painter myself. My name's Arthur Geoffrey, and I've got a studio up on Central Park West." The man started out of his chair, and then let himself drop back into it. "Well," he said savagely, "what do you want?" "Oh, it's nothing to get excited about," said Geoffrey. "I suppose you got $25 or $30 for the frame. You probably needed that more than I do, but I need the picture that was in it more than you do, so I want you to give it back to me." Sheen was on his feet by now, and the blustering, furtive terror in his face and in his voice when he spoke were confession enough to me that my friend's shot had rung the bell. "You're a liar," said Sheen. "A damned liar. You don't know what you're talking about." "I'm talking," said Geoffrey, "about a picture of a girl in a white satin gown. It was in my studio, in a French hand-carved frame. You were at work painting that frieze in my studio. You know what that frame was worth, and where you could sell it. You knew I was off on a 2 months vacation, and you absolutely had to have the money. Lord, man, I know what that means myself. I never took that means of getting it, but I can understand how a man would. But you couldn't sell the picture. That's preposterous, and I want you to give it back to me." Sheen was staring at him, fascinated. There was a long silence. Finally, he spoke through his locked teeth. "I didn't take any picture. I swear to God I didn't take any picture. The frame was empty when I saw it in there. I did take the frame, and I sold it. I got $18 for it, and I knew it was worth $120. $18 to give to those damned leeches that are sucking all the blood out of me. You can prosecute and be damned. I wish you would, but I didn't take any picture." For a full minute, I think it must have been, Geoffrey sat there on the trunk, staring at him without a word, in his eyes a look almost of panic. Then he rose and held out his hand to Sheen. "Thank you for telling me the truth about it," he said. "Oh, yes, I know it's true. I'm sorry for you. If you'll come up to my place and see me some day, any time, we'll talk things over and see what we can do. Oh, and if you know where the frame is, find out what I can buy it back for, will you? No, I don't want any thanks. Goodbye." In 2 minutes we were back in the taxi. I wanted to ask him what had given him the clue for what seemed to me an uncannily lucky guess, but his manner made it plain he didn't want to talk, so I left his moody reverie undisturbed all the way back to the studio. He sprang out when we arrived there with unconcealed haste, and fretted over the slowness of the elevator as we were going up. His Jap heard us coming and was holding the door open for us. "Togo," said Geoffrey, "did you take that portrait I left when I went away out of the frame?" Togo nodded and smiled. "Yes, I took out. Put there." He nodded toward a big unframed stretcher on the outside of the stack that was leaning against the wall. "That it?" he concluded. Geoffrey burst into a laugh. "Well, why the devil didn't you say so?" he demanded, "when I was making all that fuss this morning?" Togo shook his head and lifted his eyebrows. "Frame gone," he said. "I don't know." Geoffrey strode across the room and swung the big stretcher around. Then he made a queer noise in his throat. There was no portrait there. It was just a big, grey, blank canvas without a brush full of paint on it. We looked through the others in the stack. We looked at every canvas in the studio. But the portrait of the girl in the white satin gown wasn't there. Geoffrey's part of the search was a mere pretense. Togo and I looked everywhere, down in the studio and up in the loft. But for the greater part of the time, Geoffrey sat in his chair, staring dully out of the window and getting whiter and whiter every minute. When I had satisfied myself that we had really exhausted the possibilities, and that the portrait of the girl in the white satin gown was really nowhere in the studio, I dismissed Togo with a nod, went up behind Geoffrey, and laid my hand on his shoulder. I didn't intend to take him by surprise. He'd have heard me coming, had he not been sunk so far in the very deepest abstraction. As it was, he gave a little shudder under my touch, and fainted dead away. I laid him on the floor and loosened his collar, but finally I had to get some cold water and dash it in his face in order to bring him to. Then I gathered him up, and with a little help from himself, got him safely ensconced in his big deep Morris chair. "I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself," he said limply. I don't know why it is that people apologize for fainting, but they always do. "Forget about it," said I. "You were in worse shape than I realized when you went away 2 months ago. If I'd known how bad you were, I think I'd have gone with you. And you're not quite right yet." Madeline and I will figure out, in a little while, what's best for you to do. In the meantime, you stop worrying. As I said, forget it." Geoffrey laughed. It wasn't a pleasant laugh to hear. "Forget it?" he echoed. "Stop worrying." "Or else," said I, struck with a new idea, "tell me all about it. I imagine that will be better after all." "It's nothing but a nightmare," said Geoffrey. "That's all it can possibly be." "Exactly," I said, "and the only way to wake yourself out of a nightmare is to bring it out in the daylight, reduce it to cold facts. Tell it, no matter how it sounds. I've none of your imagination, nor any of those wonderful intuitions of yours, but I do lay claim to a certain amount of common sense, and perhaps I may be able to help you." "Will you promise," Geoffrey asked, "to believe what I tell you? Oh, I don't mean to ask you not to think me a deliberate liar," he went on, interpreting my look of surprise at his request. "I mean, will you promise to regard me as a sane person recounting observed facts? Promise, when I have got through, not to come over and pat me on the back and tell me what I need is hypophosphites and strychnine. I'm not a wobbly neurasthenic suffering from hallucinations. If my story sounds like a bunch of phonograph records from Bedlam, you're to promise to believe it's the story's fault, not mine." If I felt an uncanny sort of excitement over his prologue, I did my best not to show it. I loaded and lighted my pipe, pretty deliberately, before I answered, and if the hand that held the match shook a little, I hoped he wouldn't notice it. "All right," said I. "Fire away." "Do you remember," he began, "that 2 years ago I spent the winter in Paris?" "Remember?" I exclaimed. "Didn't Madeline and I visit you a whole week in your apartment there?" "Did either you or Madeline notice anything queer about me then? Or did anything happen that you wondered about?" I hesitated a little over my answer. I might as well have spoken out, for he noticed the little change in my manner instantly. "I see you did." "Why, really, it was nothing," said I. "You may remember the incident yourself. We all came into the studio together one afternoon after a little sightseeing expedition, and we saw, lying in the middle of the floor, a woman's handkerchief. Both Madeline and I naturally supposed it was hers. I went over toward it to pick it up, but you saw it just then, picked it up yourself, glanced at it, and slipped it in your pocket. It struck us both as a little queer. Not what you did, but the way you did it. As if, somehow, you didn't want to be questioned. Evidently you knew the handkerchief wasn't Madeline's, and you seemed a little embarrassed at finding it there. We'd all been off together, so that whoever dropped it must have been there in the studio while we were out." I stopped there rather awkwardly, but Geoffrey, with a little movement of impatience, told me to go on. "What did you think about it?" he asked. "How did you explain it? Oh, if I'm going to be frank, you must be." "Why, we both remembered," said I, feeling for my words a little lamely, "that you hadn't originally planned to go with us that afternoon. So it seemed to us that the owner of the handkerchief must have come in, well, must have been enough at home there to get in when there was no one there to receive her, and waited for you a while and then gone away." "And you made, I suppose, the conventional explanation," said Geoffrey. "Certainly you couldn't have been expected to make any other, especially when I put the handkerchief in my pocket that way, and seemed not to want to talk about it. But it wasn't the right explanation, Drew." "I'm not a Puritan," said I, "but somehow I'm glad to hear that. We both felt a little uncomfortable about it, though we've never discussed it since. Your manner seemed a little different after it, too. I suppose that was because you guessed what we must be thinking." "No," said Geoffrey, "I never thought of it that way until this morning. But I'll have to go back and begin at the beginning." You know, I thought I was awfully lucky to get that studio in the first place. There isn't a better one in Paris. The man who had it, he's a prosperous, well-known painter, had a long lease on it and a lot of work to do, and it never occurred to me, when I asked him if he knew where I could get a studio, that there was any possibility of his giving up his. But he offered it to me, in a hesitating sort of way, saying that he meant to find another, and thought he could get one the other side of the impasse. I asked him why in the world he was moving out of that one to go into one not so good across the street, and all he said at first was that he'd taken a dislike to it. It had got on his nerves, and he couldn't paint there. I wanted to know what had got on his nerves, and he wouldn't tell me. I wouldn't offer it to anyone else, he said at last, but you're such a sensible chap that maybe you won't mind. Mind what? I asked him again, but still he wouldn't tell me. It's 10 to 1, 100 to 1, there won't be anything. That was all he would say. He was a cranky, temperamental sort of cuss, so I didn't think any more about it. Blessed my good luck, and moved in. I didn't find anything for about a week. And then? I asked. I tried to say the words casually, but it wasn't easy. Get the geography of the place well in your mind first, he said. You remember there was a little hall with a kitchenette to the right of it, and then the salon, and 2 bedrooms straight along in a row, with a corridor on the inside. When you get to the end of the corridor, you turn to the left and come out in the loft of the studio. The studio floor is a half-story down, by a flight of steps. There is a door at the other end of the studio that is reached by a flight of iron steps outside, so that models and such can come straight to the studio through the court without coming into the apartment. Yes, said I. I've got it straight. I remembered it pretty well anyway. Go on. And you understand, don't you, he continued, that there's another apartment and studio on the other side of the court, exactly corresponding to mine, only left-handed. The end walls of the studios come together, and the same flight of iron stairs serves both studio doors. That's clear, isn't it? I nodded. Go on, said I. What did you find at the end of a week? Geoffrey shrugged his shoulders. Nothing, he said. Nothing that I can tell about even to you, without feeling rather an ass. Why, I came in just about 4 o'clock one afternoon in November. It was dark, of course. Let myself in by the apartment door. Not the studio door, you understand. Let myself in with my latchkey and lit the gas in the hall. The minute I did it, I knew that someone else had just been there. I knew that whoever it was in the next room, the salon. Mind you, I didn't see anything, nor hear anything. I just knew it. No, there's nothing uncanny about that. I've got some sort of extra sense that often tells me those things, when the people in question are just ordinary, everyday, living people. I call it an extra sense. Perhaps it's actually only an abnormal sense of smell, but too subtle to be recognized as such. As you know, I didn't keep any servant that winter. I had an old femme de ménage who came every morning to clean up and then went away. She hadn't any business there in the afternoon, but still she could have got in. She had a key, and she might perfectly well have come back when she thought I'd be out. Oh, to steal a few candles or a basket of coal or something. They all do that. So it didn't startle me at all or give me any queer sensations to know that there was someone in the place. I took off my hat and overcoat after I'd lighted the gas and went into the salon. Well, there was no one there, but the same sense told me that whoever it was had gone on into the adjoining room. That seemed queer, because I ought to have heard her moving about. But I struck another match and went on. There was no one there either, but I followed what I can only call the scent, which was just as definite, real a thing as what a hound follows the trail by, out into the corridor, and down to the turning, and into the loft, and down across the studio to the outside studio door. And I was just as sure, when I got to that door, that someone had gone out of it less than half a minute before, as I was when I came in, that there was someone there." "You heard nothing all the while?" I asked. "Not a sound," he said, "except the noise I was making myself, and that wasn't much." "And you saw nothing?" "No," said Geoffrey. "Well, I suppose you will think he was right about it, that it did sound silly, that it was a confession even a nervous, fidgety woman would have been almost ashamed to make, and you may think that if I had been the common-sense, level-headed friend I professed to be, I should have told him that his experience was nothing more than an attack of the creeps, and that he was a fool to think twice about it. I'd have done that if I could, but the fact was I couldn't. To begin with, I knew that what Geoffrey said about his possession of an extra sense was the sober, literal truth. I would trust that sense of his as far as I would trust one of the regular 5 senses in a normal man. When he said he knew, in that inexplicable way, that someone was in the salon when he opened the hall door, it meant as much to me as if another had said, "I saw someone standing there." Granting that, and I had to grant it, the thing became a very curious mystery. "You didn't miss anything?" I asked. "Nothing had been taken?" Geoffrey shook his head. "The trouble is," he went on, "with the possession of a sense like that, you never can really believe in yourself. You may know you have it, you may be utterly unable to disbelieve you have it, but your common sense won't accept an unsupported report of it. It insists on telling you that you are a fool with a head full of fancies, and it not only prevents you from telling other people about it, it won't let you take ordinary common sense means for solving the mystery. I thought about the thing for a week. It didn't happen again in that time, and I had about persuaded myself there was nothing to it but imagination. Then, one evening when I was coming home from the restaurant where I'd dined, I saw a light in my studio. My first thought was to go straight up to the studio door by the iron stair. Then I recollected that the sound of anyone coming up that stair was perfectly audible in the studio from the moment you set foot on the lower step. It was a spiral stair, and you couldn't go up very fast. Whoever was in the studio would have ample warning I was coming, and plenty of time to get out through the apartment, while I was letting myself in the other way. So I went up the other stairs, as softly as I could, had my key ready, flung the door open, and rushed down the corridor to the loft. As I turned the corner, I heard the studio door shut. The studio was dark when I got into it, but one of the candles had just been put out. I could smell it. I scrambled up on the back of a big Breton settle, from which I could see out of the studio light into the court. I am perfectly sure that I was up there looking out of the window before anyone who had just shut my studio door could have had time to get down the iron stairs and across the court. There wasn't any other way out. The court wasn't dark, for the 2 hallways were well lighted, and there was another bright light in the arched entrance to the court from the street. Well, I looked and looked, but that court was deserted. I didn't wait for anything more. I went straight out and questioned the concierge, asked him if anyone had come in inquiring for me, or if anyone had just gone out. He said no to both questions. "Well," I said, "someone has been in my studio. There was a light burning when I came in." The imbecile asked me if I hadn't left the light there myself. I said no, that I had gone away at noon, and besides, the light was out when I got to the studio. Then he said possibly what Monsieur saw was a reflection. I told him a reflection didn't leave a smell of hot tallow behind it. At that he shrugged his shoulders and suggested I report my losses to the police. "I don't know that I've lost anything," said I, and at that he gave me up for a maniac. I went back to the studio and found that I hadn't lost anything. Nothing had even been disturbed. But I felt perfectly sure, I can't tell you how, that somebody had been sitting in my big chair, probably for a good while. It was clear I'd have to solve the mystery for myself. If I made any complaint, or tried to provoke an official investigation, I'd probably bring up in the madhouse. "Look here, Geoffrey," I cried. "What about the other apartment? The one that corresponded to yours on the other side of the court? Didn't you say that the end walls of the two studios came together? Couldn't she have gone—" "Couldn't who?" said Geoffrey. "She, the woman that was in your studio. The ghost girl, whatever she was." "That's queer," said Geoffrey. "I haven't told you that I thought she was a woman. A young woman, too. But I always thought of her that way, even then. I even called her the ghost girl then." "There's nothing queer about it," said I. "The handkerchief made me think of a young woman." Geoffrey gave a short laugh. "That shows what a fool I am," said he. "I was getting ready to build another little ghost story out of that. Go on. What were you going to ask?" "You said the same iron stairs served both studio doors. Well, then, why couldn't she have slipped out of your door and into the other one? There'd be time enough for that." "Because I thought of that," said Geoffrey, "almost at once, and I suppose that's the explanation that you'll stick to when I've told you everything, although I don't believe it one single minute myself. The people who occupied that apartment were an English family named Williamson. I don't know so very much about him, so far as his life is concerned, but we were very pleasant acquaintances. I met him as soon as I took the studio. They are the most commonplace people in the world. Williamson himself is a retired English doctor, a chap in his 50s, hard-headed, straightforward, thoroughly good sort. He had a wife and daughter there with him. They were living in Paris so she could study art. She had about as much chance of doing anything at it as a dog has to learn to sing. She was a pleasant, hard-headed young little old maid of about 20. She worked very industriously in her studio, and I developed my talent for fiction to the last notch, thinking up things to say about her work when she showed it to me. Well, those three Williamsons were simply out of the question. That night that I saw the light in my studio, there was a light in theirs. They generally spent their evenings there. I went straight over, told them someone had been rummaging around my diggings, and asked if they had heard anything through the wall. They were interested, of course, and Mrs. Williamson got quite excited over the idea of robbers, and wanted to know if I had lost anything. They had been in their studio all the evening. Now, you can say it might have been one of them, and I can't prove that it wasn't, but all the same, the notion is inconceivable." "I agree with you," said I. "Go on. What happened next?" "There wasn't anything very different up to the time you and Madeline came to visit me," said Geoffrey. "2 or 3 other experiences more or less like the one I have told you about. One night when I was in bed, I don't know whether I was asleep or not. I wasn't sleeping well then, but I waked up, if I had been asleep, with the idea that I had seen someone go by my bedroom door. I wasted 2 or 3 minutes, I'll admit, lying still in a sweating terror, trying to convince myself it had been a dream, and then I heard the studio door shut. I got up and lighted all the lights and looked around, but I didn't find anything. The whole thing may have been a dream, but the handkerchief we found on the floor wasn't a dream, and I'm sure it had been dropped while we were out. That was the first tangible clue I got, the first thing that I couldn't reason away on the theory of imagination when I was in good form. I went up one night to call on the man who'd rented me the studio in the hopes of finding out what his experiences had been, but he was mum as an oyster and tried to pump me. Williamson spoke of it again once and asked me if I'd seen or heard anything more, and I told him no. I didn't feel like showing him what an ass I was, and I knew I couldn't start talking about it without giving away the whole thing. "It's awfully queer, of course," I said dubiously, "but—" "I haven't begun the story yet," said Geoffrey. "The real story. But here's where it begins. Now, listen, and if you want to call in an alienist when I get through, why, go ahead. But let me tell the thing connectedly first. A couple of weeks after you and Madeline left Paris, I got a note from the Muirheads suggesting that I pack up my colour box and come down to Etopo for a few days. They were having a lovely time painting winter skies and things, and they wanted to let me in on it. I was glad of an excuse to get away, so I went. I did those sketches I showed you, the only real work I've got to show for the whole rotten winter, and went back to Paris feeling that I'd got rid of the cobwebs. I reached the studio about 2 in the afternoon, a bright clear day. I was feeling as well, as little liable to any imaginative delusions as it is possible to imagine anyone. I went into my apartment, got rid of my traps, and went down into the studio. Now, this is what I saw. One of my easels had been drawn out into the middle of the room. There was a canvas on it that had been painted. There was a low stool in front of it, where the painter had sat. To the left of it was one of my chairs, just an ordinary straight-backed chair, with a mirror of mine standing on it, an old mirror in a carved gilt frame, with a sort of ornamental top on it. All around the stool on the floor were brushes and tubes of my colours. There was a palette on the chair, leaning up against the mirror. "But the canvas?" I asked, for he had hesitated there for a moment. "What was on the canvas?" Geoffrey got up and drew a long breath. His teeth were clenched as if they wanted to chatter, and he talked through them in a sort of dogged, matter-of-fact way. "On the canvas," he said, "was a carefully painted portrait of a very beautiful young girl. Young, oh, I should say in her middle 20s. It must have taken 2 or 3 sittings, 3 anyway, of pretty fast, skillful painting to have carried it as far as it was. The last of them must have been that very morning, because part of the paint on the canvas was wet. It hadn't even dried on the palette. The thing was obviously a portrait of the painter. The outline of the rim of the palette showed in the lower part of the canvas, but as if held in the right hand, as of course it always is when you sit down in front of the mirror and paint a portrait of yourself. She had even indicated the frame of the mirror on the canvas. It was all perfectly solid and real. As I said, the thing was well painted, though not brilliantly nor trickily at all. An excellent, an extraordinarily talented piece of work. It wasn't completed. In fact, part of the canvas wasn't covered at all. It was one of my canvases, a grey one like that blank I turned around just now. "Well, you had something tangible to go on at last," said I. "What did you do?" "It was hard to decide what to do," said Geoffrey. "I didn't go up in the air at all. The fact that I had something tangible was, in its way, a sort of relief, and I still think what I decided was the best thing I could do, and that was just to stay there in that studio until something happened. I made up my mind not to leave the room for more than 30 seconds until that mysterious painter—" He stopped and gave a shivering little laugh. "The ghost girl came back. I thought she would come back, and that before many hours. Well, I waited, spent most of the time smoking, staring at the portrait. I learned it, learned every brush stroke in it. I could repaint it now from memory. I stayed there for 36 hours without leaving the room but once. That time I went up to my kitchenette and got a box of biscuits. I wasn't gone more than half a minute, and everything was just as I had left it when I came back. But 36 hours later, that was at 2 in the morning, My endurance gave out, and I lay down on my divan there in the studio for what I thought to be a cat nap. I'm a light sleeper. I didn't think it was possible for anyone to get into that room without waking me instantly. I suppose I slept pretty hard. When I wakened, it was 10 o'clock the next morning. "And the portrait?" I asked. The portrait was gone. The mirror, the easel, the stool were all back in their places. Even my palette and brushes were back on the table where I'd left them when I started for a topple. I hadn't a thing to show, no way of proving to anybody except myself that I hadn't dreamed the whole thing. Thank God I could prove it to myself. The colors that were left on the palette were not the ones that had been on it when I went away. That I am ready to swear, unless I'm crazy. What is your opinion about it? Do you want to call a taxi and take me up to Bellevue? You haven't heard it all, but perhaps you've heard enough." "No, I want it all," said I. "Everything that you can remember, every detail, no matter how irrelevant it seems to you." "I rather think," said Geoffrey, "that what I've told you is all, so far as the Paris mystery goes. I'm really satisfied that the adventure on the bridge was pure imagination and nothing else. In point of fact, it might have been a dream." "Never mind," said I. "I want dreams and all." "Why, the night before I left Paris," said Geoffrey. "That was about the middle of March, a warm night like spring. I hadn't been able to sleep. About 4 o'clock in the morning I dressed and went out, wandered around. It must have been about 5 when I brought up on the Point Royale. The air was very thick with mist. I had on a raincoat, I remember, instead of an overcoat, and the steam in that warm air condensed and trickled down as if it had really been raining. It was a lovely sight. There was a fag end of a moon trying to light up in the mist, and it made every smooth, horizontal surface shine like silver. The flat decks of the barges in the river. It was all very restful and still. I seemed to have the world to myself for a few minutes, but very soon a woman came along, stopped, and leaned against the rail close beside me. I supposed she was someone who had marked me as possible game, and had been following along, waiting for a good chance to speak to me. I was about to move away when I noticed that she seemed perfectly unconscious of my presence. I couldn't see her face at all, just a shape. She was all wrapped up in one of those rainproof cloaks with a hood, and the hood pulled up over her head. She stayed there a long time, staring down at the river and the boats, just as I had been doing before she came. The funny thing was that her being there made me uncomfortable. It was a little bit like a nightmare. Perhaps it was really a nightmare, because I wanted to go away and I couldn't. I didn't want to speak to her, and yet it seemed that I must. Presently I heard footsteps, and that seemed to break the spell a little. They were coming from behind me, so I turned to look. There were a couple of gendarmes tramping along on their route. I heard a little movement beside me and turned to look at the girl. The sound had attracted her attention, too. She was looking in my direction, but she wasn't looking at me at all, just in the direction of the sound, and the hood had fallen back from her head, and, well, she was the girl of the portrait, the ghost girl, and I felt then as if I'd known it was she from the moment I saw her standing there. She didn't make a sound, but her eyes widened a little as the gendarmes came near, and she turned and fled away, and vanished in the mist. When they came opposite me, they slowed down and looked at me a bit curiously, and passed on. They didn't pay any attention to the girl. I suppose the explanation is that I fell asleep there on the bridge, and dreamed about the girl, as I often did dream about her, and that the coming of the gendarmes waked me up. "Well," said I, "let us be thankful for a reasonable explanation where we can get one. Undoubtedly, that is the explanation in this case." Geoffrey drew a long, unsteady breath. "I wish I could say undoubtedly. in that tone of voice about anything. Drew, people can talk all they like about the tortures of the Inquisition and so on, but the most exquisite torture in the world is a doubt about the validity of your own observations. That's the thing that's driving me pretty near crazy. I can't trust my own sense anymore." "Don't exaggerate," I said sharply. "I don't doubt anything that you have reported to me. I can't explain it, I'll agree, but there is an explanation. We may find it out some day, or we may never find it out. But the thing really happened. I'm going to stick to that, and I want you to." "I don't know," he said. "I haven't told you yet. I've been afraid to tell you, because when I tell you, you won't believe any more than I do. Listen to this. Dr. Crow comes around and arranges for me to paint a portrait for Miss Meredith from a photograph of a girl who's dead, and he takes the photograph out of its paper wrapping and shows it to me. And what do you suppose I see there? Whose face, Drew? Guess whose face that was?" I stared at him, and my own dry throat could hardly utter the question, the wild, fantastic question his words suggested. Not, I whispered. He nodded. The same face, the very same face that I had seen on the bridge, that I'd found painted during my absence there in my studio, the face that had been reflected in my old mirror while the sitter herself painted it. He stood up and thrust out his hands at me with a kind of feverish energy. "Do you believe me now? Haven't you any misgivings yourself? Haven't you got right now in the back of your head the idea that you'll run around and talk to Pritchard or Foster or some other of those big nerve and insanity specialists?" That shot of his came uncannily near the mark, but I thrust the misgiving out of my mind as soon as it showed itself there. "Not a bit of it," said I, "but you will be a patient for one of those fellows if you let yourself go like this. Look here, you painted the portrait from that photograph, didn't you? You could see straight enough to put it on canvas and to satisfy Miss Meredith with the result." "Oh, my eyes and hands are all right," said Geoffrey. "If there's a kink anywhere, it's farther inside than that." "You say it was Miss Meredith's niece you painted a portrait of. How recent was the photograph?" Geoffrey gave a laugh that was half a shiver. "Well, that's the last question," he said. "That brings out the whole tale. The photograph, Drew, was taken in Paris 4 years ago. It was 3 years ago that the girl died. She died in Paris of smallpox during the epidemic 3 years ago. And, well, you can verify the other date yourself. It was 2 years ago that you and Madeline visited Paris, wasn't it? You're quite sure of that?" There was a ring at the door just then, and we heard Togo, the Jap, admitting someone into the anteroom. When Togo opened the studio door, Geoffrey summoned him in with a nod, and with a gesture told him to shut the door after him. "I can't see anybody today," he said. "There's no telling what sort of a fool I'll make of myself." Then he turned to Togo. "Who is it, Togo?" "He Dr. Crow," said Togo. "He come one time before this morning. You out, he wait. Go away, come back, here now." "I won't see him," said Geoffrey. "That's all there is about it." "If he's already been here once," said I, "he's probably got something important to say, and if Togo sends him away, he'll come back a little later." "Look here," said Geoffrey. "You see him yourself. Find out what he wants. If he asks to see the picture, you can tell him you don't know where it is. Tell him I've been having trouble with the frame. Anything you like, but get rid of him for 2 or 3 days. If you're right about it, if I'm not crazy, if the picture's just been stolen in an ordinary human way and from ordinary human motives, we can probably get it back. Maybe we shan't have to let the old lady know it ever was lost. Anyhow, tell him some cock and bull story that will keep him quiet for a while. While you're doing that, I'll go down and see my friend Richards of police headquarters." "I thought you hadn't much opinion of the police when it came to detective work," said I. "No more I have," was Geoffrey's answer, "but an ordinary theft doesn't call for detective work. The police know who the thieves are. They know the fences and what particular sort of fence makes a specialty of a particular sort of stolen property. And if it's a case where they are really interested, they go and get it and bring it back. I've done Richards many a good turn before now, in my old newspaper days, and I've an idea he'll do what he can for me." He was struggling into his overcoat before he had finished speaking, and at the end he moved toward the door that led out into the corridor. On reaching the door, he stopped impulsively and came back to me. "I don't know, old man," he said, "whether you're the greatest liar in the world or not, but you're a good Samaritan anyway. If you'd taken my story the way anybody could have been expected to take it, and if you'd said any of the ordinary so-called comforting things about nerves and overwork and so on, I don't know what I'd have done." "I haven't done much yet," said I, "but it's my affair now as much as it is yours. We'll see it out together." He caught my hand in a grip that fairly hurt. "Stay here till I come back," he said, as he turned again toward the door. "I'll ring when I come and find out from Togo if the doctor's gone. If he hasn't, I'll wait in the anteroom. You show him out this way." "All right," said I, and the next moment I heard his footsteps echoing down the hall. It wasn't until I directed Togo to show Dr. Crow into the study that I realized I had no excuse to give for being there, or for asking his business on Geoffrey's behalf. But a lawyer is always in need of explanations for things, and I have found an excellent expedient, when all others fail, in telling the simple truth. It's apt to be quite as misleading, provided you really want to mislead anybody, as the most ingenious fiction. Dr. Crow came in a quick, eager sort of way, looked around the room for Geoffrey, and then seeing that I was the only person there, stopped, hesitated, and then spoke in a tone obviously puzzled. I want to speak to Mr. Geoffrey," he said. "I understood his man to tell me he was here. Indeed, I thought I heard his voice." "He was here," said I. "He went out only this moment." "That's singular," said the doctor. "Didn't his man say I wanted to see him?" "Yes," said I, "but I'd noticed before that he seemed rather upset, and on hearing that he had another visitor, he said abruptly that he could see no one, asked me to stay and see you, and bolted. I suppose his parting injunction entitles me to ask if I can be of any service to you. I'll try to do anything you ask me to, except explain Mr. Geoffrey's departure. I'm afraid that's beyond me." While I talked, I was recalling to mind Geoffrey's description of the man that he had given us the night before, the rather charming young doctor who had arranged for the portrait between him and Miss Meredith. He fully justified Geoffrey's adjective. A good-looking young chap, dark, slender, very bright-eyed. His smile came quickly when he wanted it, almost too quickly, so that it reminded me a little of switching on the electric light. "The advantage of being an artist," he said amiably, "is that one doesn't have to explain things like that. Temperament will cover anything. In the case of as gifted a man as Geoffrey, anything he could possibly take it into his head to do." Illogically enough, I resented this a little, and felt an inclination to justify my friend's action by taking my caller much more fully into our confidence than I had intended to do. What stopped me was the idea that perhaps this was exactly what the doctor had intended. "I'm afraid I shan't be much good as a substitute," said I. "Why," said the doctor, "it is possible that you'll do better than the man himself. You don't mind my asking a few questions?" "Not a bit," said I. "I'll answer anything I can. Sit down, won't you?" He didn't take the chair I indicated, but walked across the room and drew up another one. I took it that the maneuver was executed to give him a better chance to look around the studio, possibly to see whether the portrait of the girl in the satin gown was in sight anywhere. "I am a substitute myself," he said, when he was settled in the chair he had selected. "Geoffrey painted a portrait for a client or patient or relative of mine. I don't know just which to say, since she comes under all three categories. Miss Meredith." "I didn't know you were related to her," I observed. He shot a quick look at me. "I see you know about her already," said he. "All the better. I'm not a relative in any strict sense," he went on. "A sort of half-nephew by marriage, perhaps. We're all so mixed up that it is difficult to keep such matters straight. However, it's a close enough family connection to justify me in going rather outside of the strict duties of a medical practitioner." "Justify?" I questioned. "Why, in the main," he said, "I hold that a doctor should be a doctor to his patients and nothing else. The relation, if extended beyond that, is liable to abuse. But Miss Meredith's case is peculiar. She is an old lady, frail, nervous, quite alone in the world, for all her family has been a numerous one. She's entirely unable to meet the various business and social demands that are made on a person of her wealth and position. I am able to get on with her better than most people, and so it has happened that I have given up my practice and devoted myself exclusively to her affairs." He said it all in a very straightforward fashion. His frankness seemed almost to admit the existence of a mercenary motive in what he had done, for certainly he was speaking of her with no pretense of affection. But one was inclined to say, after all, why not? The only thing that I didn't like was his telling it to me. He made such a parade of candor that I distrusted him a little. He laughed. If I could have spoken my thoughts aloud, he couldn't have read them more accurately than he did. "You're wondering why I should tell you all this," he said. "Well, it's a necessary preliminary to some questions I'm going to ask. You know who it was that Mr. Geoffrey painted the portrait of?" "Miss Meredith's niece, I think he said." He nodded. "And did Mr. Geoffrey inform you also that he accepted Miss Meredith's commission without seeing her? That he has, in fact, never seen her?" "Yes," said I. "He told me that too." "It must have struck him as a very curious arrangement," the doctor went on. "Really, it was by my advice that the thing was done that way. As I said, Miss Meredith is a very nervous woman, and the death of her niece seems to have caused her a serious shock. They were in Paris together 3 years ago, when the girl died." "That would accentuate the shock, of course," said I, "being alone with her in a foreign country. They were travelling about together, I suppose?" "No, as a matter of fact," said the doctor. "They were living in Paris. Miss Meredith prefers the continent to this country, and Claire was, I believe, studying art." I couldn't help the catch in my breath that came just then. I was quick enough to choke the exclamation of astonishment that was on my lips. I experienced for a moment the same sensation that must have been Geoffrey's constant companion during the past 2 months, and I didn't wonder at the look of panic that sometimes came into his eyes. The doctor wasn't looking at me, and I was glad of it. "That was 3 years ago, you say?" I tried to make the question sound casual enough, but I don't know how well I succeeded. He nodded. "She died of smallpox during the epidemic of that year," he said. "Miss Meredith never got over the shock of it. The girl is very constantly in her thoughts, and she wanted a portrait that should be a more living memorial than the one photograph which she possessed. But you will understand, I think, that it was impossible, in her condition, to talk calmly about the girl to a stranger, to tell him in detail facts about her appearance, such as Mr. Jeffrey wanted. So I had to undertake to convey them to him at second hand. It is really marvellous that, under such a handicap, he succeeded so well." "He told me that Miss Meredith had apparently found it satisfactory," said I. The doctor laughed. "Satisfactory isn't precisely the word I should use," said he. "It doesn't cover the ground at all. In fact, the portrait was so vivid and poignant a reminder of Claire herself that the sight of it the day when she came here to the studio upset her dreadfully. She looked forward to getting final possession of it with a mixture of anxiety and dread. In fact, the memory of it has possessed her imagination ever since, in a way that I, as her physician, am forced to regret." "The portrait, then," said I, "is more like the original than the photograph from which it was painted?" The doctor nodded. "Strikingly so," said he. Again I had to draw in a long, slow breath to steady myself, but when I had done that, I managed to say indifferently enough, "Oh, well, the ways of genius are past finding out. Mr. Jeffrey's genius as a portrait painter seems to lie in getting beneath the surfaces of things and presenting the living reality. If he can do that with a living face, which is often inexpressive enough to the ordinary eye of the character beneath it, it is not so wonderful that he should do it, to a less extent of course, with a momentary record of a face as it appears in a photograph. It's a great test of his powers, though. Such a wonderful compliment to them." The doctor nodded thoughtfully, and there was a little silence before he spoke again. "Mr. Jeffrey lived in Paris for some time, didn't he?" "Oh, years ago," said I, "long before I knew him. Of course, like every painter, he goes back occasionally for visits. I suppose he's been back there within the last 4 or 5 years?" "Oh, yes," said I. The doctor let another moment go by in silence. "I'm going to be frank with you," he said at last, "and I hope you will be frank with me. I hope what I have already told you of my relation with Miss Meredith is enough to clear me of the charge of idle curiosity. Miss Meredith is far from a well woman. She has had the idea, ever since she came here to look at Mr. Jeffrey's portrait of her niece, that that portrait wasn't painted exclusively from the photograph. Mr. Jeffrey must have seen and remembered the girl herself, and nothing could satisfy her short of my coming to ask Mr. Jeffrey if that had been the case." "I'm sure," said I, "that Jeffrey will be glad to go see her and set her mind at rest in the matter." With all the man's easy frankness, his almost unnecessary frankness, I could not be rid of the feeling that there was something wary about him, watchful, alert. I had had that feeling through the whole of our interview, and with his reception of these last words of mine, it grew tenfold stronger. "That won't be necessary," said he. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be advisable. She receives no visitors at all. In her present condition she is not able to receive them. But if you know anything about it, one way or another, I wish you'd tell me. If you don't, you can ask Jeffrey when you see him, and drop me a line. I could say this much," said I, "that I am quite sure, If Geoffrey had been painting from the memory of any living face he had ever seen, he would have told me so. He hasn't told me so, and therefore I conclude that Miss Meredith is mistaken. Surely the mistake is natural enough to one in her condition. "Oh, yes, of course, he said, but there wasn't much conviction in his voice. "It strikes me as possible, though," he went on, "that he might have met her on one of his visits to Paris while she was living there, or have seen her and been struck by her appearance without learning her name. I haven't seen her since she was a little girl, but I'm told she grew into a very beautiful woman, so that a memory of her might have been evoked by the photograph, and could easily have had an effect on the portrait without his knowing it." "That's ingenious, at any rate," said I, "and almost plausible. How long had Miss Claire Meredith been living in Paris when she died of smallpox?" "Not quite 2 years," said the doctor. "Then I'm afraid that disposes of the theory. Geoffrey was living with me in an apartment on Madison Square all that time, and I know he didn't leave the country." There was a little pause. "He did go to Paris 2 years ago, didn't he?" The doctor said it very indifferently, so that it hardly sounded like a question at all, but all the same he waited for an answer. Waited, I'd almost have sworn, a little breathlessly. "Oh, yes," said I, "my wife and I visited him there. But that, if my dates are right, was a year after the young lady died." "Oh, yes," he said quickly, "I wasn't thinking of that." But he had been thinking of just that, I felt sure, and unless my imagination was working overtime, he was paler than he had been when he came in. "I'm afraid the unconscious memory theory won't work," said I. "That's a pity, too, because I suppose it would have been a comfort to Miss Meredith." He turned on his smile again, rose, buttoned his overcoat, and shook hands with me. "I'm just as much obliged to you anyway, and we'll fall back on your theory that the ways of genius are past finding out. What if he did paint a portrait of a face he'd never seen, and improve on the only record of it we've given him? After all, that's no more mysterious than writing Hamlet." "Do you suppose Shakespeare believed in ghosts?" I asked. He looked at me steadily for a moment, in thoughtful silence. "Everybody believes in ghosts," he said. "Everybody." He stood near the door, his walking stick tucked under his arm while he drew on his gloves, but when he had finished and had laid his hand on the knob, he stopped short, as if he had just remembered something. "There's something else Miss Meredith wanted me to ask about," he said. "I nearly forgot it." "Yes?" said I, inquiringly. "I wonder if I mayn't have a look at the portrait. I can explain what I mean better that way." "I'm afraid not," I told him. "I don't know where it is. Geoffrey said something about some trouble he had had with the frame. I don't know whether the canvas is in the studio or not, but I don't like to rummage." "Of course not," he assented cordially. "It's a very trifling matter, really. The pose of the face shows one ear, and that is in deep shadow. But in the portrait, just below the ear, there is a streak of bluish-green light. Miss Meredith couldn't account for it, and she has been wondering about it ever since. It looks as if it were meant for an earring. A jade earring, perhaps. But there was nothing like that in the photograph." "Of course," said I. "Nobody could answer a question like that except Geoffrey himself. But I doubt if there's any mystery about it. He probably put it there on the spur of the moment because it helped his harmony, or his composition, or some other of the tricks of his trade. But I'll ask him, if you like. He has your address, of course. He can drop you a line when he comes in and tell you all about it." The doctor began unbuttoning his coat and fumbling with his gloved hand in one of his inner pockets. "I wish you would ask him," he said. But when it comes to letting me know, I wish you'd take charge of that yourself. I never knew a genius who was a reliable letter writer." He had got out his pocketbook by now and was fishing for a card. Presently he got one and held it out to me. "Is it too much to ask?" he concluded. "Just a line telling what Geoffrey says about his reason for putting that little green streak into that shadow on his canvas. There's my address. If you undertake it for me, I shall be sure of hearing." "I'll be very glad to," said I. "Good-bye, then, and thank you." The next moment he was gone. I stood in my tracks, staring thoughtfully at the door he had closed behind him. I hoped Geoffrey wouldn't come in for a while. There was so much to think about, and I wanted my thoughts in order before I tried to tell them to him. After a while, my eyes fell to the rug where Dr. Crow had stood while he was fishing for the card with his address upon it. They caught the shine of something, half buried in the deep nap of the rug. My hands were trembling when I stooped to pick it up. It was a long, pendant earring of polished jade. But even as I stood there, staring dully at the thing that lay in the palm of my hand and glowed dully back at me, with the impenetrable look of mystery jade always has, the door from the reception room opened from behind me. I put the hand with the earring into my trousers pocket, turned, and faced Geoffrey. "Did you meet Crow?" I asked. "He's just this minute gone." He shook his head. "I heard you talking in here as I came by the door, so I waited. He made you quite a visit. Had he anything to say?" "Oh, he wanted to see the portrait," said I. "He said Miss Meredith was waiting for it with a mixture of anxiety and dread." "She'll probably have it in a few days," said Geoffrey. "Richard seems to have no doubt about recovering it. He thinks he knows where it is." "Where does he think it is?" I asked. Geoffrey shook his head. "He didn't tell me. He asked me a few questions and jumped to a theory of his own. I couldn't follow him. It's the first time anything like that ever happened to me. To be outguessed by a policeman. I'm losing my wits, I suppose. Of course, I didn't ask him." He walked moodily across to his Morris chair and dropped into it with an air of utter lassitude and fatigue. I hated to begin asking him questions. Poor Geoffrey! If the inextricable tangle of coincidences in which we were involved already terrified and bewildered him, what would his condition be when he heard the rest? When I told him the whole story of my conversation with Dr. Crow, and when I showed him the thing I had just put in my pocket. The thing had to be done, however. "Geoffrey," said I, "Miss Meredith and the doctor were terribly puzzled by that portrait." "Puzzled?" I nodded. "Geoffrey, it's more like the original than the photograph was." I expected his eyes to widen at that, and his body to grow tense. Instead, he answered indifferently enough. "What of it? It ought to be more like." "You mean, I suppose, that any really great artist sees beneath the surface of things, depicts an inner truth that—" "Inner truth be blowed!" interrupted Geoffrey. "It's surfaces I'm talking about. A photograph of anything but a flat object is never by any possibility correct. You can photograph an etching, or the page out of a book, or a set of working drawings with absolute accuracy, but never anything in the round. There is only one plane in a photograph that is in true focus. Everything that comes nearer than that plane is too big. Everything behind that plane is too small. Any competent draftsman can correct a photograph, and any competent portrait painter can paint from a photograph a portrait that is more like than the photograph itself." His manner nettled me a little, all the more because it was so rare with him. Of course, he had some excuse for being irritable today, and I might have remembered that any sort of culturine talk about art with a big A always made him impatient. But he had made it easier than I had expected to speak about the earring. "All right," said I. "We'll let the inner truth be blowed as far as you like and get down to facts. Did you do anything beside correcting the drawing in the photograph?" "Beside?" "Did you paint anything in it that wasn't there? Did you make up anything and slap it in, just to make the picture look better, or harmonize, or compose better, or, well, for any other reason, Geoffrey?" He was looking at me keenly enough now. "What do you mean?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" "Dr. Crow," said I, "expressed some curiosity about a light bluish-green streak in the shadow under the ear. He wondered if it had been meant to represent an earring. Say, a jade earring." Geoffrey was on his feet now, and his eyes were blazing. "Did he ask that question himself? Just that way?" he demanded. "Just that way, Geoffrey?" His excitement had infected me now, and my question asked itself jerkily. "Geoffrey, was there a jade earring in the other portrait? The one you found in your studio when you came back from Otapo?" He didn't answer for a full minute, and all the while his unseeing eyes never left my face. All the power of his mind was concentrated in the struggle to reproduce and perfect a memory. "No," he said at last, "it wasn't in the portrait. But I can tell you where it was, Drew. It was in the ear of the girl who stood beside me on the bridge that night at Paris." "What did it look like?" I asked breathlessly. Once more he took his time about answering. His eyelids narrowed to slits, and the contracted pupils were no bigger than pinpoints. "There was a tiny ring which pierced the lobe of the ear," he said, "and below that a small perfect sphere of jade. Below that was a long, rounded, tapering pendant. It's as clear to me as if I had it in my hand." "Like this?" I asked, and I took my hand out of my pocket. There in my palm lay the thing he had described. The moment I uncovered it, I regretted having sprung this last mine in so theatrical a fashion. Had I not been as excited as he, I shouldn't have done it, because I really feared that the shock of this last, could I call it a coincidence, might do him a serious injury. My own brain was reeling with the weird, incredible extravagance of it, and to me the whole thing came at second hand. What would it be to him who had felt the unknown, undiscoverable presence in his Paris studio, who had found the portrait painted there, who had seen the photograph of the same face, and had learned that it was the face of a girl who was dead a whole year before that ghostly portrait had been painted? I stood there for a minute, not daring to look at him, fearing that there might break any moment on my ears a burst of maniacal laughter. But, utterly to my astonishment, what I did hear was a long, deep breath of the most intense relief. "Thank the Lord," said Geoffrey. He took the earring from my hand, carried it over to the light, and subjected it to a minute, careful scrutiny. I noticed that he was rubbing a finger over its smooth, cool surface, as if the actual material feeling of it were an intense satisfaction to him. Then he tucked it into his pocket, pulled himself up on a high painting stool, and hooked his heels into the rungs. He was a new man again. Rather, he was the old man, the man he had been before he went to Paris and had never been since. He gave his head a rueful shake. "I've had a scare, Drew. The worst I ever had in my life. I didn't even dare tell you how bad it was. That will have to be my apology for the way I treated you this morning. Now that it's over, I'll try to make amends. Let's go to lunch. Richards won't be here for an hour or two." Then, for the first time, He seemed to notice the astonishment that had held me speechless, but that I am sure must have shown in my face. "What's the matter with you?" he asked. "Don't you understand?" "I can understand the scare all right," said I, "but why you should say it is over now is beyond me. I was almost afraid to show you that earring. I was afraid it might finish you. It's pretty near finished me." He smiled at me, his old, amused, irrepressible smile. "Man," said I, "the girl was dead, and you saw her. One might have explained the portrait, but it wasn't in the portrait that you saw the earring. It was in the ear of the girl herself, and she was dead. And yet you described the earring in the most minute detail." "Oh, come along to lunch," said Geoffrey. "I'm hungry as a hod-carrier when they blow the whistle. I'll tell you all about it across the corner of a square meal." And no persuasion of mine could get another word out of him until we were fairly seated in a nearby restaurant, and had sent away the waiter with an order that did ample justice to Geoffrey's boast about his appetite. "By the way," said Geoffrey, "you haven't told me where you got that earring." "No," said I, rather sulkily. "As long as you have solved the mystery so easily without that information, I don't see why you should want it." Geoffrey smiled again, and reached over and patted me on the arm. There is some sort of magic in Geoffrey's touch. In this case it wiped away my resentment, as a sponge wipes the writing off a slate. "Crow left it," said I. "Left it? Crow?" "Oh, quite involuntarily. He had his gloves on, and he was fishing in his card case for a card with his address on it." "I had his address," said Geoffrey. "His confidence in you as a letter writer is very limited," said I, "and he said he really wanted an explanation of that green streak in the shadow under the ear. He relied on me to get it for him. The earring must have been in his card case, and when he fished out his card he dropped it. That's a very soft, thick rug, and it didn't make any noise." "Crow," said Geoffrey thoughtfully. "Crow. I wonder if he will turn out to be the beginning. I wonder if the first step in our mystery lies his way." "The first step?" I cried. "Then you haven't solved it?" "Solved it?" said Geoffrey. "I haven't tried to solve it, haven't begun to solve it." "But," I protested, "up there in the studio you said you had had a bad scare, but it was over." "Yes," said Geoffrey, "the scare was over and the mystery begun. Can't you see what a relief it is to know that it is a mystery? What do you suppose it was that I was afraid of? That I had seen a ghost?" "Why, something like that," said I. "I am perfectly willing to see a ghost," said Geoffrey, "if I can be convinced that it is a ghost, an outside ghost, somebody else's ghost as well as mine. The thing that terrified me was that I couldn't prove, even to myself, that it was anything more than a kink in my own mind, a bunch of hallucinations and obsessions of my own producing, the sort of things that make the alienists rich. But now I know that what I saw on the bridge that night in Paris was either a live woman or an honest ghost. I'm going to find out which it was. Whichever it was, that earring Crow was so curious about lets me out. No two people ever have exactly the same mania, and he is evidently as curious about the thing that wore the earring as I am." "He or Miss Meredith?" said I. "Yes, he or the mysterious Miss Meredith," Geoffrey assented. "For the present, we'll consider them one person, and that one person Dr. Crow. Now, let us try to figure out Crow's position. This is going to be logic, which is your department, so you will have to correct me if I go wrong. Crow gets me to paint a portrait. We don't know why he came to me. I didn't want to paint it, and he insisted. The question is, had he any reason for insisting, beyond the fact that his client was rich and that I was fashionable? We have no means of answering that question yet. I didn't tell him where my studio was the last time I spent a winter in Paris, but he might have found it out from someone else. And if he knew, I cried, he might have thought that in that particular place you might see something. He might have wanted to try his experiment. Exactly, said Geoffrey, but we can't build upon that yet. That's got to stay in the question column. Anyhow, I paint the portrait, and the portrait shows some data which were not contained in the photograph he gave me. He looked at me thoughtfully. What did he begin on? He asked. Did he begin with the earring? No, said I. He began by trying to find out if you couldn't have met the girl, if you hadn't been in Paris during the time she was there. During the time she lived there, Geoffrey corrected. I nodded. You satisfied him that was impossible? He asked. Completely, said I. It was as perfect an alibi as you ever saw. And then, Geoffrey went on, he asked, said I, if you hadn't been to Paris 2 years ago. After the girl had died, he commented. I pointed that out to him, said I, but still I thought he held his breath while he waited for my answer. So that he evidently thought it possible, said Geoffrey, that I might have seen her after she was dead. I wonder if Dr. Crow believes in ghosts. He said he did, said I. What? He said that everybody did. That would include him, I suppose. Your logic is flawless, said Geoffrey, but how did he come to make that observation? It was quite casual, said I. I happened to say that I wondered if Shakespeare believed in them. Casually? Oh, yes. He said something about Hamlet that put it in my head. I suppose the subject never was very far out. I wish I'd seen him, said Geoffrey. Why do you make so important a matter of it? I asked. Geoffrey looked at me with a rueful little frown that had half a smile in it. Because, my dear Drew, said he, if Dr. Crow doesn't believe in ghosts, then he has got some reason for doubting that Claire Meredith is really dead. He suspects I saw something. If he is perfectly sure it couldn't have been a ghost I saw, then he must know that it is possible that what I saw was the living woman. There was a moment's silence. Then Geoffrey brought his hand down suddenly, but softly, on the table. And then the earrings, he whispered. Crow has the earrings, or he had, till he dropped one of them this morning. If it isn't a ghost I saw on the bridge, she had the earrings then. If Crow doesn't believe in ghosts, then he has seen the living woman since I did. How do you make that out? I asked. Why, you idiot, he cried. How else did he get them from her? He has them now. She had them then, unless she was dead then and buried in a ghost that I saw. We'd have taken a long step in our mystery if we could be sure whether Dr. Crow believed in ghosts or not. I went back with Geoffrey to the studio after lunch, although I was uneasily conscious that my office chair was yawning for me. Geoffrey's affairs are always so much more interesting than my own that there isn't as much generosity and self-sacrifice as he credits me with in my ready devotion to his. We found Richards, the police lieutenant, waiting for us. I'm sorry to have kept you, said Geoffrey, but I found I needed a square meal. Oh, I don't mind waiting, Richards assured him, but you missed a caller. A caller? Said Geoffrey. He and I exchanged a glance. Crow? I whispered under my breath. He didn't leave his name, said Richards. He's the rug man. Oh, said Geoffrey indifferently. Did he wait long? No, said the lieutenant. He examined the rug rather carefully and said he'd let you know about it in the morning. Which rug was it? I asked. The one over there by the door. That's the right one, isn't it? The lieutenant asked the last question of Geoffrey. "Oh, yes," said Geoffrey. "He knew which one it was right enough. Do you remember what he looked like?" "Why," said the lieutenant, "he was a pretty tall, good-looking, dark—" "Oh, you needn't describe him," Geoffrey interrupted. "Just remember him. You may meet him again some time." The lieutenant laughed. "What? Is he one of your, what do you call them, latent criminals?" "I don't know," said Geoffrey, "but it will do you no harm to remember what he looked like." We ensconced Richards in the big chair and provided him with a big cigar. Geoffrey went over to his paint table and began an elaborate pretense of setting it to rights. "Well," he asked, "any luck with my little affair? Are you going to be able to get that portrait back for me?" The lieutenant unctuously licked the wrapper of his cigar and favoured it with the caressing gaze of a connoisseur before he answered. He was in very good humour with himself. "I have got it," he said. "Already?" I cried. "The lieutenant had the right guess this morning," said Geoffrey. "I suspected as much." "But you couldn't figure out what the guess was," said Richards. Then he turned to me. "I don't mind admitting, Mr. Drew, that this young fellow has pulled some long shots in the crime-detecting business that the front office has never been able to understand. You saw one of them yourself, and they tell me you wrote a book about it. But when it comes right down to cases, an old professional thief-catcher like me has got a few tricks of his own. Mr. Geoffrey here might have worked his game, whatever it is. I don't pretend to understand it, for 5 years and he wouldn't have found it. But he came to me, and I put my hand on it in 15 minutes. Oh, you will see for yourself," he went on, for both of us showed the surprise we felt at his announcement. "They'll bring it up in the wagon. It'll be here any time now. But the next time, Mr. Drew, that you write a detective story, you might give the police a little credit. It was near 11 o'clock when Mr. Geoffrey made his complaint." He pulled out a big gold watch in a hunting case and looked at it impressively. "His picture'll be back here before 2. That's 3 hours. Mr. Geoffrey never worked any quicker than that himself, and as I told you, he wouldn't have got it back himself in 5 years. "Oh, come," said Geoffrey, "there aren't as many fences as that in town. I shouldn't have known the right one to go to first, but I know something about them. Besides, I could probably have advertised a reward and got it eventually." "You could have advertised," said the lieutenant, "until you were black in the face, and you could have gone to every fence in New York City if you knew where they were, which you don't, and at that you would never have found it." "All right," said Geoffrey, "you've got me. I'd like to know how you did it." "Well," said Richards, "you've made me ask that question a good many times, and turnabout is fair play. This is the way I figured it out. To begin with, pictures don't get stolen. Frames do, sometimes, and if there's a picture in the frame, it may go along too. But this picture wasn't in a frame." "It seems to me," said Geoffrey, "I remember hearing about a picture called the Mona Lisa in Paris that was stolen, and then there was that Gainsborough that Pinkerton got back." "Oh, sure, that kind of pictures," said the lieutenant impatiently. "Pictures out of galleries. What I mean is the kind of pictures you paint." Geoffrey laughed. "I appreciate the distinction," he said. "Go ahead." "There'd be no use taking such a thing," the lieutenant went on, "because it wouldn't be possible to dispose of it. No regular fence would know what to do with it. If a man had stolen it, the only thing for him to do would be to get into communication with you and try to make you ransom it. And what should you pay to ransom it for, when you can paint another?" Geoffrey concealed his grin this time, and he asked, demurely enough. "Then the next step in your reasoning would be, I should think, that since pictures of this sort are never stolen, it follows that mine wasn't." "Exactly," said the lieutenant. "That's the way I figured it out. It wasn't stolen at all. It was borrowed." We both exclaimed at that. "Borrowed," repeated the lieutenant impressively. "The borrower hasn't been in any hurry to return it," said Geoffrey with a laugh. "He meant to return it," said the lieutenant, "but he couldn't return it." Geoffrey looked around with a quick frown of interest. "I've been expecting to catch up with you every minute," he said, "but I'm as far behind you as ever. How did you settle in your mind who this borrower had been?" "You gave me the clue to that," said Richards. "You told me you had painted the portrait from a photograph of a lady who was dead. Do you remember that I asked you how much they were going to pay you for it? You thought the question was none of my business, and you only gave me a general idea of the amount. But it was enough to go on. And then you said that as soon as you finished it, you went away on a 3 months vacation." "Do you mean to say," asked Geoffrey, "that the amount I had been paid for painting the picture helped to guide you to the discovery of the borrower of it?" "It's like this," said Richards. "Anybody who would pay as many thousands as that for a portrait of a person who is dead must have a good deal of interest in that person, and must have a lot of money left for other purposes. Now, anybody with lots of money and with exceptional interest in a person recently dead is particularly good game for one sort of crook. That crook is the spiritualist. You haven't been in the city in the last few months. If you had, and had kept up your interest in the doings of the police, you would have known there was a crusade on against the spiritualists. There are a number of very clever ones in the city, and they have pulled off some pretty big hauls. When they picked old man Martin clean and left his heirs holding the bag, they went a little too far, and we got after them. It's wonderful how much they know, how carefully they watch people. That's the whole thing in their game, of course. They're prepared to take advantage of any opportunity that comes along." The lieutenant got up, walked across the studio, and threw open the door into the reception room. "I thought I'd see if your Jap boy had come back," he said. "Come back?" said Geoffrey. "He shouldn't have gone out. He ought to be here now." "He slipped away just after he let me in," said Richards, "and I've an idea you won't see him again, unless you want him for something, and in that case you'll have to come to us to find him for you. He's just the sort those people try to get hold of. They can pick up lots of interesting things. Japs always love to be spies, and they have exceptional facilities for it, because people talk before them as they wouldn't before anyone of their own sort." "Well," said Geoffrey, "that's one on me. I've talked before him myself, as if he'd been a plaster image. Goodness knows what he may not have found out about me. But I'm beginning to get the idea, I think. My Jap tips it off to some spiritualist that I am painting the portrait of a young lady who died a short time ago, that the person who commissioned me to paint it is wealthy, and then, by a lucky coincidence, that I was closing my studio and going off for a vacation. The spiritualist pays for the tip, comes up and borrows the portrait with the idea of getting it safely back in place before my return. But before he gets through with it, his place is raided and the portrait seized. That's the chain of reasoning, isn't it?" The lieutenant nodded. "And when you thought it out as far as that," Geoffrey went on, "you went up into some sort of lumber room up there at police headquarters and hauled it out from a heap of other junk you'd confiscated when you raided their place." "Right you are," said the lieutenant. "It's even possible," Geoffrey went on, "that you remembered that that very picture had been brought in." "What if I did?" said Richards. "I had to figure it out, that picture might be yours, didn't I?" "Yes," said Geoffrey, "and it's a good job." "I still don't see it," said I, "what the spiritualist wanted to borrow the portrait for." "Why, to make up a ringer from, of course," said the lieutenant. "Don't you see," said Geoffrey, "with that picture to work from, they'd be able to produce a materialization that would be mighty effective. They get pretty good ones from just hearsay reports of what people looked like. But with a portrait that showed the color of the hair and eyes and the type of complexion, that even reproduced in some detail a dress that had belonged to her." He broke off short and stood staring at us for a minute. Then without another word he rushed over to a big wardrobe and began pulling out its contents. They were very miscellaneous. All sorts of costumes, dresses, bits of drapery, old shawls. One at a time he flung them out into a heap on the floor. It was a simple but efficacious way of looking for something, and, to as unmethodical a man as Geoffrey, the only one. "Well," he said at last, turning to face us when the wardrobe stood empty, "they must have got that too. They gave me the girl's own dress to paint the portrait from," he went on. "I posed a model in it for the figure. They evidently took that too. By Jove, that's almost as awkward as the loss of the picture." "Oh, well," said Richards, "I can probably get it back for you. You will have to come down to headquarters and identify it, but it's undoubtedly there with the rest of the junk. But you can see how slick the game is," he went on, "with the gown itself and the portrait to make up from. They could have made the old lady think she was seeing ghosts all right, once they got their hooks into her." Geoffrey paled a little and spoke to me with an uncertain little laugh. "More ghosts," he said. "It's queer the way it all fits in, isn't it, Drew?" I nodded. For my own sake, as well as Geoffrey's, I was glad we had that earring, the one solitary material assurance we possessed that we weren't dreaming, or worse. For no mind, not even a solid, prosaic mind like my own, can resist a series of coincidences for very long. The notion that this portrait of the ghost girl that had so mysteriously disappeared had been found again in the parlours of a spiritualist gave me a queer sense of discomfort. The lieutenant was looking from Geoffrey's face to mine in a puzzled, interested sort of way. "More ghosts?" he questioned. "What do you mean by that? Have you been seeing them, you two?" Neither of us had an answer ready for him, and before we could think of one, there came a ring at the bell. "That's possibly the portrait now," said Geoffrey. He had guessed right, for there in the doorway stood a big policeman, carrying in his arms what was evidently a big canvas, wrapped in brown wrapping paper. "I told them to do it up carefully," said the lieutenant, "after I heard the price they were going to pay for it. I began to see things different. I didn't think it was anything so very much when they brought it in." Geoffrey laughed. "You're very much like everybody else when it comes to art criticism. They all want to see the price on the back before they know whether to get enthusiastic or not." "Well," said the lieutenant, "when I went back this morning and took another good look at it, I could see that it might be something pretty good." Under his directions, the policeman brought the canvas in and leaned it against the wall. "That's all," he said. The policeman saluted and turned to go. I heard the clink of a coin as Geoffrey slipped his hand into his pocket and followed him out of the door. "Now," he said, as he returned a moment later, "now for a look." He carried the canvas, still in its wrappings of paper, over to his big studio easel and set it up. Then carefully and eagerly he began cutting the strings that held the paper in place. Then with a single motion he stripped the paper away and stepped back to get the full effect. He looked at the thing, at first with a stare of simple incomprehension, Then his face turned red, and with a snort of anger, he wheeled round on the lieutenant. "What sort of a fool joke is this?" he demanded. For my own part, astonishment held me for a moment, just as it had held Geoffrey, and then I burst into a shout of uncontrollable laughter, for, of all the ridiculous daubs that ever disgraced a canvas, this particular atrocity was certainly the worst. You have probably seen in the show window of a department store a painter turning out genuine oil paintings at the rate of 4 or 5 an hour to be given away to the store's patrons with every $5 worth of purchases. Well, this oil painting looked a good deal like that, only it was much bigger and very much worse. "Isn't it yours?" asked Richards. "Mine!" shouted Geoffrey. "No, I should say it was not mine." "All right," said the lieutenant. "All right. I don't see anything to get sore about. It was there, and it corresponded to the description." "Corresponded?" Geoffrey looked at him blankly for a second, then looked back at the canvas, and then he too began to laugh. "You're quite right, Richards," he said when he got his breath. "You're quite right. It does correspond to the description. It's a blonde girl. At least she's meant for a girl, and that yellow swab stands for blonde hair, and that ghastly mess of white paint may have been meant for a white satin gown." Geoffrey got his breath with difficulty. "It's all right," he assured the lieutenant. "You did your best, and it was very clever of you, really." "Oh, laugh, laugh," said the lieutenant. "Go on, don't mind me." For Geoffrey was overcome at this point by a fresh paroxysm. "You didn't think much of it when you first saw it," he gasped, "but when you had another good look, you saw that it might be pretty good." "They all look alike to me," said Richards, "and I thought if some nut would pay $6,000 for it, there must be something there." "Drew," said Geoffrey, "hand the lieutenant a fresh cigar and get him a drink. We'll all have a drink," he said, "to the brilliant future of the painter and to the long life of his subject." The lieutenant began to get his good humour back again. He smiled rather ruefully. "Well, my boy," he said, "I'm glad you didn't paint it, that's the truth, because I was thinking that if you got $6,000 for a thing like that, you painters must be almost as ripe for a raid as the spiritualists." He settled back comfortably with his fresh cigar and began rolling the joke around in his capacious head. He was enjoying it more and more every minute. Geoffrey, on the contrary, seemed suddenly sober. He paid no attention whatever to the lieutenant's jokes, but stood in front of that atrocious canvas, his hands deep in his trousers pockets, his head sunk forward on his shoulders, staring at it in a thoughtful abstraction. "Coming to see something in it at last yourself, are you?" said the lieutenant. "Yes," said Geoffrey seriously, "I am." He lifted the stretcher from the easel, turned it around, and looked at the back of it, rubbed his fingers over the canvas, then replaced it on the easel and stared at it a little longer. Then, with a sudden air of decision, he went over to his paint table and came back with a big tin pot of unpleasant-looking blackish-green salve. In another minute, with the aid of a palette knife, he was rapidly smearing this stuff all over the surface of the canvas. "Hold on," said Richards. "That thing may not be much good, but it's somebody's darling. I can't let you spoil it." The hand that held the palette knife went on all the faster. "Don't you worry," said Geoffrey. "I'm not spoiling it. I'm increasing its value about 20,000%. There was a ring of excitement in his voice that I couldn't account for. But whenever Geoffrey spoke in that particular tone, I stopped trying to interfere with him. He knew what he was about when he talked like that. Richards still looked uneasy. "Don't you worry," said I. "I don't know what he's doing, but he does." In another minute the canvas was completely covered with a thick, greasy, blackish-green smear. Geoffrey dropped the pot on the floor in his eagerness and fairly ran out of the studio into a little bathing and dressing room that was partitioned off in the corner. "He may have improved it," said Richards dubiously, "but I doubt if the man who painted it would think so." The next minute Geoffrey came back with a bucket of water and a big bath sponge. "Now you'll see," he said. He dipped the sponge in the water and began washing off the stuff he had just put on. It seemed to be taking the paint with it. And then I got a clue. As his sponge swept over the horrible pink daub that had been a hand, another hand appeared under it, an exquisite, slender hand, painted as only Geoffrey himself can paint them. The next stroke carried away a whole section of white paint, and underneath it showed the shimmer of satin in long, broken folds. "Well, I'll be damned," said Richards. "The real picture's underneath." "You've solved the mystery," said Geoffrey excitedly. "It is." He hadn't got to the face yet. He seemed to be leaving that to the last, but already we could see, in the simple grace of the folds, the beautiful painting of the figure, the exquisite tones of the background, that the picture was one of extraordinary beauty. "Let's see the face, man," said Richards. "Let's see the face." "In a minute," said Geoffrey. Faster and faster flew the big sponge, and more of the disfiguring paint that disguised it came away, leaving the original picture under its protecting coat of heavy varnish, intact. "Now," said Geoffrey, and with the last stroke of his great sponge, he wiped the pink and yellow daubs away from the face and hands. "There she is," he said at last. "What do you think of her?" He wrung out his sponge, tossed it away, and began wiping his hands on a bath towel before he became aware of the tense silence, of the sudden mystery that was holding Richards and me spellbound. We stared at that face, and from it back into each other's, and then at the face again. "Well," said Geoffrey, "what's the matter with you fellows? Speak up. Was the person who paid $6,000 for it such a nut after all, Richards?" But the question passed unheeded. The lieutenant's face was grey, but his eyes were shining with excitement. For myself, I was trembling all over, and I found it hard to speak steadily. "You recognize it, don't you?" I asked in a low tone. "It's the face." "Not a doubt about it in the world," he said. "It's the face. I couldn't forget it in 1,000 years. I saw it, you know, just after they found it." "What do you mean?" said Geoffrey. "What are you talking about?" "That," said Richards. "That's the girl they found frozen in the ice. The girl nobody's been able to identify." "Do you mean," asked Geoffrey, "the girl Gwendolen was telling me about last night? The girl who had been murdered and thrown into the river?" "That's who he means," said Richards. "This is the first clue we have found as to who she might be. What do you know about her?" Geoffrey didn't answer. He was looking at the face on the canvas as studiously and intently as if he were seeing it for the first time. Richards repeated his question. "What do you know about her?" "Nothing," said Geoffrey. There was another silence. "Come along, then," said Richards impatiently. "I want to find out all you know about her." "I know nothing about her, I tell you," said Geoffrey. "I never even heard of her till last night." "You painted her portrait?" said the lieutenant. "Oh, if that's what you want," said Geoffrey, "I can tell you a little, but not very much. This is the portrait of Miss Claire Meredith. She was, I understand, a very charming young lady with considerable artistic talent, and the expectation of a very large fortune, which she would have inherited from a wealthy maiden aunt, had she survived her. As it is, this young lady died 3 years ago in Paris of smallpox. Her aunt, who is as rich as she is eccentric, and as eccentric as she is rich, has ever since been inconsolable over her loss, and last November commissioned me to paint this portrait. If you want to find out more about the young lady, you will have to go to the old one." "You never saw the girl yourself? You said she lived in Paris, didn't you?" "She died the year before I made my last visit to Paris," said Geoffrey. "I painted this from a photograph." The lieutenant was looking thoughtfully at the canvas now himself. Geoffrey laughed. "No spirit painting about this, Lieutenant. The spirit portrait was the one I washed off just now." "Well, it's a good picture of her, all right. Of the girl they found in the ice, I mean. It's almost as good as a photograph of her. You can see who it's meant for right off." "Did you happen to notice," asked Geoffrey suddenly, "whether this paint was wet? I mean, the outer coat that had been put on over this, when it was brought into the station?" "I couldn't say," Richards answered. "I don't believe so, though, because it would have messed up everything if it had been. There wasn't any cover over it. Why?" "I was wondering," said Geoffrey, "why they painted over it. Of course, the obvious explanation would be that the raid had been tipped off, just as police raids usually are." "Like hell they are," said Richards. "If ever anyone was caught with the goods, that bunch was. Tipped off. Who do you think you're talking to?" Geoffrey laughed. "To an ornament to the force," he said. "But you needn't look so fierce about it. I'm not a reformer. And anyway, in this case, if the raid had been tipped off, the paint would have been wet on the canvas. Unless, of course, they got hold of the schedule of raids several days in advance." The lieutenant snorted. He was too indignant for articulate remonstrance. "But I can't think of any other reason," Geoffrey went on, "why they should take the trouble to disguise the picture." "You can't you?" said Richards. "No," said Geoffrey, "and I don't believe you can." "Well then, Mr. Sherlocko, you'd better stick to painting portraits and leave crime to the police. I'm just a plain blue coat, but I can see a reason." He gave his attention to the portrait again, held up his hands so that they framed off the shining mass of hair, and scrutinized the mask itself. "It's like her," he said, "but only in a general sort of way." "What is the reason, then?" said Geoffrey, apparently paying no attention to this last remark. "It's so simple," said the lieutenant. "I'm ashamed to tell you." "Out with it," said Geoffrey. "I play fair. I acknowledge when I'm wrong. You certainly did a good job in getting this portrait back. That was a fine, clean piece of reasoning." "Well," demanded Richards, "doesn't that reasoning help you to find a reason why they should disguise the portrait? Why did they take it in the first place? Because they wanted a ringer for this dead girl, so that the old dame who ordered the portrait—" He didn't bother to complete the sentence, but went on thoughtfully after a moment's silence. "You say she hasn't any family?" Geoffrey nodded. "And that she's rich and nutty?" "Eccentric was my word," said Geoffrey. "And that she can't get over losing the girl," Richards went on. "Why, the thing's as plain as the nose on your face." Geoffrey stroked the member thoughtfully. "Well," he said, "you're putting it all over me today. Perhaps I can work it out after a night's sleep." Richards got up decisively and put on his overcoat. "Well, I've done theorizing enough for one day," he said. "Now I'm going to get busy." "I don't suppose you'd tell us what you are going to do for anything in the world?" said Geoffrey. "Oh, I don't mind telling. I've got nothing up my sleeve. Everything done in full sight of the audience. I'm going to round up those spiritualists." Geoffrey laughed. "Good luck to you," he said. There was a step in the corridor outside, a short double ring at the bell, and a miscellaneous assortment of letters fell through the mail slot in the door upon the floor inside. Geoffrey went over in a leisurely way and began picking them up. He always had a large, variegated, and interesting-looking mail, but the thing that was absorbing his attention just now was a Japanese picture postcard. It absorbed him so completely that Richards delayed his farewell, and both of us stood watching him curiously. "How are you going to find those spiritualists?" he asked at last. "You've put them out of business, haven't you?" "Oh, they're not far away," said the lieutenant. "We'll find them. It may be rather a long job from your point of view, but I think we'll have them in a week." "I've a notion," said Geoffrey, "that I can help you find them." "Coming to life, are you?" laughed the lieutenant. Geoffrey nodded. "Your theory is that my Jap has bolted," he said. "In other words, that he was in cahoots with those spiritualists. Very likely they have some other member of his family working for them. Openly, I mean." "All right so far," said Richards. "But what good does that do? I'd rather find 3 spiritualists than 1 Jap. They're the meanest kind of a proposition to lay hands on." "Here you are, then," said Geoffrey, and he handed the postcard to the lieutenant. I looked at it frankly over his shoulder and was as completely puzzled by it as he. It was addressed to Togo, to be sure, and postmarked at the 23rd Street Post Office here in New York. But on the reverse side there was nothing at all but a familiar little Japanese picture of Fuji with a few snaky trees and a seagull or two in the foreground, and a couple of vertical lines of Japanese characters printed on the side. The lieutenant looked at it blankly. "What's the idea?" he asked in rich scorn. "Me to go to the 23rd Street substation and ask them who mailed this, and if he happened to leave his address?" "I've an idea that his address is on it," said Geoffrey. "Only, unfortunately, I can't read Japanese." "Where's there any Japanese except what's printed down the side here?" "It isn't printed," said Geoffrey. "That's the point. Look at it slantwise and you'll see, if your fingers aren't sensitive enough to feel it. It's been written on in India ink, in a wonderfully careful imitation of printing. Let it warm under your thumb for a minute, and you'll find it sticky." "What makes you think it's got anything to do with our mystery, even so?" I asked. "It's got to do with some mystery anyway," said Geoffrey. "A Jap could have dashed off that message in 2 minutes, writing in the ordinary way. This job must have taken him an hour or 2. He was willing to go to that trouble, rather than have anyone suspect that Togo was getting communications of any sort from his own people. A sealed letter might be opened. A message, that looked like a message, might be read. This thing was calculated to slip by as something too unimportant to look at." The lieutenant was studying the postcard as if he couldn't be quite sure whether Geoffrey was joking or not. "You're the original self-acting mystery maker, all right," he said. "What will you bet it doesn't say J. Shimboshi Postcards and Novelties, Tokyo, or something of that sort?" "Find somebody who can read it," said Geoffrey, "and if it says anything like that, I'll buy you the finest dinner at Churchill's you ever sat down to." "That goes," said Richards in a manner that he meant to sound a little heartier and more confident than it really was. Geoffrey had a diabolical way of hitting it right, even when he founded his guesses on such trifling and tenuous grounds as this. The lieutenant waved a large hand to us in amiable farewell, and took his departure, his footsteps resounding in a steady decrescendo as he strode down the corridor. As soon as he was fairly gone, Geoffrey dropped into his big chair, limply, like a man who was tired. His failure to follow the policeman's train of thought was so new an experience that it was no wonder he took it hard. But he looked as he sat there like a man who has just come through some exhausting effort. Neither of us spoke for quite a while. "I've played fair with Richards, I think," he said. "How about it? Do you agree with me? It really looks to me like an even break, only each of us takes the line that suits his talents." "I'm afraid I don't quite understand you," said I, "but I do think you played fair with him, absolutely. In fact, I thought it was mighty good of you to give him that hint about the postcard, when he had been so cagey with you about his explanation of the portrait. About their reason for putting the paint over it, I mean." Geoffrey got up rather suddenly and went to his paint table, where he stood with his back to me, busy among his colours. "So," I went on, "I don't see how there can be any question about your playing fair. But, Geoffrey, I believe I see what he was driving at, in a general sort of way, that is." "Do you?" he said in a queer voice. Still he didn't turn around. "Yes," said I. "You remember he thought they borrowed the portrait in order to help them find and make up what he calls a ringer, somebody that they can impose on Miss Meredith's credulity with. Well, Geoffrey, suppose they found her. Found somebody almost miraculously like what Claire Meredith must have been. Suppose, right in the middle of their work, that girl disappeared, and then was found in the ice. Perhaps one of them murdered her. Perhaps they knew someone who was likely to have murdered her, and were afraid to tell what they knew. Anyway, they kept still about it, and then, all at once, it occurred to them that it wouldn't do to have anyone see that portrait. It would lead to too many questions. So they daubed it over with paint. I believe that's Richard's idea. You know he said he was going to round up the spiritualists." Geoffrey turned round toward me weakly. There were tears in his eyes, but they were tears of suppressed laughter. He shook his head at me and wiped the tears away. "Drew," he said, "you will be the death of me some day." "What's the matter?" I asked. "Why, you dear old dub," said he. "Didn't you see that I was pounding away till my arms ached, trying to get that idea into that policeman's thick head?" "Oh, come," said I. "Don't try to work through a bluff like that. You were puzzled, and I think you might admit it. I know you see most things quicker than I do, but once in a while—" "Drew," he said, "listen. Do you remember that as soon as you told me of the, well, call it resemblance of this face here to that of the girl they found, that I told Richards decisively how she had died of smallpox 3 years ago, that her rich, eccentric aunt was alone in the world and was inconsolable over her loss? Could I have done any more, short of saying in so many words, to suggest to Richards that they meant to impose on the old lady with a resemblance? When I challenged him to find a reason why the paint had been put on this canvas, was there any possible way left open to him to explain it but the way he took? But why didn't you say it right out? That's what I want to know." "Because," said Geoffrey, "I wanted Richards to believe that the idea was really his. I wanted him to take it seriously. He's got an idea that my notions are fanciful, that I have a lucky way of guessing. The only way I could make him take that notion seriously, and could divert him from the other course that lay open to him, was by leading him to believe that he was getting the better of me, putting one over on me. I thought that you were on to the game all the while. You certainly played up to me as if you were." Then he laughed again, but for once his mirth couldn't charm a smile out of me. I felt very ill-used and rather sulky. "Come," he said, "you really have to forgive me for that. It was too perfectly delightful to hear you going on so seriously, telling me all about it." "All right," said I, "only the next time you really want any sympathy from me, look out." "I shall get it," said Geoffrey soberly. "God knows I needed it badly enough this morning, and you were there with the goods. I don't know what I should have done without you." "All right," said I, "you're forgiven. You always are. But, Geoffrey, what was the other course of action that lay open before Richards? What was it you didn't want him to do?" Geoffrey didn't answer, but his face became intensely thoughtful again. "An even break," he said. "I honestly believe it's an even break. But we'll wait and see." I was just finishing up an afternoon's work at my office a day or two later, when my clerk brought me word that Lieutenant Richards of the police wished to see me. He came in rather impressively and seated himself beside my desk, but after his first word of greeting, he let the better part of a minute go by in silence. Underneath his officially omniscient manner, it was possible to see that he was both puzzled and excited. "Well," said I at last, to start things, "who pays for that dinner at Churchill's?" He didn't answer the question directly, but brought his big fist down on a heap of documents that it took the office boy half an hour to straighten out again. "Your friend, Geoffrey," said he, "is a queer fish. He'll be blind to a fact that's as plain as the scareheads on the morning edition of an afternoon paper, and then he'll turn round and take a picture postcard and find out more from it than the whole department could learn in a week." "He was right about it then," said I. Richards nodded. "Are you sure he can't read Japanese?" he asked. "He said he couldn't," said I, "and I've never had any occasion to doubt his word." "Well, it beats me," said the lieutenant. "That printing was an address just as he said, spelled out in some sort of a flowery Japanese way, over on East 22nd Street. They made east with a picture of the rising sun. Can you beat it? Well, I had the place looked up, and she's there all right." "She?" "The woman whose other place we raided, the one who was doing the materializations. She's a clairvoyant now and crystal gazer. I suppose her husband's somewhere around in the background." "You haven't arrested them yet, then?" said I. "You can't arrest them yet," said Richards. "On the murder charge, the thing's too thin. Of course, any arrest in connection with that murder is going to be a tremendous sensation, and if we let the big noise loose before we get our case, we'll probably scare the case away. The thing to arrest them on is the charge of extorting money by the practice of magic. If they didn't know we suspected them in connection with the other thing, we might be able to get some valuable admissions out of them." "What's the difficulty about that course?" said I. "There must be some difficulty, or you'd have followed it." "There is," said the lieutenant. "She's keeping very quiet. She isn't advertising, nor holding public séances. Nothing that would justify a raid. The only way to work it is to get someone to make a complaint against her." "I understand," said I. "Someone has got to go to her and consult her and pay her money, and then complain to the police." "That's the idea," said he. "And the difficulty is that they're so shy and suspicious, and they know all the investigators so well that they won't take anybody but bona fide clients, and a bona fide client won't complain." My desk phone rang just then, and the next moment Gwendolyn's voice was in my ear. If Gwendolyn wanted to be a missionary and go about scattering sunshine, as the phrase goes, all she'd have to do would be to spend an hour or two a day calling people up on the telephone in the midst of their business worries and giving them the momentary luxury of the sound of her voice. "I'm in your outer office," she said. "I came down to sign those papers you wanted. It isn't important a bit, but when they told me Lieutenant Richards was with you, I couldn't resist asking whether Mr. Jeffrey had been right about the postcard." "Come in," I said. "We're rather at a standstill, and you may be able to help us out." "It's Mrs. Jack Marshall," I explained to the lieutenant as I hung up. He had looked a bit dubious on hearing me invite her in, but he lighted up immediately on hearing who she was. "The manicure girl," he cried. "I wish we could pin a star on her and make her one of the force. Where we'd have been without her in that Marshall case, I hate to think." They greeted each other pleasantly, and it didn't take us 2 minutes to present our difficulty before her. She sat smiling in thoughtful silence for a moment after we'd done, and then electrified us both by saying, "I'll go and consult her myself." "You wouldn't want to do that, Gwendolen," I cried. "An informer's lot is not a happy one any more than a policeman's. You'd have to go into court and appear against a woman and be subjected to an examination by a third-rate police court lawyer." "I'll go," she said, "but I don't promise to make a complaint. Perhaps I'll be so pleased with the fortune she tells me that I'll think I have had my money's worth, and shan't want to complain." "But the complaint's the thing we need," said the lieutenant. "We can't do anything till we get it." "I don't know," said Gwendolen. "Perhaps after I've talked with her there may be some other way." She smiled again, and I saw the outline of that other way was already in her mind, though it was equally clear that she didn't mean to tell us what it was. Richard saw it too, and he laughed with a sort of amused vexation. "You're almost as bad as Mr. Jeffrey," he said. "You want the police to leave the thing alone until you've tried your hand at it." "Oh, no," said Gwendolen. "You can do anything you please. Only I thought you said you couldn't arrest her without an informer." "Well, you've got me," the lieutenant admitted. "I shan't have to ask you to wait more than a day or two," she told him. Then she got up, nodded to me, said the papers could wait, and in another minute was gone. It only needed a glance at Gwendolen's face when I came home that night to convince me that she had made good her word, so far as her promised visit to the spiritualist went. But when I looked from her face to Jack's, I could see that he didn't approve at all of his pretty young wife's taking any more police problems on her shoulders, and I suspected him of wishing I'd kept her in the dark about it. Well, I more than half agreed with him. "You've been to see her?" I asked. She nodded and laughed. "And do you feel you've got your money's worth out of the fortune she told you, or are you indignant enough over the swindle to inform the police and have her arrested?" "The fortune certainly wasn't worth $2, said Gwendolen. "I could tell a better one myself with the grounds of a cup of tea. All about a dark man and a blonde man. Oh, but it was silly. But she seemed to feel that that sort of fortune-telling didn't amount to much herself. And when I got very sympathetic, she told me in a very spectral, blue-lighted sort of way that her real work was in acting as a medium for communications from the other world. She wanted to know if any of my loved ones had passed into the beyond, and said if they had, she could help me to communicate with them. I got very interested and trembly myself, and asked if I couldn't come to one of her séances. She said she wasn't giving them any more, not publicly at least, on account of the police. Then we both waited a minute, and at last I asked her if the spirits could come anywhere she wanted them to, because then we could have a private séance somewhere where the police wouldn't dare come. She said she could do it all right, but it came rather high. Introducing spirits into a private house seems pretty expensive business. It's going to cost $30, and Jack thinks that's awfully extravagant. Extravagant? Jack snorted angrily. It's the only silly thing I ever knew Gwendolen to do. But what is she going to do? I asked. Why, she's going to bring that woman here, tomorrow night, for a séance in this house. I wish you'd try to bring her to reason. I can't. I want you all to come, she said. Madeline won't. She says she's going to spend the night at the Crosbys'. I think that's just an excuse. But I want you and Mr. Jeffrey, and Lieutenant Richards. I want you to call him up, Cliff, and invite him. At the mention of Richard's name, Jack fairly blew up. What on earth are you thinking about? He demanded. We'll look nicely in the papers the next morning, shan't we? I should think you'd had enough of that sort of thing. There won't be anything in the papers, said Gwendolen rather coolly. I should think you knew me well enough to have a little more confidence in me than that. But Gwendolen, I expostulated, if you have that woman arrested here in our house for conducting a séance, I don't see how you can keep it out of the papers. On the whole, I'm inclined to agree with Jack. You'd better have nothing to do with it. Richards will find a pretext in a day or two for arresting her. She won't be arrested for conducting a séance, said Gwendolen. That's not the plan at all. What is it, then? I demanded. She was silent a moment before she answered. Then she said, No, I'm not going to tell you. You might make all sorts of objections. You just come to the séance. It will be down in the library at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and see what happens. I promise you that you won't be sorry if you do, and that you will be sorry if you don't. That's fair. And now, if you still tell me to let it all go, and pretend I never went to see her, never heard of her, I'll do as you say. Jack's got the casting vote, said I. It's his house and it's his wife. What do you say, Jack? He laughed. Oh, I haven't the nerve to tell her not to do it, said he. A husband's authority is all very well, but it's an awkward thing to exercise it on anybody who's as likely to be right as Gwendolen. And you'll come? She asked. And you'll let me have Lieutenant Richards? That's the bargain, isn't it? You're to run the show. We'll obey orders and no questions asked. You're a dear, she said. I've half a mind to tell you all about it, but it will be ever so much more fun for you if I don't. Will you call up the lieutenant, Cliff? The marshal's library was a big, rather formally arranged room, with a fireplace in one end, between a pair of bookcases, and opposite it, at the other end of the room, another pair of bookcases, with a mirror between. It was very dignified and rather solemn for an everyday family lounging place. I rather wondered at Gwendolen's choice of it, for it seemed to me that it, more than any other room in the house, was unfitting for her purpose. It would be almost profaned by a piece of charlatanism such as Gwendolen proposed to have take place there, but we had agreed to ask no questions. The next evening, at 8 o'clock, we all gathered there, except, of course, Richards, who had to keep in the background until the lights were out, and the séance fairly begun. The medium herself was a rather rotund person, with a peculiarly disagreeable voice, and a pasty complexion. Her cabinet, which was nothing but a wooden frame 2 feet square or so, and 7 or 8 feet high, stood in the corner of the room, behind where the medium was sitting. A little to the right from it was a small portable organ, which was apparently to be presided over by the medium's assistant. Geoffrey and I exchanged glances when we saw that he was unmistakably a Japanese. Geoffrey, Jack, Gwendolen, and I sat around in a semicircle opposite the medium. Geoffrey's chair was at the end, within reaching distance of the old library table, which had been moved over to the side of the room to leave sufficient space for our circle. There was a little doorway at the end of a sort of narrow alcove which led into the back hall. This door was left unlatched, and we had taken the precaution to oil the hinges. When things were fairly started, Richards was to come down to this door and station himself where he could observe events and take any action that they might render appropriate. I had attended séances many times before, and had long ago learned that they were always exactly alike, so that it was with no thrill of excitement or expectancy that I took my seat and waited for things to begin. Jack shared my feelings, and both he and I were puzzled to account for the demeanour of the other two. Of course, such things might be new to Gwendolen, but even novelty alone couldn't have given that added colour to her cheeks, nor quickened her breathing. As for Geoffrey, he was as excited as she, though all he showed of it, under a studiously repressed demeanour, was an edge to his quiet voice. We were all very hushed and decorous, as the etiquette is at such gatherings. The lights were all turned out except the spark from one high-low, which had been provided for the purpose. The Japanese went to the organ and began racking our nerves with hymn tunes frightfully out of key, both literally and figuratively, for we all had associations with them that made the cheap trickery of the present occasion jar badly on our nerves. After he had played a while, the medium began to talk, her throaty, unpleasant voice fittingly accompanied by the rasping wheezes of the little organ. Her English was as bad as her voice, and her vulgar platitudes and her supposedly mystic jargon were worse than either. After a little introduction, she began to ask questions, with the perfectly obvious purpose of getting data for the communications we were waiting for. Gwendolen was the only one of us who was either inventive enough or sufficiently interested to make replies, but these were evidently encouraging to the medium, for she warmed to her work. There were a few preliminary manifestations, the muffled jangle of a bell, and some thrummings on a badly tuned guitar, and then suddenly, in a moment of stillness, a thin, childish voice spoke out of the empty air. It was pretty well done, and if I had not been waiting for it, and been perfectly acquainted with the trick of ventriloquism by which the medium herself produced it, it might have startled me. "That's my control," announced the medium in her own voice. "Now, if any of you have any questions to ask of any of the departed, Bright Eyes will give them power to speak, and perhaps to appear before you. But I warn you to sit absolutely still in your places, as a single move might have serious results." There was a moment of silence, if the faint drone of the organ does not forbid the use of the word, and then Gwendolen spoke. "I wish to communicate with someone," she said. "She passed over on the 19th of December." It was perhaps 10 seconds before the medium answered. I wasn't thinking so much about her as I was about the date. There was something vaguely familiar about it. "What was the name of your friend?" the medium asked. "She never told me her name," said Gwendolen, "but she will know who I mean by what I can tell about her." "What can you tell so that Bright Eyes can know who is called?" "She was very beautiful," said Gwendolen, and already the thrill of her voice was beginning to infect me with a new excitement. She was young, about my own age, I think, and she had wonderful masses of beautiful blonde hair. The organ stopped playing, and the silence gave the situation a new thrill. I felt a current of air stirring about my feet, as if someone had opened a door. The thin, childish voice spoke now again, but somewhat uncertainly, as if the throat that uttered it were contracted with a sort of unreasoning fear. "It is not enough," it said. "I must know more." "The girl I want to communicate with," said Gwendolen steadily, "was frozen in the ice of the river. She had been murdered." It was a long half-minute before the childish voice spoke again. It was fainter still this time, and before it was half through the sentence, it had died to a rasping whisper. "There is no answer," it said. "The spirit does not know who is called." It needed the grip of Gwendolen's hand on my forearm to keep me in my chair, because across the room, opposite where I sat, and almost behind the medium, there came a glow of bluish light, and in the midst of it, apparently itself the cause of it, appeared a face. "But it has come," said Gwendolen. "She is here. Look." Her voice was not loud, but it rang like a bell, not in terror but in triumph, and as she said the last word, she let go my arm and pointed. For a moment the medium sat without moving, almost as if frozen herself and unable to move. But no one can resist the command of a finger pointing behind one, and slowly, unwillingly, but irresistibly, she turned. What she saw there at the far end of the room, shining in the bluish light it seemed itself to be the cause of, was the pale ethereal face and the shining golden hair the blue light silvered, of the dead, mysterious, unknown girl the police had found frozen in the ice 2 months ago. The woman looked at it dully for a moment. Then she clutched suddenly at her neck with both hands. The next moment she screamed piercingly and fainted. There was a rush and the sound of a scuffle by the door. Geoffrey turned on the lights, and we saw a strange man struggling out of Richard's grip, not toward the door, but toward the woman who lay unconscious on the floor. "Let go of me, damn you!" he said. "I'm not trying to get away. Let me go to her." He kneeled beside her for a moment, without paying any further attention to us, but presently, when he found her regaining consciousness, he looked up and frowned at us across her body. "What have you been doing to her?" he demanded. "You might have killed her. If you had, you'd none of you have got away from me. What did you do to her?" The woman drew in a long, gasping breath. "It was the face," she said faintly. "It was Irene's face. I saw her looking at me." "Where did you see it?" he asked unevenly. "There," she said, and she pointed toward the big mirror that stood between the bookcases. We all followed the man's eyes as he turned about, but what he saw, and all any of the rest of us saw, was our own pale, astonished faces reflected there. He turned back to her. "Can't you forget that?" he asked. "Can't you ever forget it? What was Irene Fournier to you?" Geoffrey walked over to Richards and held out his hand. "Congratulations, Richards," he said. "It looks as if you were right about it after all." If the circumstances had not been so grim, I should have laughed aloud. Richards was the most utterly bewildered-looking man I ever saw, and the gasp with which he received Geoffrey's congratulations was funny enough to draw a smile from anybody. But the hysterical woman on the floor, and her husband's anger over what we had done to her, the perfectly genuine devotion that existed between the two, sobered us a little. "We cannot ask her any questions now," said Gwendolen decidedly. "Let's go into the billiard room and give her time to get herself together." The idea was so exactly contrary to police tradition that Richards started to protest. "Now is just the time," he said. "We can get anything out of her now." Geoffrey grinned. "All right," he said. "Go ahead and question her yourself." But Richards didn't know what to ask her. He hadn't caught up with the situation at all. He gave a rather disgusted grunt and turned away. "Do as you like, of course," he said. "Show the police how much more you know than anybody else. Go out and leave them alone to make a getaway through that window there." "Haven't you got an officer here?" asked Gwendolen, "that you can put on guard for a little while so that she can get quiet before we question her?" "Yes," said Richards. "We can leave her and her husband together to frame up a perfectly good explanation of everything." "That's the idea," said Geoffrey. "That'll do first rate." Richards gave it up. "All right," he said. "Come along." He called in a policeman, instructed him simply to watch the pair and see that they didn't get away, and the rest of us adjourned to the billiard room, as Gwendolen had suggested. "I want to know," said Richards, when the door was closed behind us, "what it was all about. What made the woman scream? I caught the man as he made a rush from the cabinet, but I didn't see what happened at all. And who was the Irene Fournier they were talking about?" "That," said Geoffrey, "appears to be the name of the girl who was found frozen in the ice. It looks as if you had the right hunch. It's perfectly evident that they know about her." "And what did you do?" asked Richards. "What made the medium scream like that?" "We had a materialization," said I. "Who produced it, I don't know, but we saw the face of the girl who was frozen in the ice, the face we saw in the portrait up at Geoffrey's studio the other day. The rest of us saw it before the medium did. When she turned around and looked, she made a queer noise in her throat and screamed and fainted. You know the rest. But how the trick was worked, if it was a trick, I am as much in the dark as you." Jack turned to his wife. "It was a trick, wasn't it, Gwendolen?" he asked. She nodded and gave a little shiver. "I hate to remember that woman's scream," she said. "I don't believe I'd have planned it if I had realized it would affect her like that." "Tell us about it," I said. "How did you come to think of it?" "Why," said Gwendolen, "I've always heard that most spiritualists believe, in a way, in their own magic. Of course, they know that what they do is just a trick, but they believe in the back of their minds all the time that there is something really behind it. When I talked to her the other day, I saw that she was like that. We talked together for a long time, and it was perfectly clear that down in the bottom of her mind, she thought there was something in it. So I thought that if we were to produce what looked like a materialization, play a trick on her, the same kind of trick that she plays on other people, she would be, well, startled into admitting something, but I didn't dream it would terrify her like that. Mr. Geoffrey agreed with me that if she did know anything about the girl they found in the ice, the trick would probably work." "But how did you work the trick? That's what I want to know. It's the ghastliest thing I ever saw. I was frightened myself, and I believe Jack was." He nodded. "Oh," said Gwendolen, "that was Mr. Geoffrey's idea. The thing I thought of was ordinary in comparison. The thing I thought of was to borrow his portrait and have it hidden behind a curtain somewhere, and then draw the curtain. but his plan was so much better that I doubt if mine would have worked at all. He deserves the credit for it." Then we all turned to Geoffrey. "Why, it was simple enough," said he. "If you happen to know a little about parlour magic, iridium, that's the answer. You paint a little film of iridium on the back of a plate of glass, and it has the property of being opaque to reflected light, and transparent to transmitted light." "Well?" said Richards. "Why, we chose the library for the séance," said Geoffrey, "because it has a mirror in it, a big mirror. We took that out and set my portrait in behind it, and hung a bluish-white electric light over it. Then we replaced the mirror with a sheet of plate glass painted with iridium. As soon as there was light in front of it in the room and none behind it, it made as good a mirror as if it had been silvered. But as soon as we turned out the light in the library, as of course we knew the medium would do, it was possible to make the portrait show through the glass by turning on the light behind it. I had the thing wired so that I could put on the current gradually and work the switch from under a litter of papers on the library table. As soon as the woman screamed, I turned off the light, just before you turned up the lights in the library. Of course, when you did that, the glass became a mirror again, and the portrait was hidden." "So the medium still thinks," said I, "that she really saw Irene Fournier's face. She hasn't discovered the trick." "They use iridium mirrors a lot themselves," said Geoffrey, "and she may think of it in time, or her husband may, but I don't think they have thought of it yet. So I'd suggest," he concluded, "that we bring them in here and question them." Richards had already started toward the door to put this suggestion into effect when an exclamation of Geoffrey's halted him. We all turned to look at him and saw an expression of perplexity and vexation in his face. "What's the matter?" I asked. "The chap," said Geoffrey. "What became of him?" "The chap?" I echoed. "The man who was playing the organ," said Geoffrey, and at that we all stared at each other blankly. "He was playing the organ all through the séance," said I, "and then when we turned up the lights he was gone." "No," said Gwendolen. "Don't you remember how much more impressive everything got when I asked for the girl who was frozen in the ice? Don't you remember how still it was? The organ had stopped playing then." "You're right," I corroborated. "I remember now feeling a draught of cold air. I thought it was Richards opening the door." "I had the door open as soon as the lights were out," said Richards. "Well, we've lost him," said Geoffrey. "That may be important, and it may not. We'll know more about it when we've questioned the medium and her husband. He may simply have smelled trouble and got away, without having any other vital reason for doing so. Anyhow, he's gone. Let's have the others in." Richards had already turned toward the door to carry out Geoffrey's suggestion when we heard a sound that froze us in our places for a moment, held us staring at each other, and then galvanized us all into sudden activity. All sorts of sudden sounds are compared with the muffled throb of a revolver shot, but really nothing else sounds just like it, and there is no question about the real thing when you hear it. As Richards flung open the door, we heard the officer we had left on duty calling for him, and as we ran out pell-mell into the hallway, our nostrils were greeted by the pungent, acrid tang of gunpowder. When we got into the library, we saw Barton, the medium's husband, lying on the floor, bleeding profusely from an ugly-looking wound in his neck. His wife was bending over him, and the policeman had hold of her. My first thought was that they had made some sort of concerted attack on him, and that it was he who had fired, but the sight of a dainty little silver-mounted revolver on the floor, a yard or two away from where the man was lying, put an end to that idea. One of our prisoners had fired the shot. Jack rushed to the telephone to call a doctor, and the rest of us gave our first attention to the wounded man. He had fainted, and his condition gave us a bad scare for a minute or two, but we soon came to the conclusion that the wound was not a fatal one. "Who did it?" asked Richards of the officer as soon as there was time for such a question. "I don't know," said the policeman. "The two of them were over there in the corner with their heads together, talking away in low voices so that I shouldn't hear what they said. The first thing I know, I saw a flash and heard a shot. I don't know where they got the gun from, or who fired it." The woman had paid absolutely no attention to any of us. Her white face, as she bent over her husband's body, showed no more expression than if she had been turned to stone. But after hearing the policeman's answer to Richard's question, she spoke in a voice as expressionless as her stony face. "I shot him," she said, "but I didn't mean to. I was trying to shoot myself when he caught hold of the barrel of the revolver." "You know that anything you say may be used against you," said Richards. "It's my duty to tell you that." "I am going to say something," said the woman, "and you can listen as hard as you like and use it all you please. That'll be better than—" Richards glanced round at the policeman. "Wait a minute," he said. "This isn't the time to talk. We've got to look after your husband." The police detective who looks forward to landing a big crime is as fearful of interference, as nervous lest someone else get the credit away from him, as a reporter who thinks he has a scoop. Richards didn't mind us. We couldn't get the credit away from him in any case. He was afraid of the policeman. The doctor for whom Jack had telephoned lived just around the corner and came almost immediately. It was at Gwendolyn's suggestion that we have the wounded man taken to a spare bedroom, instead of calling for an ambulance. That was a rather welcome way out of the difficulty to Richards, as well as to ourselves. For a different set of reasons, we dreaded publicity about equally. Gwendolyn took charge of our new patient until a regular nurse could arrive, and Jack went along with her. Geoffrey and I accompanied Richards back into the library, where the policeman had detained the woman. Richards sent him out to stand guard outside. He examined the revolver in silence before he began asking any questions. It was a dainty, small-caliber weapon, hardly the sort that a man would think of carrying about with him. "Where do you carry this?" was his first question. The woman answered by pointing, without a word, to an inner pocket in the coat of the rather mannish-looking tailored suit she wore. Richards went over to her, turned the coat back, and looked critically at the lining around the pocket. It was perfectly evident that she was telling the truth. The line formed by the edge of the cylinder was worn there clear across. "Been carrying it for some time, then," said Richards. "Yes," said the woman sullenly. "When did you first know Irene Fournier?" said the lieutenant. I began to get a better impression of Richard's powers. Compared to Geoffrey, he had always seemed downright stupid, but that question was cleverly put. I felt perfectly sure that Richards had never heard that name until the woman herself cried it out, on seeing the vision in the mirror. And yet his tone had the assured, contemptuous authority of one who could have given her police record from the time she was 15. He strengthened this effect a moment later, after waiting in silence for the woman to answer his question. "It was hard luck for you when you did meet her, whenever it was, wasn't it?" In words, the woman answered only the first part of the lieutenant's speech, but the expression of hatred on her face was a sufficient commentary on the second part of it. "I met her along last October," she said. "Well," said Richards, "how did it happen? How did you get to know her?" "She drove up to the house one day in a taxi," said the woman. "I thought she was some swell come for a reading.
I thought she'd be a pretty good subject, too. She looked so innocent with those big soft eyes of hers, as if she'd believe anything you told her. The first thing that surprised me about her was her talk. She looked like an American all right, but she talked with a foreign accent. French, I guess, and the name she gave us had a French sound.
Fournier, said Richards. How did she spell it? The medium spelled it out for him. That's French, isn't it? Said Richards, turning to Geoffrey, who nodded. Well, said Richards, did you give the woman her reading?
She didn't want one, said the medium. She wanted to rent our top floor, said she liked the neighbourhood and wanted to live quietly. I said I'd have to see my husband about that and called him in, and he agreed to let her have the rooms right off.
She was all alone, said Richards. Hadn't she a maid or anything?
Why, yes, she was alone, answered the woman. There was a Jap who came to see her every day. They'd have long talks together. It seemed as if she was giving him orders. He never had any talk with any of us.
He was the man who was playing the organ this evening, and who beat it when he heard we were asking about her, said Richards. He didn't say it like a question, and the woman made no answer, not even a gesture of assent or denial. You and your husband got pretty well acquainted with her, didn't you? Said Richards. The woman nodded.
We took her into partnership with us for a while, she said.
How did that happen? Was she a medium?
No, but she used to give us tips.
Tips?
I repeated. About people, the medium explained. Folks who had come to consult us, or who we could get to come. And it was queer how much she knew that we didn't, and we make a point of knowing a good deal. She told us about Miss Meredith. We'd never even heard of her. It was Irene told us she was rich and queer and all broken up about the loss of a niece of hers. She told us they were having the girl's portrait painted. She said she thought she could get the portrait for a day or two for a look at it, so that we could get ready for the old lady. It was then the talk came up of her going in partnership with us. It was the next day Miss Meredith came. We hadn't done anything about trying to land her. I suppose Irene had, though I never knew. She drove up in a carriage with a heavy veil on and said she wanted a reading. I was going to give her one because I knew already from what Irene had told me enough to make a good beginning, but Irene wouldn't hear of it, made us send her away, tell her we were too busy, and make an appointment for her early the next week. She said that was the way to impress those people, treat them as though you didn't care anything about them. We got the portrait the next day. The Jap brought it in.
Did you know where Irene got it? Richards asked.
No, said the woman. She said she borrowed it, and that we could keep it a week safely enough. It was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. It almost frightened me, and my husband felt the same way about it.
How was that?
Asked Richards. Why, said the woman, it might have been painted from Irene herself. We both of us looked at it and said that if Irene only had that dress, she might have walked straight out of the picture. She said she thought she could get the dress, and the next day she had it. I don't know how she did that either.
You gave Miss Meredith a materialization the next time she came?
The woman nodded. We didn't dare let her see too much, she said. We were afraid she'd go right out of her head. We just gave her a little glimpse in the dark light, but that was enough.
Well, said Richards, go on. How many more times did Miss Meredith come?
She never came again, said the woman. She made an appointment, but she didn't come to keep it.
Why do you suppose that was? Asked Richards.
I don't know, said the medium.
Hadn't Irene any suggestion or explanation?
Irene disappeared the next day herself."
"What day was it she disappeared?" asked Richards. "Do you remember the date?"
"Yes," said the woman. "It was the 27th of November."
"That must have been quite a shock to you and your husband," said Richards. "Didn't you make any inquiries? Didn't he make any effort to find her?"
"No. Why should he? We had nothing to do with her, really. She didn't owe us any money or anything. She came and stayed a while and went away. It was none of our business."
"She was pretty valuable to you in your business, wasn't she?"
"Oh, yes," said the woman, "but we could get along without her. We don't need any help from anybody."
"You couldn't hope to do much with Miss Meredith without her, could you? Not as much as you could with her, anyhow."
"Miss Meredith never came back, I tell you, so it didn't matter."
"Do you ordinarily let people go as easily as that? People that are once fairly hooked, especially when you know they are rich?"
"Well," said the medium, "we couldn't do anything without Irene, could we?"
"So you passed it all up," said Richards, "and didn't think anything more about Irene till you saw her picture in the papers, the girl they had found frozen in the ice?" The woman nodded. "Why didn't you come across then?" asked Richards. "Why didn't you tell us who she was?"
"We didn't owe you any favors, did we?" said the woman.
"You knew you were in wrong with the front office," said Richards. "We were pulling joints like yours all over town. You had a chance to get strong with us. If you'd given us the right tip about Irene Fournier, you could have gone on as you were, and we'd never have bothered you. You must have known that. Why did you let the chance go by?"
"I don't know."
"You and your husband talked it over, did you?" said Richards. "And neither of you thought of that?"
"No, we never thought of that."
"Why didn't you return the portrait when Irene went away?"
"How could we? We didn't know where Irene had got it."
All the while the lieutenant had been asking his questions, I had sat beside him watching the woman, puzzling over her sullen, half-defiant replies. What she said hung together well enough, but the manner of her saying it was big with potential falsehood. What was the thing she was keeping back? The thing that would account for her scream at the sight of Irene's face, and for that unexplained revolver shot that had changed the face of things so suddenly? I wished that Geoffrey had been paying a little closer attention. After Richards asked a question or two, he had lounged over to the window and stood there looking out, without the slightest sign of any interest in the proceedings. I wondered if his indifference were real, or if it concealed, as it sometimes did, the materials for one of those intuitive flashes of his that used to make us all wonder at him. I wasn't left wondering long. "By the way, Lieutenant," he said, and he didn't even trouble to look around as he spoke, "when was it you raided these people?" Richards frowned thoughtfully and began thinking back. "Let's see," he said. "It was a few days after New Year's, the 4th. That's right, isn't it?" He asked the question of the woman, but she didn't answer. "And you got them both?" asked Geoffrey. "The woman's husband as well as herself?" "Sure," said Richards. "Your husband must have got home 2 or 3 days before that, then," said Geoffrey, turning now for the first time to the woman.
"Got home?" she said. "What do you mean?"
Her face had turned suddenly white, and her eyes were staring. "Fully 3 days before that," Geoffrey went on quietly, "because the paint was perfectly dry on the canvas when the police raided you. You didn't paint out the portrait until after he came back."
"I don't know what you mean," gasped the woman, "about his coming back. He'd never been away."
"Oh, yes, he had," said Geoffrey. There was more pity in his voice than anything else. "How else could he have found out that Irene had been murdered? The paint was dry on the canvas the 4th of January. They didn't find Irene's body until the 8th, and it had been frozen in the ice for 2 weeks. When was it your husband went away? The same day Irene did, or the day after?" It was a full minute before the woman answered. She just sat there while Richards and I stared at her hands fumbling at her neck, as if something were suffocating her. Geoffrey turned away again, but when she did speak, her words brought him around like a flash. "It wasn't him that killed her," she said. "He didn't do it. I swear he didn't do it. I killed Irene Fournier myself." Those were the last intelligible words we got out of her. Richards pressed her with questions for a while, trying to get some details as to how the crime she confessed to had been committed, and where and why, but wholly without result. The woman was half hysterical, but she had self-control enough left to keep her jaw locked and her lips tight together, and the only answer she ever made was a desperate, frantic wagging of her head, which might have meant anything. So at last we called a taxi, in preference to a patrol wagon, for Richards and the policeman to take her to the station in. While we were waiting for it, he arranged to send a plain-clothes man up to the house to keep an eye on the husband. The precaution seemed rather unnecessary, both because he was too badly wounded to make any serious attempt to escape, and because his wife's confession seemed to do away with the motive for it. While we were waiting for the taxi to arrive, Richards explained his theory of the crime to us. It was the typical police view, but it seemed to me to hold water, though I had a feeling that Geoffrey didn't look at it like that. Evidently, Richards shared this impression, for he tried hard to convince Geoffrey that he was right about it. "It is all explained now, isn't it?" he said. "This Irene comes to the house, settles down there, and gets friend-husband buffaloed. She was a good enough looker to do it, that's sure. He gets loony about her, and the two of them run off. Wife left behind. She gets on the warpath, follows them up, finds them together somewhere, and takes a shot at the home destroyer. Maybe she leaves her husband to get out of the fix as best he can. Maybe she helps him. He can't denounce her, so he comes back to her or with her. I don't know which yet. Anyhow, they've got to stand by each other. When she sees Irene's face in the mirror, she goes off her head and tries to kill herself. There you are." He wheeled round on Geoffrey, whose face was still thoughtful, and who had given no sign of assent. "What's the matter with that?" Richards concluded. "Doesn't that explain everything?" "Do you think it does?" asked Geoffrey. Richards threw up his hands with a gesture of exasperation. "Now, look here," he said. "I suppose you've got some dinky little silver-mounted theory that you're on the trail of, and that you'll try to show up the police with again. All right, go ahead. I've got a confession, and I've got a motive, and I've got a story that holds together, and that's good enough for me. If you think you can get anything better before this woman's case comes to trial—" "It will never come to trial," said Geoffrey. "All right," said Richards. "You wait and see. You go your way and I'll go mine. I'll leave you alone and you leave me alone. Does that go?" Geoffrey laughed and patted him on the back. We were standing in the hall watching for the taxi, and as Geoffrey spoke, its lights flashed round the corner. 2-1, Drew," he said, "that the lieutenant pays us a call within a week." Richards was too indignant to make an articulate answer, but it was a grunt that spoke volumes. The policeman led the woman down the hall just then, and the three of them went out together. "All the same," said Geoffrey as he closed the door behind them, "I wish there was a chance that the lieutenant was right about it, but there isn't, not a chance in the world."
After the lieutenant had gone, he favoured me with another prophecy and a bit of advice.
"You'd better forget all about this case for the next few days," he said to me. "Get back to your office and make up for lost time. Nothing's going to happen for a few days. Nothing, at least, that you need bother about. But at the end of that time, I suspect I shall be calling you in again. And when I do, I shall keep you pretty busy. So dig down to a clean desk if you can, before that time."
I took the hint and followed his advice as well as I could. Of course, we had Barton still in the house, making as good progress toward recovery as a man could be expected to make from that sort of an injury, but he was under the care of 2 men nurses, and orders were that he was not to be allowed to talk anyway, so it was comparatively easy for me to forget about him. Easier, I suspect, than it was for Gwendolen. Equally, of course, I did think about it a good deal, especially on the daily trips up and down town from and to my office, trying to solve the puzzle, trying to see what it was that Geoffrey saw that made him so sure that Richard's theory of the case was wrong, so sure the case would collapse in the lieutenant's hands that he could calmly predict a further appeal for help from him within a week. Nothing but the direst necessity would bring Richards to our doors again after what had passed between him and Geoffrey, and I honestly didn't believe he'd come. As I counted off the days, my feeling of skepticism mounted steadily. It was just at the end of the 6th, as I was preparing to leave my office and go home to a peaceful family dinner, that the voice of my office boy over the desk phone announced that Lieutenant Richards had come and wished to see me. I told them to send him in, with the recurrence of the feeling I had often experienced before, that there was something uncanny about Geoffrey. You could talk all you liked about lucky guesses and the balance of probability without wholly shaking off a feeling of almost superstitious dread when his prophecies came true like that. Perhaps this one hadn't come true, though. Perhaps Richards had come to gloat over us. Why had he come here, though, I wondered? Why didn't he go to Geoffrey himself? One look at his face disposed of that alternative, before the big policeman had fairly shut the door behind him.
"Isn't he here yet?" he asked. "Do you mean Geoffrey? Why should he be here?" "I've been trying to get hold of him for 2 days," said Richards. "This noon I got word by telephone, an out-of-town call, saying that he'd meet me here at 5 o'clock. "For 2 days?" I exclaimed. "I didn't know he had left town." Richards nodded sourly. "How about it?" I asked. "Does Geoffrey win his bet again? Is it for help on the Fournier case that you want to see him?" "This thing's past a joke," said Richards, as he noticed the smile with which I asked the question. "It's all very well to keep things to yourself and let other people go chasing wild geese, but when it's an important murder, that sort of smart aleck business is dangerous." I didn't point out to Richards that he had deliberately refused Geoffrey's help 6 days ago, because I knew he remembered it as well as I did. Besides, I was intensely curious and I wanted him in a good humour. So I placated him, as well as I could, with kind words and a good cigar, and his complaints subsided into a mere occasional rumbling of protest that Geoffrey was keeping him waiting. "It isn't quite 5 o'clock yet," I said, but just as I spoke, there came a single tap on the bell in the self-winding clock that sets itself every hour, and Geoffrey walked in. He nodded at me and grinned at the lieutenant. "Well," he asked cheerfully, "how goes it?" "Damn bad," said Richards, "and you know it." His grievance was wide awake again in a minute. "It seems to me," he went on, It's pretty dangerous business letting the police go off hunting a mare's nest and leaving the real murderer that much better chance to escape, when you knew all the while the woman had an alibi."
"Had she an alibi?" said Geoffrey. "That's lucky."
"Do you mean to say you didn't know it? And what do you mean by saying it's lucky?"
"I do mean that I didn't know it," said Geoffrey, "and it's obviously lucky, for nothing else would have convinced you that you were on the wrong tack. Was it a good alibi?"
"Copper riveted," said Richards. "The woman never left town at all. The Barton woman. Irene Fournier went away and Barton went away, but Mrs. Barton never left her house all the while."
"Making it highly improbable," commented Geoffrey, "that she shot a lady who was 50 miles away at the time."
"She had the lady's revolver, though," said Richards. "The gun she shot her husband with a week ago."
"A week ago tomorrow," Geoffrey reminded him, but Richards ignored the thrust.
"Well, that was Irene Fournier's revolver."
"By the way," said Geoffrey, "what is the caliber of that weapon?"
"It's a .28, said Richards. "Why?"
"I don't know. Curiosity."
"Now, look here," said Richards. "I'll say anything you want me to say, admit anything you want me to admit, but I want you to stop this nonsense and tell me what you know about this murder."
"That's easy," said Geoffrey. "I don't know a blessed thing. I hope to, though, within a day or two."
"Try again," said Richards. "You can't get away with that. You just said you didn't know the Barton woman had an alibi. Well, then how can you be so dead sure she hadn't murdered Irene Fournier, in the face of her own confession that she had, unless you know the person who really had done it?"
"Why, I simply had a theory," Geoffrey began.
"What I want is facts," interrupted Richards. "I've got a theory of my own."
"What is it?"
asked Geoffrey. "I'm not going to tell it," said the lieutenant, "until you come across with some of the facts that I am sure must be in your possession."
"Oh, well," said Geoffrey, "then I'll tell you what your theory is. Irene still figures as the home destroyer. She deliberately infatuated Barton and ran away with him. The two quarreled. Barton found out something about her past, perhaps grew jealous of some other lover, and killed her. Then he came home to his wife, confessed to her perhaps, or perhaps not. Anyhow, he painted out my portrait on the canvas Irene had borrowed. Perhaps his wife guessed from that when the body was discovered."
"He did paint out the portrait all right, and that's no theory," said Richards. "I know the shop where he got his paints and brushes."
"All right," said Geoffrey. "That strengthens the case. Well, it preyed on the Barton woman's mind until, when she saw Irene's face appear in the mirror, she blew up, made a scene, got her husband into really serious danger, and then made a confession to get him out of it. That's about the size of it, isn't it?"
"Well," said Richards, "have you got a better one?"
"I don't know that I have a better one," said Geoffrey. "Only that one doesn't seem to me quite conclusive."
"What's the matter with it?"
demanded Richards.
"Why, to begin with, there's Barton himself. Barton's distinctly middle-aged. He's getting a little fat. His hair's thin on the top." "Don't talk nonsense," said Richards.
"It isn't nonsense," said Geoffrey. "I don't quite see why Irene should be so anxious to run away with him."
"He's just the kind pretty young women run away with," said Richards.
"When they happen to be millionaires or something of that sort. But Barton, why, he's just his wife's understudy. I can't see why Irene should want him. And then, for the other half of the picture, look at Irene herself. Do you remember what Mrs. Barton said about the first time she saw her? Irene drove up in a taxi. She was dressed smartly enough,
so that Mrs. Barton thought she was some swell come for a reading. Now, when an adventuress of her looks and her attainments starts out to make a capture, she's likely to aim rather higher than poor Barton. It's inconceivable that she fell in love with him, and I don't see that she had much to gain by running away with him." "Well, you never can tell about a woman," said Richards philosophically. "I dare say you can't." "All right, have your little joke," said Richards, "but the fact is she did run away with him." "Not from him?" suggested Geoffrey. "Play it either way," said Richards. "It comes to the same thing. He knew what happened to her anyway before anyone else did. He came home and painted out that portrait 4 days before the body was found." "Yes, there's something in that," Geoffrey admitted. "There's everything in it," said the lieutenant. "It looks good to me." He turned to me. "I'm going to send up and have him taken to the jail hospital this evening. It won't do to take any chances." My phone rang just then. I picked up the receiver, then turned and handed the instrument to Richards. "It's someone for you," I said. "Yes, I'm Richards," we heard him say. Then he looked puzzled. "Who's this talking anyway? Oh, Brown. Yes, I get you. Well, what is it?" I glanced at Geoffrey, and he met my eye with a nod. Brown was the name of one of the 2 men nurses Richards had supplied us with, to look for Barton. The lieutenant's face suddenly went purple. "What's that?" he roared through the phone. When did it happen?" There was another long silence at our end of the conversation, but there was no mistaking its import. Richard's dark eyes were flashing and his big fist beating impatiently on his knee. "I don't care whose fault it was," he roared presently. "Have you reported to headquarters?" He hung up the receiver with a jerk, without waiting for more than a bare word of reply, and swung round and glared at Geoffrey. "This is a nice kettle of fish," he said. "They've let that fellow get away." "Barton?" I asked. Richards grunted assent. "Well, we'll get him," he said. "He won't get far. But I'll tell you this." He turned on Geoffrey again. "You can sit here and theorize all you like and grin your head off, but I am going to catch the man who murdered Irene Fournier. I'm through with theories." "Oh, no, you aren't," said Geoffrey. Richards turned on his heel without another word and stamped out of the room. Geoffrey waited until he heard the outer door slam after him and then lighted a fresh cigarette. "I see the force of your objection," said I, "but you can't get away from that confession. The woman wouldn't have made a lying confession for anybody but her husband." "Oh, she thinks he did it," said Geoffrey, "and maybe he did. But when it comes to confessions, I've heard one myself. No longer ago than last night." "A confession?" I cried. "Something to do with this murder? Where did you get it? Who did you get it from?" "I'll tell you all about it," said Geoffrey. "I'd like to see what you think, because I never was more puzzled in my life." He smoked half the cigarette before he said anything more. I sat still and waited. I knew what he had to tell me would be worth waiting for. "But if you and Richards think," he began again, "that I've been lying on flowery beds of ease, spinning theories, you're very much mistaken. I've been doing the grimiest kind of detective work, including an attempted burglary. I've been scared, at a conservative estimate, out of 3 years' growth. I've followed false leads. Oh, Richards would sympathize with me if he knew the whole story." "Why didn't you tell him?" I asked. "I'm not ready yet," said Geoffrey. "You'll see plainly enough when I get through." "You said you followed a false lead," said I. "Were you looking up the woman, too? The Barton woman?" "No," said Geoffrey. "I had to have some colour of probability about what I was looking for. That Barton woman's confession wouldn't have deceived a child. No, I started in on the Jap." "The man who played the organ at the séance?" Geoffrey nodded. "It cost me 4 solid days," he said, "and got me nowhere. Oh, it was interesting enough in itself, and it did throw an interesting sidelight or two on Irene Fournier's character, but it doesn't unlock our mystery. That fellow's at the head of a regular secret service, a sort of blackmail syndicate. He's as much feared in certain quarters as any man in New York. I got a hint from Richards himself when I realized what an unhealthy lot Togo knew about my affairs. Everybody treats Japanese servants like that. We know so little about their concerns that it never occurs to us that they're taking an interest in ours. But the Japanese is a born spy. It's perhaps the most conspicuous talent he possesses. This fellow had genius enough to organize it. There are thousands of Japanese servants in this country, and apparently a good proportion of them report to this chap. The spiritualists and divorce-while-you-wait lawyers would be nowhere without him. But he seems to have met his match in Irene. She used him to hook Miss Meredith, and to get my portrait, and she must have had some hold on him, or she wouldn't have dared play fast and loose with him the way she did. Evidently she gave him the slip completely. He stayed on with Mrs. Barton, apparently in the hope of picking up the trail there again. Even after he discovered that Irene was murdered, he evidently hoped to pick up something big in a blackmailing way. I doubt if he thought Barton did it, or the game wouldn't have seemed worth the candle, but it is equally evident that he thought Barton knew some things that would interest him. There, I am inclined to agree with him. We may run across him again, or we may not. My guess is that he pulled out of the affair altogether when he found us in it. He took up 4 perfectly good days of my time, anyway." Geoffrey fell into another long, thoughtful silence, and finally I prompted him. "Well," said I, "what did you do next?" "The next thing I did," said Geoffrey, "was to get that frame back from the decorator who stole it, and pay the poor devil $100. Under the law, I believe that's compounding a felony, but it's making a friend anyway, and that's more important. I mounted the portrait in the frame, had it boxed up, wrote Crow a note telling him that I was sending it to Miss Meredith's town address, and that I would call the next day. That's yesterday. I said in the note that I was very anxious to see Miss Meredith, as I thought I had some things to tell her that would interest her. I told him that I understood that he hadn't felt it wise heretofore that an interview should take place between Miss Meredith and myself, but that I thought there were important reasons why he should reverse his decision. I made it as clear as I know how that I meant business. "Just the thing, I should think, to put him on his guard," said I, "if he's got any subterranean reason for avoiding such an interview." "Exactly," said Geoffrey with a nod. "I meant to put him on his guard. I got a polite note from him by a special messenger late that same afternoon saying that Miss Meredith would be glad to see me. When I got that, I put a suit of pajamas in a bag and caught the night boat up the river." "You what?" I exclaimed. "Of course," he said. "If I really meant to see her, I shouldn't have written any note. I'd have taken the portrait in a taxi and gone to the house without any warning. I felt pretty sure that when he knew I was coming, he'd send Miss Meredith out for a drive, or convince her that she wasn't strong enough to leave her bed, receive me himself when I called, and entertain me with a polite excuse that I couldn't probably quarrel with. By that means, he'd get the portrait, which undoubtedly he wants, and at the same time deprive me of any excuse for repeating my visit." "Then you didn't want to see Miss Meredith," said I. Why, yes, I've wanted to see her for some time, but there was something just then I wanted more. Drew, do you believe in the atmospheres that hang about places? I don't know that I believe in them myself, but I feel it. I wanted to see the country house where Miss Meredith lived, the place where I understand she stayed all last summer and late into the fall. Do you know where it is she lives? I don't believe I do, said I. Geoffrey looked at me fixedly. She lives, he said, at a place called Beech Hill. It's 10 or 12 miles from Silver Springs, up the river from Silver Springs. There's something familiar about that name, said I, but I don't place it. Silver Springs, he said, is where that ice cutter found the body of, well, we'll go on calling her Irene Fournier for a while yet, just to be on the safe side. Geoffrey, I gasped, you don't mean that Irene Fournier is only another name for Claire Meredith? No, I don't mean that yet. I mean exactly what I say, that, for the present, we'll go on calling her Irene Fournier. And Beech Hill, Miss Meredith's country place, is that near the river? Geoffrey nodded. About 10 miles up, as I said. The suggestion fairly made my head spin. I cast my mind back in an endeavour to fit the facts we had about her, about the mysterious vision Geoffrey had had in Paris, with this new theory of his. He saw what I was doing and interrupted me. Don't stop to think yet, he said. Listen, that old house, Beech Hill, has been drawing me like a magnet. I didn't know exactly what I expected to find there, but I knew, as well as I knew anything, that if I could prowl around there by myself, if I could get into that old house on any pretext, or no pretext at all, and see the background to the picture, that some of the things that must have happened in the foreground of it would begin to soak through. Richards would laugh at that, wouldn't he? But I tell you, Drew, it's gospel truth. But why in the world, if that was what you wanted, did you make the appointment with Miss Meredith? Geoffrey gave his head the little shake I was so familiar with. It does seem rather a fool thing to have done, because I suppose I might have anticipated exactly what happened. Of course, what I wanted is plain enough. I wanted to give Crow something to amuse himself with. I wanted to make sure that he'd be in town that day on the job. I had an idea that he'd been showing a certain amount of interest in my movements lately. I didn't want him opening the front door when I rang the bell at Beech Hill, prepared to tell him that I was a house agent or something of that sort, and I thought my note the surest way of nailing him down in New York. You don't mean to tell me, I exclaimed, that he outguessed you, figured out what you meant to do, and got to Beech Hill ahead of you? No, he didn't do that. He did a perfectly obvious thing, a thing so obvious that I never thought of it. But wait, let me tell you the story in order. My first plan was to take the evening train up to Oldborough, spend the night there, and drive out to Beech Hill in the morning. But at the last minute I changed my plan. I saw by the papers that they'd just started running the night boats up there, and that offered several advantages. It cut out both the railroad station and the hotel, two good places to avoid if you're also trying to avoid observation. And then the fog on the river. These first mild days is good to look at. I generally sleep pretty well on anything that's moving, so I counted as another advantage a good night's sleep. He laughed ruefully. Didn't you get it? I asked. I got, said he, what I really think was the most horrible, abominable night I ever had in my life. I tried to go to bed early to begin with, and that's always a mistake. Got into my bunk, turned out the light, and began waiting for sleep about 2 hours before its scheduled time to arrive. There couldn't have been many passengers, but with the typical intelligence of his class, the purser put me in a stateroom next to one that was occupied, There was nothing but a thin wooden partition between, going up to within 6 inches of the ceiling, and that space was left open and grilled for purposes of ventilation, though what is gained by ventilating one stateroom into another I never could see. I noticed, before I turned off my light, that one piece of the wire grill was broken and had been taken out. I had a notion to ask for another room, but I hate to act like a fidgety old woman when I travel, so I made the best of it and went to bed. The adjoining stateroom was dark at that time, the occupants of it having evidently come aboard early and gone to bed, because I heard a murmur of voices even then, 2 women's voices. Nothing they really said came through, for they'd evidently noticed my light and were talking low on purpose. But the inflections of one voice were somewhat commanding and the other a little servile. Some lady and her maid I judged them to be, or companion. Well, the sound of their voices was rather soothing than otherwise, and the throb of the boat was rather pleasant. I got my muscles relaxed and my pillows comfortable, and was, I thought, on the point of pitching off to sleep, when I heard a thin little tittering laugh. It came from the next stateroom. Drew, there was something horrible about it. You may think that's imagination or nerves, post-impressionism developed from something that happened afterwards. But I tell you it wasn't. The sound of that laugh made my blood run cold. It wasn't loud, nor prolonged, nothing like the bursts of maniacal laughter that Jane Eyre used to hear, but somehow it didn't belong with those quiet, well-bred voices I heard. It was as disconnected as if it had been a phonograph record. I sat up in my bunk with the sweat standing out all over me. There was a rustle in the next room that sounded as if someone was getting out of the upper berth, and then the quiet voices went on again. Well, I lay down, swore at myself, and told myself to go to sleep. But it wasn't 2 minutes before the laugh came again. It wasn't any louder this time, but it lasted longer, and the repetition didn't make it any the less horrible. I heard one of the voices after that, but the other didn't speak. One of the 2 natural voices, I mean. Pretty soon, though, another voice spoke. The same voice that had laughed spoke through a horrible sort of giggle. What it said was, "Dead! She's dead!" and then it laughed again. The one natural voice that was left began talking in a soothing sort of way, but the laughing voice went on, paying no more attention than, well, that's the only simile I can think of, a phonograph. It had something of that quality, too, that horrible, lifeless squeak. The light went up in the other stateroom then. Of course, it shone perfectly plain through the open space at the top of the partition, and that relieved the situation a little. It seemed to make it possible for me to stay there. I confess I had been on the point of bolting when it was turned up. I heard the clink of a spoon against glass, too, and that suggestion that someone was getting a dose of medicine had a quieting effect on my nerves, too, although the medicine itself didn't affect the patient immediately. The phonograph voice went on for quite a little while, just saying over and over again, "Dead! She's dead!" and giggling. But presently its tone got more querulous. The giggle stopped. "I guess I ought to know she's dead," it said. "I killed her myself, killed her with a pin." Then it got a note of terror in it and made a dry, choking little cry. "I killed her, I tell you, I." It kept rising higher and higher, almost to a shriek, and then suddenly it stopped in a muffled gasp, as if the nurse, if the sane person present in there was a nurse, had clapped something over its mouth. Perhaps a pillow. I suppose the medicine took effect then, because that muffled gasp was the last sound I heard. But by that time I wanted some of the dope myself pretty badly. A maniac is not a pleasant person to encounter at the best, but somehow, not seeing anything, just hearing through that little wooden partition, made it all the worse. I was a fool not to get up and dress and go on deck. But I've got a spunky sort of streak in me that hates to admit that I'm beaten, and I made up my mind to put myself to sleep by main brute strength of will. I lay still and kept my eyes shut and tried to keep my muscles relaxed. I suppose it was 2 hours before anything more happened, though it seemed 6. The next thing that happened was this. Geoffrey got out of his chair and shook himself with a little laugh. Oh, it would have been funny if my nerves weren't so near the breaking point. I suppose it is funny still, but I was lying there perfectly still, hadn't heard a sound, and all at once something like a tiny hand, smaller than a baby's, no bigger than a doll's, but very cautious and skillful, took hold of one of my eyelids and tried to lift it. I don't mind admitting I yelled. I was out of bed and had the light on in about the 16th of a second, and of course for 5 seconds after that I couldn't see anything because the light blinded me. Gradually I got my eyes in focus, and there, squatting on a corner of my bunk, right beside the pillow. Oh, it was nothing horrible. It was a baby raccoon. Brown and fluffy, with its long pointed nose and its bright shiny little eyes pointed straight at me. For a minute or two I couldn't get my bearings. Couldn't understand how the thing could have got in. The grating over the window was intact. And then I thought of the broken grille opening into the next stateroom. I looked around and saw the light had gone up in that room too. They had probably been aroused by my yell. Well, it would have aroused anything but the dead. I felt foolish, and that made me feel furious. I moved over toward the little beast, somewhat too suddenly, and it scuttered away, jumped up on the washstand, and from there on top of the mirror, and disappeared through the broken grille, all in about a second. I waited for a scream from there because, of course, I couldn't be sure the little beast was at home there, but evidently it was, for they took his coming quietly enough. Well, I didn't turn out the light after that, but I got back into bed and pulled up all the blankets because I was cold all through. I'd never been so terrified in my life. The possibility of going to sleep after that never occurred to me. But presently the grey of the dawn began to come in, and that is the signal for insomniacs the world over. The first thing I knew, the steward was rapping on my door, telling me it was 7 o'clock. When I had got up and dressed, and before I left the boat, I took a look into the next stateroom, but it was perfectly empty, the bed all made as if no one had been in there for a week. I felt like the devil after the night I had had, and had half a mind to give up my trip and take the next train back to New York. But I thought better of it, hired a team of horses in Surrey, and drove out to Beach Hill. I saw by my driver's look when I told him where I wanted to go that he knew about the place, and after I had sized him up with a little casual talk, I blessed my stars that I had been able to get him. He was a Simon pure native of those parts, and what he didn't know about local gossip wouldn't be worth listening to. The Merediths must have furnished a good part of that gossip themselves, for certainly they had been a queer, eccentric family for several generations. A self-willed, imperious, high-tempered lot at the best, with a little streak of insanity, or near it, cropping up now and then, that made the worst of them very bad indeed. It's good blood, though, as such things are reckoned in most countries. They have always bred to their class. But the only other member of the family in the direct line, and in Miss Meredith's generation, a younger brother of hers, was an exception to the rule. It seems he was artistic in his tendencies, and showed a good deal of talent as a painter in an amateurish sort of way, lived abroad a lot, mostly in France, and scandalized his family by marrying a Normandy peasant girl. That's the instinct of the overbred everywhere, nature's way of reasserting herself. This woman, Claire's mother, must have been a perfectly glorious creature to look at. Certainly Claire came honestly by those great masses of pale gold hair that people went so mad about. I wish you could have heard my driver's attempt to describe her. The upstate native isn't naturally rhapsodic, and his attempts were really amusing. Well, it seems Meredith brought his wife home, and the other members of the family were properly superior and indignant, especially his sister, and the poor young wife just withered up under it. Meredith himself doesn't appear to have been a very strong sort of character. Certainly his sister was all the man of the family. She had all the business sense, and, as she shared equally with him in the family fortune to begin with, she actually managed, according to the driver's gossip, to get hold of the lion's share of it. Meredith was killed racing an ice yacht on the river when Claire was 6 or 7, and his wife didn't survive him very long. So his sister came back to Beech Hill and took charge of the estate and of Claire. She must have brought the child up under an iron rule, and that sort of thing generally works badly in the end. Then, as Crow admitted to you, she terrorized the rest of the family. There are no end of rather distant cousins, you know, Crow among them, got fearfully bored with life, and at last closed up Beech Hill and her townhouse, and went off to Europe. That, as I remember it, was when Claire was about 15. Miss Meredith never came back to this country, even for an occasional visit, until about 3 years ago. She came back alone, of course, and the story was that Claire had died of smallpox in Paris. Since she came back, she has been dividing her time between her townhouse and Beech Hill, though she hasn't done it in the ordinary way. She spent a good many winter months up there all alone with Crow, for nobody has ever been invited to the place since she came back, and of course her odd way of living has set all the gossip afire again. I got all of that, practically all of it, out of the driver. As a matter of fact, I had to pump him about something to keep him from pumping me. The story I told him was that I had been told by a New York real estate agent that the place might be for sale, and I wanted to look at it. I told him that, in order to find out, if possible, if there was any intention of selling it, and found out, what isn't at all surprising under the circumstances, that there was. At least he had driven 1 or 2 other prospective purchasers out there, so that made my plan rather easy. When we got to the boundaries of the estate, I paid his fare and sent him back, telling him that I wanted to wander about outdoors a bit before I went to the house, and that I'd trust to luck for means of getting back. I wanted to make sure of seeing something anyway, and as it turned out, it was well I did. Before I had been wandering around the place for half an hour, my desire to buy it was genuine, even if my intention wasn't. Drew, it's perfectly lovely. Fields, lawns, woods, the lie of the land, the glimpses you get every now and then of the river and of the distant banks. It's hard to beat, I tell you. It was all so lovely in its first hint of spring way. It almost made me forget the grim sort of errand I had come on. I skirted around through the woods, got myself mired and mold-stained to the knees, and finally started down toward the river bank along a little path I found. The path was muddy and wet, for the snow couldn't have melted off earlier than the day before, yet I could see that it must be lovely a little later, when the green things came out. But, Drew, I hadn't more than started down that path before I began thinking about the murder again, and I got a sort of hint of the reason when I saw where the path was taking me. It led down to a white-painted boathouse on the bank. The sight of that made the sensation come back twice as strong. If I was right in connecting Beech Hill with the tragedy, if Irene Fournier had gone once by a different name altogether, and I had made the right guess as to what that name was, then the chances were that it was along this path that the body had been carried, and it was here, at this little landing, that it had been put into the river. I could even go further than that. The winter had set in suddenly, very soon after the body had been put into the water. The spring had only just come. It wasn't unreasonable to suppose that the last person before myself to come down that path and step out on the little boat landing had been the person who carried the body in his arms. "Geoffrey," I cried, "wasn't there some clue? Some real clue?" He shook his head with a grim laugh. "Something that Richards would have called a clue, do you mean? A wisp of blonde hair caught in a splinter on the gunwale of a boat? Or a blood-stained handkerchief? Or a rag of white satin caught on a thorn bush beside the path? No, there was nothing like that." "I don't see any reason why there shouldn't have been," said I. "There isn't any," he admitted, "and I confess I looked for something like that, but this is all I did see. The boathouse is a substantially built affair on concrete piles. The windows on both sides were fitted with solid shutters, and the sliding door with a good lock to make it really difficult for a marauder to get in. It needed to be, for it contained a high-power motorboat that might very well be stolen or borrowed for a joyride. The house is built around a slip, so that the boat could come into it under its own power. When I saw it, it was hoisted out of the water on slings for the winter." "How did you get in if it was as well locked up as that?" "I said it had a lock, not that it was locked. As a matter of fact, the sliding door was only partly shut. It had got off its rollers as sliding doors will, and the last person to try to shut it hadn't bothered to fix it. It gaped open about 8 inches. It had been like that all winter, too, judging by the drift of half-melted snow and ice that had got inside. I squeezed inside and looked around. The person who had laid up the launch for the winter wasn't the one who had left in such a hurry, judging by the ship-shape way he had done his job. But there was another boat in there that had evidently been out since. It was a small river skiff, and it lay listed over on the floor of the boathouse, just far enough in to clear the door, though there was a pair of slings for it, too. The person who had dragged it in hadn't even bothered to unship the oars, a thing that almost any boatman would have done from force of habit. The boat had been brought in by someone who was in a hurry. I think even Richards would be willing to admit that. But was there nothing else? There was this. Geoffrey's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. There was a long painter on the boat, one end of it made fast as usual to a ring in the bow. The other end had been tied around the forward thwart, and then cut. Do you see what I mean? 25 feet of the painter was fast to the bow ring. 5 feet of the same rope was still tied around the forward thwart. Both ends were cut clean, as if they had once belonged together. He gave a sort of shiver then and stopped. Then, seeing that whatever sinister significance lay in the fact was still not apparent to me, he set his teeth and explained. The boat was pretty small for that sort of freight. Perhaps the murderer had never meant to use a boat. He brought the body down and threw it in from the landing, and then he saw that the current wasn't going to carry it away. It was caught in an eddy, perhaps. So he got out the boat and rowed over to it. He must tow it out into the channel. He passes the painter around it, under the arms, perhaps. His boat drifts away from it a little before he has time to make the line fast about the body. He doesn't want to handle it any more than necessary, so he simply makes the other end of the painter fast to the thwart, the forward thwart, mind you, because he's got to tow backwards, and pulls away out into the channel. When he gets out there, he tries to untie the line, but cuts it instead to save time. You can guess that he'd be in a panic of haste by then, and rows back to the boathouse. There's the picture. Can you see it? I can see it as you describe it to me in that convincing way of yours, but do you suppose Richards could see it too? Geoffrey smiled ruefully. I shouldn't even want him to. A man who could see pictures like that would be much too flighty for the force. There are probably a dozen hypothetical explanations of everything I found there at the boathouse that would never cover the case as well as the picture I see. But I do see this one, Drew, plainer than I can make you understand, and I believe it's true. When I went up the path again, bound for the big house this time, I scrutinized it pretty closely. I suppose Sherlock Holmes would have found no end of clues, and by the time he'd reached the veranda of the house, would have been able to tell the whole story of the crime, just where everybody had gone and how fast they walked and whether they were right or left-handed and whether their shirts were custom-made or not. But I didn't find anything, except here and there a pair of wheel tracks. They were narrow gauge, no wider than a child's express wagon, but the wheels themselves were broad, nearly 2 inches, I should say. In some of the shady parts of the path where the ground was still frozen hard, the tracks were there, frozen in, so I knew they must have been made before the freeze. At the end of 10 minutes walking, the path bent around over the crest of a little ridge and gave me my first view of the house. I stopped a minute and looked it over. It was a rather rambling structure, composed roughly of a series of L's, jutting out to catch the southwest breeze on one side and to give the windows and terraces on the other a view of the river. The architecture was a little too good to be true. In other words, it had been made into something a little more strictly colonial than anything they really built in the colonial days. It looked rather desolate and austere, as such a place is likely to look when it isn't occupied by enough people to keep it tolerably full. It wasn't boarded up, though, and that was a relief, because I had fully determined to break in if there were no other way of accomplishing my purpose. But as long as there was a caretaker there, the purpose would be vastly easier of accomplishment. The path I had been following converged now into a brick-laid walk, which curved about through the shrubbery and led, not to the porticoed main entrance, but to a smaller doorway at the head of a flight of brick steps. The steps led also to a brick-paved pergola, evidently meant in the summertime to have a gay striped awning stretched over it. Just now, it was basking warmly in the March sun. I went up to the door and rapped lightly with a genuine old colonial knocker, which I found there instead of a bell. I hadn't planned what I should say to the person who opened the door because it seemed better, somehow, to trust to the inspiration of the moment. So much would depend on what sort of person the caretaker happened to be. It was lucky I hadn't any very fixed idea, no little explanatory speech committed to memory. If I had such a thing on the tip of my tongue, I'd have been a good deal worse disconcerted than I was. The knocker was pulled out of my hand by the door being briskly opened by someone whose hand must have been on the knob when I started to knock. Someone in the act of coming out. There, in the passage, very erect and self-possessed, blinking a little in the sudden flood of sunshine that came in when the door opened, stood, whom do you suppose, Drew? The last person I expected to find there. Miss Meredith herself. She's one of the most wonderful-looking old ladies I ever saw in my life. Beautiful, what we mean when we say regal, vigorous, wonderfully vitalized. She didn't start at all at the sight of me, just looked at me a minute in a perfectly composed sort of way, and asked what I wanted. At the sound of her voice, I heard someone moving behind her in the passage and made out over her shoulder someone whom I took to be a maid or sort of companion, loaded down with rugs and cushions. "My name's Geoffrey," I said, for it was somehow out of the question to try any pretense with a person like that, though I didn't know what sort of reception my name would get. But her face lighted up at it, as if she were genuinely pleased, and she held out her hand to me. "At last," she said. "I was beginning to think you were a myth." She nodded toward a couple of big chairs in the pergola and added, "I was just going out for a doze in the warm sun, but a chat with you will be much better." Then she turned back and spoke to the woman in the passage. "Will you please bring an extra rug, Miss Martin?" This momentary delay gave me my story. "I wrote to Dr. Crow," said I, "asking for permission to see you, and he told me you'd receive me today." I thought I saw just a flicker of surprise go over her face at that, but it didn't show much more than she meant it to, and all she said was, "Dr. Crow is a very competent young man." The woman she called Miss Martin came up just then and began bundling her up in rugs and packing in cushions about her. But though she was busily occupied with Miss Meredith all the time, I couldn't help feeling that she was regarding me with a certain uneasiness and mistrust. Miss Meredith insisted on my having one of the rugs, and then sent Miss Martin into the house, telling her she shouldn't need her for an hour. I thought the woman went away reluctantly. Well, we chatted for a few minutes about the beauty of the day and the pleasure of getting out into the country for the early spring, and I admitted that I had got myself pretty well mired up, trespassing in her woods. She seemed to take that absolutely as a matter of course, and didn't show the slightest curiosity about where I had been, though I said I had been looking at the river from the boat landing. Then all at once she reverted to what she had said before, about beginning to think that I was a myth. Drew, she had thought all along that my not seeing her had been my own doing. She'd wanted to see me, she said, but Crow had made me out a sort of hermit who didn't see anybody if he could help it. How he reconciled a statement like that with the fact that I am a portrait painter, I don't know. She was perfectly frank in her curiosity about me, as an autocratic old lady like that is likely to be, and kept me talking about myself for a solid hour. Asked innumerable questions about how I paint, where I live, about my life abroad, and so on. At the end of the hour, Miss Martin appeared again. Miss Meredith got up a little reluctantly. "You'll stay to lunch, won't you?" she said. "I haven't had as pleasant a morning in a long time. I hope you're not in a hurry to get back to New York." Of course, I said I'd stay with the greatest pleasure. She gave me an informal nod and started toward the door. "Miss Martin will take charge of you till lunchtime," she said. "I dare say you will want to freshen up a bit after your tramp through the woods. We'll lunch at 1. And with that, she walked into the house. I waited a minute for Miss Martin to follow her and lead the way for me, but instead of that, she stood right where she was, apparently making up her mind to say something. It was then I took my first good look at her. She was a tall, rather lean young woman, unmistakably well-bred, with a severe profile and a rather tight way of doing her hair. She stood there confronting me, a little embarrassed but perfectly resolute. I had unconsciously moved a little toward the door, and she was standing beside one of the pillars. She stepped into the doorway and stood confronting me. "I'm very sorry," she said, "to be obliged to countermand Miss Meredith's invitation." "Countermand it?" said I. "I am Miss Meredith's nurse," she said. "I am under the doctor's explicit instructions. I haven't any discretion at all in the matter. I must ask you to go away, Mr. Jeffrey, at once." "Those are Dr. Crow's instructions," I asked. She didn't answer that question at all, just stood there looking at me, and said again, "At once." Her manner, as well as her words, made it perfectly clear that I shouldn't get into that door, except by brute force. The thing was so utterly unexpected, and in the light of the deception Crow had practiced toward me with Miss Meredith, so sinister that I was very loath to accept the situation. Just at that second, as I was preparing to turn away, I started again, and all but duplicated my yell in the stateroom the night before, because something soft and alive dropped from the pillar over my head upon my shoulder. I clutched at it, and found I had in my hand, what do you suppose, Drew? The same fluffy little baby raccoon that had tried to pull my eyelid up the night before. The nurse smiled a pleasant sort of smile and rescued the thing from my hand. "I'm sorry," she said. That's Miss Meredith's newest pet. He's quite harmless, but I'm afraid rather disconcerting. That's his second adventure within the last 24 hours. Geoffrey stopped there, and for a while we just sat looking at each other. The links connected, it seemed to me, into a perfect chain of unescapable inferences. Crow, on receiving Geoffrey's note, in order to make sure of avoiding even a chance meeting between him and Miss Meredith, had sent her off to Beech Hill. The escapades of the baby raccoon made it plain that the occupants of the stateroom next to Geoffrey's were Miss Meredith and her companion. It was from that stateroom that the insane laughter which horrified Geoffrey had issued, and the words, "She's dead, I killed her." The nurse's action in countermanding her mistress's invitation to lunch made it evident enough who the maniac was that had made that confession. And then there was the skiff, the unlocked boathouse, the long painter cut where the forward end of it had been tied round a thwart. Oh, it wasn't evidence. Richards would laugh at it, but see how well it fitted in. Then I recalled the gossip about the Meredith family that Geoffrey had extracted from the driver who took him out to Beech Hill, the brilliant, highly bred, willful Merediths, with the streak almost of insanity that cropped up here and there, of Claire's artist father and her peasant mother, of the strange life the girl must have led, of the girl's disappearance over there in Paris, and Miss Meredith's return with the announcement that she was dead. How had the streak cropped up in Claire herself? What, if Geoffrey's theory were right, was the cause of the bitter enmity that accounted for her appearance in New York under another name, and of the tragedy that led to the finding of the body in the river and the maniacal confession Geoffrey overheard through the thin partition between the two staterooms? But the whole succession of incidents wove themselves into a pattern that was plain enough to read, and grim enough, I thought. I glanced around at Geoffrey, who stood at the window looking out at the fading, electric-lighted city twilight, and the uncanny, almost, fear of him that so often came over me came back again. How had he managed, amid the maze of misleading circumstances, to disentangle the true threads of the mystery? "Well," said I, catching at Richard's phrase, "I don't see how you do it, but there's no doubt you've done it again." Geoffrey wheeled around. "Done what?" he asked. "Solved the mystery of the girl in the ice." Geoffrey shook his head soberly. "That's just what I haven't done," said he. "I never was more puzzled in my life." "Not all the details, I'll admit," said I, "but the main facts of it, certainly. What was Richard's phrase? You've got a confession and a motive. That is, if you call a maniacal impulse a motive, and you've got a mass of corroborating circumstances." "So had Richards," said Geoffrey, "and yet I haven't got the real answer any more than he had. I told you the truth just now when I said I never was more puzzled in my life." "Well, I may be stupid," said I, "but it looks pretty complete to me." "Pretty complete," echoed Geoffrey grimly. "That's the secret of all Richard's mistakes. His cases are all pretty complete. But, Drew, no case is complete so long as it contains one single circumstance that contradicts the rest. It isn't complete until everything fits everything." "Well," said I, "what is there here that doesn't fit?" "Do you remember what the insane voice said in the stateroom? 'I killed her with a pin.' What did she mean by that? The girl in the ice had been shot." "Raving," said I. "You can't expect a maniac to be logical." "And then," he went on, "who put the boat in the river? who unlocked the boathouse and launched the boat and towed the body out into the current. Insane people are pretty strong sometimes, said I. Miss Meredith might have done it. Oh, she's strong enough to do it today, said Geoffrey, but that wasn't a maniacal act. Maniacs are cunning too, said I. It wasn't a cunning act, retorted Geoffrey. An insane person would be too clever, once he started out to dispose of the body, to make such a bad job of it. If the body was to be put into the water, why wasn't it weighted so it would sink? Why wasn't the boat returned to its proper place in the boathouse, and the painter cut away? The person who disposed of that body was acting under the logical terror of the consequences of his act, a thing a maniac isn't hampered by. And then there's Dr. Crow. How do his actions fit into the story? No, there's something more there, something I haven't even got a glimpse of yet. It had grown late. It was long after anybody's office hours, and the big building where I had my office was strangely still, as such buildings are at night. In the silence that fell between us, we heard the clash of the door to the single occasional elevator that served the whole building during the evening hours, heard, through the open transom, the soft purr of its rise, and then the clash of another door as it stopped at our floor to let someone out. Then there came the hollow ring of footsteps down the corridor, and to my surprise, a knock at my outer door. "I don't know who that can be," said I. The listlessness of a moment before had disappeared from Geoffrey's attitude. He stood erect and tense. His eyes were bright and his lips curved into a hard smile. "Let him in," he said softly. My office boy had gone long ago, springing the catch of the outer door behind him, so that it was there that I went to admit my visitor. He was the man we had just been talking about. "Oh, Dr. Crow," said I. "Won't you come in?" He stepped into the outer office. "I tried to get you at your house," he said, "and they told me I might find you here. I'm sorry to call at such an hour, but it's important." His face and his manner were grave and rather oppressive. The only fault I had found with him on the occasion of our other interview had been his smile, which he turned on rather too often and suddenly. There was no trace of that smile now. "I had a note yesterday from Mr. Geoffrey," he went on, stating that he had sent us the portrait of Miss Claire Meredith and asking for an appointment with Miss Meredith herself. I made that appointment and waited in all the afternoon, but Mr. Geoffrey didn't keep it. His note was urgent, and I hoped that possibly you might give me some information about him. "My impression is," said I, "that Mr. Geoffrey did keep his appointment, but he's here in my office at this moment. Won't you come in and talk with him?" His face was perfectly expressionless for a full 5 seconds. He didn't move in the direction of the inner door I indicated, but at the end of that time he said in a rather level voice, "I'm glad he's here. I'd like to talk with him very much." Geoffrey turned away from the window as we came into the room. His manner to a casual stranger would have seemed languid, almost indifferent, but my close knowledge of him gave me 1 or 2 signs that betrayed the real truth. The slightly narrowed, almost rigid eyelids, and the hardly perceptible quiver of his sensitive nostrils. "Dr. Crow was under the impression," said I when they had greeted each other, "that you hadn't kept your appointment with Miss Meredith today. I told him I thought you had." "Oh, yes," said Geoffrey in a matter-of-fact tone. "I went up on the night boat to be there bright and early. I had a very pleasant visit with her this morning." "It was for Miss Meredith's townhouse that I made the appointment," said Crow. "It never occurred to me that you would go to Beech Hill." "I don't think either of us mentioned her townhouse in our exchange of notes," said Geoffrey. "I went to Beech Hill as a matter of course. But I take it from your explanation that you didn't intend me to see Miss Meredith after all."
Crow shook his head.
"The misapprehension has rather forced my hand," he said with a sort of rueful frankness. "I am obliged to confess that I didn't intend you to see her. Miss Meredith had been in town, but the state of her health forced me to send her to Beech Hill. I intended to keep the appointment you had made for her and explain matters to you." "Perhaps," said Geoffrey silkily, "you will explain them now. But I'll say in the meantime for your reassurance that I had the pleasantest sort of visit with Miss Meredith, and my impression is that she enjoyed it as much as I did. I can't believe that her having seen me will have any deleterious results."
We were all seated by that time, and Geoffrey passed around his cigarettes. There was a rather long silence before Crow began to talk, but even before he had said a word, his manner made, on me at least, a strong impression in his favor. There was no pretense about him. He seemed like a man approaching a difficult subject with the serious, candid intention of getting to the bottom of it.
"The ethics of a doctor's profession," he began at last, "are often very puzzling. We are under oath to do certain things and to refrain from doing certain other things, and the fact that that oath has been binding for a good many centuries is proof enough of its validity. And yet, I am going to break it now, in one of its important particulars. I am forbidden to talk about a patient. I am sworn to treat a patient's confidential communications, voluntary or otherwise, as sacred. I cannot be compelled to testify in a court of law any more than a priest can be compelled to violate the secrets of the confessional. And yet this case is so exceptional that I really feel compelled to do it. I am sure," he went on after another moment of silence, "that I needn't say anything more than this to ensure your treating what I have to tell you as sacredly confidential." "Certainly," said I. Geoffrey nodded. "I want to begin by saying that as a small boy, on my occasional visits to Beech Hill, I was always rather a favourite of Miss Meredith's. She liked me much better than her brother did, for no better reason, I believe," he smiled in a sober sort of way, "than because I was a harum-scarum sort of youngster, a sort of black lamb, if you like. She quarrelled with my parents, however, as she did with pretty much nearly everybody in those days, and I was genuinely surprised, 3 years ago, when she returned from Paris after Claire's death, that she should have sent for me to come to make her a visit at Beech Hill. We spent a weekend together, there being no other visitor, and on my preparing to go back to town she proposed that I give up my practice, such as it was, and come and live with her. She said, frankly, that she had in mind making me her heir. She had tried me out, and she believed we should get on together. She wanted someone, she said, to stand between her and the world, and she'd rather have me than a paid secretary. She offered me a good deal more independence than that sort of position usually carries, a whole wing of the house to myself, and all the time I wanted for my laboratory work. I think I have told you both that she was, at that time, far from well, and that she needed someone with a medical training to look after her. That statement was true, but it was very far within the truth. The fact was that she was not only nervously upset, suffering from the shock of Claire's death, but that her mind was, permanently or temporarily, I couldn't tell which, deranged. I think you will see the difficulty of my position. The greater part of the time she was as sane as you or I. One course that was open to me was to take her before a commissioner in lunacy, have her declared insane, and have a conservator appointed for her estate. Such a course would certainly have cleared my skirts of any charge of self-interest or unprofessional conduct, and it would benefit a number of distant collateral heirs, all of whom hated her, none of whom would live with her, all of whom were merely waiting for her death to get what they regarded as their share of her property. On the other hand, the ordeal of facing the commission and of being adjudged insane, to a person who was sane enough 9/10 of the time, to fully appreciate the horror of it, would undoubtedly be worse for her, would tend to perpetuate the insanity which I hoped to cure. The course I decided upon was, I frankly admit, in accordance with my own selfish interests, but I believed honestly and sincerely that it accorded with her best interest too. "I have no difficulty believing that," said I, "and I do really appreciate the difficulties of your situation." He laughed grimly. "Not yet you don't," he said. "I thought they were difficult enough at the beginning, but that was nothing to what happened within the first week of my attendance upon her." He paused there and drew a long, rather unsteady breath. "I'll try not to harrow you with details," he said, "but what happened was that Miss Meredith had a violent maniacal outbreak, during which she said positively that she had killed her niece." I didn't dare look at Geoffrey. I felt, rather than saw, the sudden relaxation of his body in the chair that told me, who knew him so well, the intensity with which his mind had been waiting for Crow's next words. I tried as best I could to get details, but all I could get, beyond the bare assertion, "I killed her, I know she is dead, I killed her myself," was the apparent senseless statement, "I killed her with a pin." I confess I didn't know what to do. I had never gone back to her own unsupported statement that Claire had died of smallpox, and I was still inclined to think it likely that that was true. But of course I couldn't let it go at that. I communicated with friends in Paris, and asked them to get the official version of Claire Meredith's death. When Miss Meredith herself had recovered from the attack, and was superficially sane again, I made an effort to bring up the subject and get some details from her. But it was evident that that wouldn't do. For some reason or other, Claire's death was so intimately associated with the source of her delusions that any approach to the subject seemed to bring them back. But after what seemed an interminable while, I got word from Paris. The girl had died during a serious epidemic of the disease, having been taken, as soon as it was diagnosed in her case, out of Miss Meredith's care altogether, and conveyed to the pest house. There wasn't the faintest irregularity about it, nor, so far as I could see, any opportunity for any irregularity. My friends had a copy of the death certificate made and sent it to me. That was a great relief, of course, but it left me still in the dark as to what I was most anxious to get at, namely, the source of Miss Meredith's delusion. She rarely mentioned Claire, though from occasional remarks she dropped, I gathered that they had not got on well together, and that the antipathy between them had grown with the years. Miss Meredith's attitude toward her loss has always struck me as being one of remorse, rather than of regret, as if, in her sanest moments, she still felt herself responsible for Claire's death. For some reason or other, that was the thing that was preying on her mind, and I felt that I must discover the source of the delusion in order to remove it. It was by the merest chance in the world that I did discover it. I was turning over the contents of her strong-box one day, in a search for some papers she had directed me to find, when I came upon a photograph of Claire, a print from the same plate, evidently, he turned to Geoffrey, as the one you used for the portrait. That picture gave me the clue. It was marked, spotted all over, with pinpricks. I heard a little catch in Geoffrey's slow, even breathing, and he sat up with a sudden look of illumination. "That's very interesting," he said. It was his first remark since Crow had begun his story. "It must have seemed strange to come upon an evidence of Salem witchcraft here in the beginning of the 20th century." "You're rather wonderful," said Crow, "to get it all in a minute like that. It took me 3 solid days to figure it out, and I had heard of 1 or 2 other modern cases that might have given me a precedent." "You will have to explain it to me," said I. Why, she must have gone on hating her niece for years, in her cold, repressed Meredith way. I know that during the time they lived in Paris, she was amusing herself with new religions, some of the pseudo-mysticism that is cropping up everywhere in Europe and America, and is making life such a cinch for a lot of these fake East Indian Brahmins. The eccentric streak that is so characteristic in her family happened to take that form. She had a photograph taken of her niece, and began making pinpricks in it, with the idea of exercising a malign influence on the girl, possibly even with the idea that the effect of it would be fatal. The idea was horrifying to me, until I came to the conclusion that the act itself had been part of her delusion, or perhaps she did it in a wholly experimental and incredulous way, without any serious belief that it could do her niece any harm. But you will understand in a moment how the coincidence of the malady that did overtake Claire must have affected her. The marks of smallpox must have seemed perfectly definite correspondence to the pinpricks in the photograph. The fact that the doctors called it smallpox, even the fact that there was an epidemic of it in the city at the time, didn't at all relieve her own interior conviction that she, and no one else, was responsible for Claire's death. The moment I discovered where the seat of the delusion was, I set to work removing it. I brought Miss Meredith into town, took her about with me wherever I thought it was safe, in a word, did everything I could to divert her mind. Meanwhile, I had sent to the photographer in Paris who had made the photograph, and asked him for another print. When it came back, I took it to Beech Hill, and substituted it for the pin-pricked one in Miss Meredith's box. I began talking about Claire, and finally succeeded in getting Miss Meredith to talk about her in a more or less normal way. Finally, I said I thought it would be an excellent plan to have Claire's portrait painted. I remarked that I had come upon an excellent photograph of her in Miss Meredith's box, and that I thought a skilful portrait painter like yourself, he nodded toward Geoffrey, would be able to produce a satisfactory as well as a beautiful portrait from it. Of course, the idea that I had found out what she regarded as her fatal secret excited my patient exceedingly. I had taken her to Beech Hill for the purpose of making the suggestion, and against her vigorous protest. I went to the box, got out the photograph, and showed it to her. Of course, she was greatly excited to find it was not defaced. But the result of the experiment was as I had anticipated. She knew she had been ill, had been suffering from delusions, and she simply placed this among them and dismissed it as nothing worse than a long nightmare. She seemed to me to be on the road to a complete recovery. And then something happened I couldn't possibly have foreseen, something that has gone far to undo all that I tried to accomplish in the way of effecting a cure. By some means or other, which I never have fathomed, a pair of spiritualists learned or guessed that Miss Meredith might be made their prey. They got into communication with her, a thing that Miss Meredith's greatly improved health made it much easier for them to do than it would have been 3 months before, and persuaded her to come to a séance. They got hold of some woman, I don't know where, who bore a rather surprising likeness to Miss Meredith's dead niece. They even succeeded in tricking her out in a gown similar to the one Claire had worn when she had her photograph taken, and they showed Miss Meredith a materialization vivid and lifelike enough to upset the mind that had so recently regained its balance. There were circumstances which made it impossible for me to appeal to the police, so I did the only thing that seemed left for me to do. I found out the woman who had impersonated Claire at the séance, and bribed her with a good round sum to disappear, and since then I have made some progress toward effecting a second cure. "You were lucky to get rid of the impostor as easily as that," said Geoffrey. "Those people generally stick like leeches. They go away with one bribe only to come back for another." "I've an idea that fate took a hand in that game," said Dr. Crow soberly. "I believe the young woman met with foul play. Certainly the pictures the papers published of the girl who was found in the ice a few months ago bore a striking resemblance to her. I'd have been glad to give the police a hint that would lead towards her identification if the circumstances had not made it impossible. But I think you will see that my hands were tied in that matter pretty completely." "Yes," said Geoffrey, "I can see that." Crow rose from his chair. "I hope you can see too," he said, "the reason why my dealings with you have not been as frank and direct as I could wish them to be. I honestly meant, when I made that appointment with you for this afternoon, to tell you something of these circumstances, though not so much as I have told you this evening. On the whole, I am not sorry that you forced my hand. I have had to make a great many difficult decisions within the last 3 years, without consulting anybody, and I have had to carry around more secrets inside of my head than any man could find pleasant. It has been a great relief to take you into my confidence." Geoffrey rose too. "Well," he said, "if anything more turns up, come to us again. If there is anything we can do, call on us. My friend Drew here has more common sense than any man I know, and I, myself, come across with a lucky guess occasionally. It has been a very interesting story, and we are both greatly indebted to you for telling it to us. We have a problem of our own on hand, which it may help us to solve." Crow nodded and said good night to Geoffrey. I was already in the doorway in the act of showing him out. "By the way," said Geoffrey, and Crow stopped short. Perhaps he had said it a little too casually, for I myself had the feeling something was coming. "There's that photograph you gave me to paint from. I must return that. I'd forgotten it. Shall I send it to Beech Hill or to Miss Meredith's town address?" "Why, you may as well send it direct to Beech Hill," said Crow. "I'll attend to it at once," said Geoffrey, "and then I shan't have anything more on my mind. There is nothing else, is there?" "I think not," said Crow, "and you can congratulate yourself on a very successful outcome. The portrait was really wonderful. Good night again." He looked as he stood there facing Geoffrey, holding out his hand to him, like a man who had just got rid of some long, crushing oppression, who had just dropped a load off his shoulders, and was standing up straight and drawing deep, comfortable breaths for the first time in a long while. I didn't wonder at that. I could see that his secret knowledge of Miss Meredith's condition, his uncertainty, the puzzling coincidence of his own selfish interests with those of his patient, must have driven him nearly distracted. So it was with real cordiality, when he had followed me to the outer door, which I held open for him, that I extended my hand to him. He didn't seem to see my hand, didn't move his own to meet it, and at that I looked into his face. It had changed somehow in the last 5 seconds. There was a look, almost, of panic in his eyes. He made an imperceptible move as if to brush by me and go back into the inner office, but he checked it. Then, with what seemed a supreme effort, he recovered his former manner, shook hands hastily, and walked swiftly away down the corridor to the elevator. I found Geoffrey pacing up and down, his eyes shining with excitement. "We've got the right trail at last, Drew," he said excitedly. "We've got it at last." He took another turn across the room, tugging with both hands at his hair, as he was wont to do in moments of excitement. Then he stopped and stood facing me. "Are you game, Drew? Will you see it through with me?" "See what through?" said I. "It's all explained now, isn't it? What is there for us to do?" "We've got to outguess him," said Geoffrey thoughtfully. "Will he bring her back to town, or will he leave her at Beech Hill? He meant to bring her back to town, but will he do it now? Perhaps he's brought her already, sent for her as soon as they wired him I'd been there." "What in the world are you talking about?" I demanded. He paid no attention to my question, but started walking up and down again. "He'll see it," said Geoffrey. "He's sure to see it. He may catch on any minute." I remembered the sudden change that had come over Crow's face just before he left me. "I don't in the least know what you mean," said I. "But, Geoffrey, I believe he has seen it." He wheeled and faced me, his eyes eager with the question he did not need to ask. Just before he left me, there in the outer office, his face changed and a queer look came into it. I thought for a moment he was coming back into this room. It was as if he'd forgotten something important, and then he changed his mind and went away. "He sees, then," said Geoffrey. "Well, I'm not sorry. On the whole, I'd rather play the hand that way." "But what do you mean?" I cried. "He had forgotten something," said Geoffrey soberly. "Oh, there's no time to talk now. We've got to move quick. We've got to go to Beech Hill tonight. We're going to commit a burglary, Drew. Are you game?" All he waited for was my somewhat dubious nod of assent. Already he was in my desk chair, and by unhooking the telephone receiver, he cut short the flood of questions I'd have overwhelmed him with, if he'd given me the chance. "There's a taxi stand on the corner, isn't there? That'll be quicker than phoning for one. Do you mind getting it?" I answered by catching up my coat and hat. "While you're at the phone, though," said I, "do you mind calling my house and telling Jack or Gwendolen that I shan't be home tonight? Luckily, Madeline's away." "That's a good notion, Drew." He spoke as though it were a particularly shrewd idea, and not in the least satirically either. Evidently it had suggested something to him so instantaneously that he thought the suggestion itself had come from me. He often did that. I wondered what the idea was, but he waved me away, so I rushed out after the taxi and left him to arrange matters his own way. When I came back with the cab, I found him waiting at the curb. That surprised me, because I had got the idea that secrecy was to be part of the program. If anyone were on the watch, it would be easy enough to see us starting off together at any rate. Just as Geoffrey took a seat beside me, another taxi came up behind, rather slowly, as if waiting to see what we wanted of the road before it tried to pass. Geoffrey glanced back at it, and then called an address to our own chauffeur. The address was that of my own house uptown. In a moment I thought I had the idea. The taxi behind meant to follow us, and Geoffrey had called out that address to throw them off the trail. Our chauffeur, with a warning gesture to the car behind, pulled out into the road and turned around, the other taxi checking up at the curb to give us room. The occupant of it was an insignificant-looking young man who gave you the impression of flashiness and shabbiness all at the same time. He didn't look at us at all, seeming to be looking along for a street number. His taxi was still jogging along close to the curb when we turned the corner. "We needn't have taken so much trouble to mislead him after all," said I. "I thought for an instant he was a detective, and so evidently did you. What address do you want to go to?" "That's the right address for your house, isn't it?" "What are we going to my house for?" I demanded. "Why," said Geoffrey, "I thought that was your own idea. But it doesn't matter which of us thought of it," he went on as I started to protest. "It's the right place for us to go." At that, the light went out of his eyes and he leaned back limply against the cushions, so completely absorbed in the train of thought that was occupying him that I hadn't the heart for any more questions. The taxi was chugging along, not so very fast, and I, with the need for haste that Geoffrey had impressed upon me strongly in mind, reached for the speaking tube and was about to tell the chauffeur to speed up a little when Geoffrey took it away from me and shook his head. "No hurry," he said. "He's going fast enough." So by the time we had pulled up at my own door, I was pretty completely mystified. there was another car standing there, and when we got near enough, I recognized it as Jack's big limousine. Evidently, he and Gwendolen were going out somewhere, for the door opened just as our car stopped, and they came down the steps. "Shall we want the taxi again, Geoffrey?" I asked. "No," he said, "we're through with him." So I turned to pay the driver. Geoffrey lunged out of the cab, and at sight of him, Gwendolen and Jack both exclaimed their pleasure at the meeting. I got my change from the driver of the taxi, and then, just as I was turning away to join the group, I saw another taxi round the corner. It might have been fancy, but I thought I recognized it for the same car that had come up behind us, just as we were leaving my office. We had been followed then, after all. The car was jogging along in no great hurry than we seemed to be in ourselves. "What are you people going to do with yourselves?" asked Gwendolen as we came up. "Why, I don't know," said Geoffrey. "We've nothing in particular to do. Why?" "Then come along and dine with us," said Jack. "We're going down to dine at one of the restaurants." "You people are dressed," said Geoffrey, "and we aren't." "Oh," said Gwendolen, "what does that matter? We'll go where you won't mind, the Lafayette, or somewhere." All the while the other taxi had been drawing closer. Just as it came opposite us, Geoffrey said, "We'll have to run away afterwards. We've an engagement for the end of the evening." "Let's waste no time beginning it then," said Jack, and he caught Geoffrey by the arm and began pushing him toward the car. "All right," said Geoffrey. I followed without a word. The other taxi had gone by, still rather slowly. Our car started off with a jump the minute the door was shut behind me. Evidently the chauffeur had been told what to do. At the corner we turned to the right, which was natural enough if one wanted to follow the avenue downtown, but at the first corner we whipped around to the right again, and in a minute were flying along on the high speed, northward. "We timed that pretty well, I think," said Gwendolen. "I never dressed so fast in my life, and I'm sure the hooks up my back are just caught into anything. But it certainly went as smoothly as if it had been rehearsed. I was so afraid I wouldn't be able to say Lafayette at the right time, but he did hear, I'm sure." She turned and peered out of the little back window. "And he isn't following." "Oh, it worked," said Geoffrey, "like a charm. Even when we don't turn up at the Lafayette, he won't know that we haven't changed our minds and gone to some other restaurant." "An awfully clever idea," said Gwendolen. "Drew thought of it," said Geoffrey. "All I thought of," said I, "was to ask Geoffrey to telephone you that I shouldn't be home tonight. Whenever I've tried to ask him any questions since about what all these manoeuvres meant, he's told me it was my own idea, but I've only just got it through my head what it's all about. Did Geoffrey also tell you," I concluded, "where we were going and what we are trying to do, and did he tell you that this was my idea too?" "He only told us," said Gwendolen, "that you were going to burgle Beech Hill." I don't believe any professional ever spoke of cracking a crib more casually than Gwendolen did. "I think I've got everything you need in here," she said. "Everything you spoke of, and I have put in an extra suit of clothes of Cliff's, and one of Jack's for you. It ought to fit pretty well, I think. And then, if anything happens, if your looks get damaged or anything, the fresh clothes will be much more respectable." "Bully for you," Geoffrey said. "You know, you people are a pair of trumps to turn in and help us out this way. We're making criminals of you, too. Accessories before the fact. That's the term, isn't it, Drew?"
"We're going to be ever so much more accessory than you think," said Gwendolen. "We're going all the way to Oldborough. Oh, Jack says it's all right," she went on in answer to my movement of protest. "What's the sense of our getting off at the ferry and going back when we can just as well go all the way and see the fun?" "I doubt if it turns out to be precisely a picnic," said Geoffrey seriously. "I don't see exactly how we're going to work the trick ourselves. And as for taking a gallery along to cheer—" "Gallery indeed," said Gwendolen indignantly. "I don't believe you have figured it out. What are you going to do with the car while you're burgling? You can't go chugging right up to the driveway in it. If you leave it beside the road somewhere, it will attract as much attention as an elephant. If you send it to the garage at Oldborough just with James, that'll look queer. And if you appear yourselves and don't go to the hotel, then you'll have to be accounted for. If you send the car home without you, then you'll have to take a train or the day boat, and that may turn out to be awkward too." "You've got the difficulties down cold," said Geoffrey, "but I'm hoping that the spur of the moment will supply us with something." "Wait till you've heard my plan," said Gwendolen. "Then perhaps you'll apologize for the word gallery."
"You can't help 4 people being more conspicuous than 2, said Geoffrey, with a shake of the head.
"It needs people to account for the car," Gwendolen retorted. "Jack and I can do that tonight and tomorrow morning. We look pretty respectable. When we turn up at the Oldborough Hotel with a punctured tire, no matter what time of night it is, no one will think that there's anything queer about it, and you won't have to appear at all."
"You're right," said Geoffrey quickly. "I withdraw the word gallery and apologize. In the morning, of course, you'll start out for town and pick us up at some lonely bend of the road."
"Perhaps," said Gwendolen, "but we thought we'd take 2 rooms on the ground floor because I'll be nervous about fire. We'll only use one of them and leave the other, so that if you happen to need a place to hide in or change your clothes again, you'll have it. We'll leave the window open a little and a towel, hanging out over the sill so you'll know. You may not want it, but it may come in handy."
Geoffrey laughed. "Richard says you ought to be a member of the force," he observed. "But upon my word, I believe your real talent is for crime."
"It's pretty much the same," she said rather soberly. "You've got to be able to think crimes either to commit them or to detect them."
"I'd argue that point with you," said Geoffrey, "if duty didn't call me out in front. That chauffeur of yours knows the town like the palm of his hand, but it's a dark night, and once we get out on the country roads, a cat-eyed person like me, who can see in the dark, will be helpful."
We didn't protest very strongly against his going, because we had seen from his air of preoccupation that he wanted the solitude of his own thoughts rather than our talk. He opened the door, slipped out on the running board, and clambered to the seat beside the chauffeur. His going turned loose a flood of questions and surmises. What puzzled Jack and me the most was the object of this night journey. What purpose had Geoffrey in mind that could justify this rush in the dark, the risk of detection and capture in the very act of committing a crime? For housebreaking was a crime, even if one didn't mean to make away with the family jewels or plate.
"Whatever his object is," said Jack, "why doesn't he tell us?"
"I doubt if he could tell us any better than he has," said Gwendolen. "He's found out enough, evidently, to make it clear to him that the crime was committed in that house, and his instinct tells him if he can get into the house and look at the actual scene, he will see something that will explain the crime itself."
Then she set me to work recounting the events of the afternoon, Richard's call, Geoffrey's arrival with the narrative of his adventures on his former visit to Beech Hill, and finally, the coming of Dr. Crow. I told the story as nearly as I could, in his own words, and as I told it, the conviction his narrative had carried with it came back to me. I declare, I concluded, I don't see what more there is to explain. Geoffrey was saying just before Crow came in that no case was complete as long as it contained a single contradictory circumstance. But I am blessed if I see any contradiction in that, because Crow's story fits in absolutely with Richard's present theory of the case, with Mrs. Barton's confession and what Geoffrey himself heard in his stateroom on the night boat. What was it that Mr. Geoffrey said when Dr. Crow got through with his story? Asked Gwendolen. Something perfectly trivial, said I, about returning the photograph they'd given him to paint from. Dr. Crow said he could mail it to Beech Hill. And then? Asked Gwendolen. That was all, said I. Geoffrey said he wanted to get it all off his mind, and there wasn't anything else, was there? Crow said no, and that Geoffrey could congratulate himself on a highly successful outcome. There was a moment of silence. Then Gwendolen caught her breath. Oh, she said. There was another minute of silence, and then she asked, Didn't Dr. Crow see he'd made a slip? Didn't he try to come back and say anything more? You and Geoffrey will be the death of me, I exclaimed. Yes, he did. That is, he started to say something and checked himself. But how did you know he'd done that? How did Geoffrey know? What was the slip? He'd forgotten the gown, said Gwendolen. Don't you see? They loaned Mr. Geoffrey Claire's own gown to pose a model in. It was ever so much more valuable than the photograph, and an infinitely more intimate souvenir of the girl herself. He couldn't have forgotten it, unless... Unless what? I asked, for she had hesitated there. When she went on, her voice was graver. Unless Cliff, he knew what had become of the gown. Unless he'd seen it so often since that he'd almost forgotten Mr. Geoffrey had it. He couldn't have forgotten it, not when Mr. Geoffrey had spoken of the photograph and asked him straight out if there weren't anything else. Unless he had known what had become of the gown. I sat for 5 solid minutes trying to fit that stubborn circumstance into Crow's story. He didn't know the gown had been stolen. He couldn't have known, not if he knew no more of Irene Fournier than that he'd bribed her to disappear and give his patient a second chance for recovery. There's something else, said Gwendolen thoughtfully. Something else that doesn't fit. There are the earrings, Cliff. He had them in his card case. He dropped one of them on the rug in the studio and came back and tried to get it. Those were Claire's earrings. How did Dr. Crow get them? That seems natural enough, said I. Miss Meredith brought them home with her. Very likely they were in the same box with the defaced photograph. Then you'll have to believe it was a ghost that Mr. Geoffrey saw on the bridge. I don't know, said I. That girl might have been Irene. But the earrings, she cried. That's where Mr. Geoffrey saw them. That girl was wearing them. Well, I saw it at last. Not the way Geoffrey did. I couldn't hope for that. It was even probable that Gwendolen herself, getting the story at second hand from me, saw more than I did, but I saw enough to explain our night's journey through the velvet dark, enough to give that silent house of Beech Hill that I had never seen a strange, eerie attraction. I felt somehow that in that house tonight the mystery would be solved. Suddenly, through the glass, I saw Geoffrey turn to the chauffeur with a quick order. The car checked its speed. We were on a brick-paved main street of a small town, and the pasty surface didn't accommodate itself well to the sudden checking of our speed. The car did a sweeping side slip down against the curb and stopped on the intersection of a cross street. Half a block down I could see the lights of a lunch wagon. Geoffrey reached back and opened the door. "Aren't you people getting hungry in there?" he said. "I am." None of us had thought of it before, but the realization of it came to us all at once. "I'll go down to that lunch wagon," I volunteered, "and get a dozen Red Hots. Then we can eat them as we ride." "That's a good notion," said Geoffrey approvingly. I slipped from the car and made my way up the dimly lighted cross street. Halfway to my destination, I passed a man and a woman coming from the direction in which I was bound. I had my hat low down over my eyes as they passed me. Then I heard him say to her, "They'll do until we can get a more civilized meal." And I remembered having observed that he had a paper bag in his hand. Something about the urbane quality of his voice made me turn and look after them. Their appearance as they blurred into the darkness of that dimly lighted street confirmed the impression that his voice had made, that they weren't, any more than we, inhabitants of this village. He had on a long ulster and a motoring cap, and she seemed to be heavily veiled. My principal feeling, though, was one of irritation. I had Dr. Crow so strongly in my thoughts that the very last glimpse I got of that disappearing back reminded me of him. I went on to the lunch wagon, made my purchase, and had got almost back to the car when I heard the sudden roar of a motor. It wasn't our own car. That was chugging away passively on just enough gas to keep it turning over. But looking ahead, down the road, I saw the diminishing red tail light of another car. Geoffrey was slouched down in his seat, his cap over his eyes, his head sunk forward on his chest. He paid no attention to my arrival. Indeed, it seemed as if he had fallen asleep. He aroused with a start when I touched him. "Here you are," said I. Even then he looked at me blankly for a second, then rose rather stiffly and climbed back into the interior of the car with the rest of us. "We may as well eat standing still," said he. "It's lots pleasanter." Then I saw that Gwendolen was eyeing him curiously. We were standing on what felt like the roadway, Geoffrey and I. A mile down the road we could just distinguish the purr of Jack's limousine. I used the last glimpse of its headlight as it swung around in the road for a look at my watch. It was 1:45 in the morning. We remained where we were without moving a muscle until it was out of hearing. Hearing and touch were the only senses that gave us any contact with reality at all, for the night was completely dark. The sky must have been very thickly overcast, for there wasn't light enough overhead to show the profile of the treetops. It was still, too. There wasn't a breath of wind, and there were none of the country noises that ordinarily fill the ear at night. We were, as nearly as Geoffrey had been able to guess, half a mile from the main entrance to Beech Hill Estate. Geoffrey laid a hand on my arm. "This way," he whispered. What sense of direction it was that enabled him to keep the road, I don't know. Perhaps he could feel the ruts with his feet accurately enough to give him the direction. Left to myself, I'd have been lost in 3 minutes, but Geoffrey moved along as confidently as if it had been broad daylight. It's perfectly impossible to judge the flight of time under such conditions, and I don't know how far we had been walking, when he suddenly checked me with a clutch on my arm. I could feel him standing as rigid as a setter dog, making a point. I strained my ears, but could hear nothing, except the rise and fall of my own breathing. "What is it?" I whispered. "I can't hear anything." He didn't answer, but I heard him drawing a deep breath through his nose. Then I realized that he had heard nothing himself. It was his sense of smell that had warned him, and that realization made me shiver somehow. Very cautiously he led me over to the right, across the ditch, and up on the other side, where there was a springy, soggy turf. Once there, we started forward again, but much more slowly, and with infinite precaution against noise. 50 paces along, I got the same warning that had checked Geoffrey earlier. There was something home-like about it, though, something that took off the horror of the thing. It was the smell of tobacco. Someone ahead of us there in the dark was smoking a pipe. A faint puff of air blew on the left side of our faces and carried off the pipe smoke with it. The smoker, then, was somewhere ahead of us. Geoffrey's arm signaled me again, and once more we moved forward, but still more slowly, planting each foot with the utmost care, moving absolutely without a sound. The bank where we were walking seemed to be considerably higher than the road. At least, we had climbed to get to the top of it, and I wasn't conscious of having walked down again. The pipe smell grew stronger, and presently I heard a sound, the deep, regular breathing of someone asleep. There must be 2 of them then, because the smoker was keeping his pipe lighted. I was walking at Geoffrey's left, that is to say, at the side of the bank nearest the road. Suddenly my left hand touched something, and in my surprise I lost my balance a little, and my weight came down on it rather heavily. It isn't easy to keep your balance walking slowly in the dark. Did you ever try it? The thing gave a little under my weight, and yet it resisted stoutly. It felt like stretched leather, and the surface of it was gritty with dust. In a second I knew what it was, the extended top of a carriage or automobile. A stronger whiff of tobacco came up just then, and I felt the thing move a little under my hand, and heard the faint creak of leather cushions. The smoker was in the vehicle there, just below me, and he had stirred a little. Possibly the touch of my hand had roused him. I had no way of warning Geoffrey, but apparently he didn't need it. There were 10 seconds, I believe, when no bronze statue could have stood stiller than we did. Then, a step at a time, we moved on again. A little further along we slipped down into the road once more, and walked on again a little more freely. Presently Geoffrey stopped, took my hand, and guided it out past his body, until it touched a surface of rough stone. "The gates," he whispered. Then we walked on rather briskly, and with apparently no fear whatever of discovery. "We're in luck so far," said Geoffrey. I told him of my adventure, of the thing my hand had touched there in the dark. "It was a carriage, or an automobile, I think," said I. "An automobile," said Geoffrey. "Couldn't you smell it?" "What's it doing there, do you suppose?" I asked. "What are the people in it doing?" "Watching the place," said Geoffrey, "seeing to it that no one goes in or out without their knowing it." "But who'd be watching, and who are they watching for?" "I don't know," said Geoffrey. "We shall probably find out before we're through." "It seems a strange place to set a watch," I observed. "There must be a dozen other ways of getting into and out of this place without going through the main gate." "There's one other way," said Geoffrey. "One other practical way, and that's in a boat. This place is a peninsula, and a very narrow neck, and the wall across the neck is much too high to climb without a scaling hook, so the gate's a pretty good place to set a watch. If there's another watch on the boathouse landing, as I suspect there is, then the job is pretty well covered." "I'd like to know, then," said I, a little anxiously, "how we're going to get away ourselves." "We got in, didn't we?" said Geoffrey, "and nobody knows we're here. That, with a little decent luck, is handicap enough in our favour." Somehow, the presence of watchers at the gate seemed to have relieved Geoffrey of all concern about them now we were inside. We walked briskly, at a pace I'd never dared have taken in the dark, but for the compelling touch of his hand on my arm. And if we said nothing, it seemed more because Geoffrey didn't want to talk than because he was afraid to. The drive was perfectly surfaced, so there was nothing to stumble on, but sometimes we went uphill and sometimes down. How Geoffrey followed the curves in the drive I couldn't understand at all, unless the lateral inclination of the roadway from crown to curve gave clue enough to that wonderful tactile sense of his. At last, as we reached the top of a little rise, a flicker of lightning in the clouds ahead of us silhouetted the house. It wasn't more than 100 yards away. Geoffrey immediately left the road and struck out to the left. The lightning shimmered again and then again, more brightly each time, and it gave us the general direction of the house as we quartered around it in the arc of a circle. But as a guide to what was immediately under our feet, flower beds, terraces, tangles of untouched wilderness, Geoffrey could have no guide but his memory. But suddenly, as we rounded the corner of a projecting wing, we both stopped short. There was a light in one of the second-story windows. To me that seemed final. Entering an empty house, to say nothing of one whose occupants were all sound asleep, seemed a reckless enough proceeding for anyone to contemplate. In the face of the warning the square of light from that window gave us, there seemed nothing to do but count our expedition a dead loss and make the best of our way back to Oldborough. "Wait a minute," said Geoffrey. He walked swiftly away toward another building, a one-storied, concrete affair that had the look of a garage. I saw him crouch down on the slope that led up to its great door and explore the surface with his hands. Then he came back, not straight toward me, but at an angle, toward the corner of the house itself. He nodded to me to come along too, and when we had reached the place he indicated, I saw that we were standing beneath an open window. It was some distance from the lighted one. "Give me a leg up," he whispered, "then I can pull you in after me." "You don't mean," I gasped, "you don't mean to go in with that light there?" "Yes, I'm going in," he said quietly, "and I warn you it will be dull waiting and mighty interesting inside. You had better come along too." "All right,"
said I. "I told you I was game, and I meant it. But I didn't bargain for this." There was light enough to see him smile by. "This is nothing to what we'll be up against before we get through," he said. "Come along." He put his feet on my bent knee, and with a quick, cat-like spring, was poised on the window ledge. Then he reached down a strong hand and hauled me up after him. There wasn't a tremor in that hand. It was as steady as if he had been painting a portrait in his studio. Illogically enough, when we had scrambled over the sill and dropped down lightly inside, my first sensation was one of disappointment. I had made up my mind to do something thrilling and dangerous, committed myself by one decisive action to Geoffrey's reckless course, and now wanted a run for my money. I think you will agree that I got it in the end, but just at first the adventure seemed to be flattening out into something very tame. We didn't hear a sound. Our entrance had apparently disturbed no one. We were at the end of a bare, rather uninteresting-looking corridor. At the other end of it, about 40 feet away, was the door leading, if I had kept my sense of direction straight, into the wing where the light was. The bright circle from Geoffrey's electric torch flashed on that only a second, then wheeled to the left and revealed a narrow stairway leading straight up away from us to the floor above. Halfway down the corridor on the right was an opening which apparently led off at right angles. Just at the foot of the stairway, on the left side of the corridor, was a door. Geoffrey flashed his torch again to the right of where we were standing and revealed another corridor parallel to the one which occurred further down. Geoffrey didn't keep his light on more than 5 seconds altogether. Then, seeming to have seen enough to satisfy him, he switched it out, gave me a hand to guide me, and walked straight ahead to the stairway. I confess I didn't like going upstairs. As long as we had an open window there that could be reached without a rush and tumbled out of without serious risk of injury, it wasn't so bad. But upstairs? It was on the second floor that the light was. The stairs were old, too, and it seemed to me they creaked horribly. However, we reached the second floor without misadventure, and found, in the momentary glimpse that Geoffrey's torch afforded us, what seemed to be the same arrangement of corridors as on the floor below. The moment Geoffrey switched off the torch, he directed my attention to a thin thread of light that was coming out from under the door at the end of the corridor. He gave a little grunt of satisfaction, but, to my relief, immediately led me away from it, back along the corridor to the point above the window where we had got in, and then off to the left. At the end of 10 paces he stopped me in front of a door. A flicker of lightning outside revealed that much. It also revealed that Geoffrey had his ear against the door panel. We stood there perfectly still for what seemed a long time to me, probably not more than 20 seconds. Then, perfectly calm, Geoffrey opened the door and went in. It was a big, rather nobly proportioned room, with a fireplace in it, and a bow window at one end, charmingly and rather intimately furnished, but with an air, somehow, of disuse. I got that general impression from a prolonged series of lightning flickers. Meanwhile, Geoffrey's bull's-eye was picking out details. What it seemed to rest on longest was a heavy layer of dust on the bare mahogany centre table and on the mantel over the fireplace. There were 2 doors beside the one we had come in by, but the one he finally advanced to was in the opposite wall.
He opened it without hesitation this time, and we found ourselves in a long, deep clothes closet. The two side walls showed nothing but bare hooks, but the short wall at the end had a few nondescript articles hanging on it. I'd have turned away without a second glance, but Geoffrey went straight in, and I saw him apparently scrutinizing the garment hanging at the far end, at close range, with his electric torch. There wasn't room for both of us in there, and I had no idea what he could find to interest him, so I waited in the bow window. The lightning was now almost continuous, and there was an occasional mutter of thunder along with it. The storm, which the dead stillness of an hour ago had prophesied, was getting near enough to be reckoned with, and on the whole I wasn't sorry. Anything would be better than that breathless silence out of doors. What small comfort I got out of that was presently neutralized, though, by what I saw out on the lawn in the instantaneous illumination of a vivid lightning flash, just a silhouette of a man crouching tense behind the trunk of a big tree. He wasn't watching the house. He was turned in the other direction. There were many watchers abroad tonight, and some of the watchers were watched. The glimpse of that crouching figure gave me a bad moment of panic, but Geoffrey's voice just then put me back on my feet. "Come along, Drew," he said. "We're getting warm." The flash of his torch showed me the way into the closet. Geoffrey crowded back against the side wall to let me pass, and then I saw behind the garments that hung from the hooks, screening it like a curtain, was a low, narrow door opening back. "Go in," said Geoffrey. "It's all right." It took me a moment to see where we were. Then I made out a long passage of level flooring on the right, leading in a curve around a swelling dome of lath and plaster that looked like an enormous tomb. "That's the vaulting to the ceiling of the room below," said Geoffrey. "I suppose it's the dining room. Better let me lead, I guess." He was excited and triumphant. Not so much, I thought, over finding the secret doorway at the bottom of the closet, but by what the tracks on the floor and the little chips of plaster seemed to be telling him. We circled halfway round the dome when he stopped short and confidently opened another door. I heard him give a little gasp when he got inside, and squeezed through quickly beside him. He closed the door behind him. It was an extraordinary room, not more than 7 feet wide and fully 30 long, so that I should have thought of it as a corridor, had not the furniture ranged in a row along one of the walls declared plainly enough that someone had lived there. There was a narrow bed, a dressing table, a chiffonier, and further along than that, a row of bare hooks screwed into the wall at uneven intervals. An exclamation from Geoffrey attracted my attention to the lighting arrangements. There were no regular electric fittings, but from a hole in the ceiling an electric wire hung down a little beyond the dressing table, and on the end of it was a double socket with 2 big tungsten lamps. "They wanted light up here and plenty of it," said Geoffrey. "But where are the windows?" I exclaimed. There were no windows. Inside there was a long, narrow skylight, and the carpentry of it was as rough and slovenly as that which had put up the clothes hooks and dangled that unprotected electric cord through a hole in the ceiling. Geoffrey sat down on the low chair in front of the dressing table, laid down his electric bullseye, and pulled open the one shallow drawer. What he found there struck me as trivial enough, but it seemed to interest him mightily. A well-used powder puff, and a box of rice powder. "A girl would have to be a pretty decided blonde, Drew," he observed, "to put on powder of that colour, and not have it show." "Geoffrey," said I quickly, "let's get out of here. I can't stand this room. I don't know why, but there's something sinister about it." He looked around from the table and nodded at me soberly. "It is sinister," he assented. "It's ghastly, but we're not through yet." "What is it?" I demanded. "What is it that I feel in here? I haven't any extra sense for things." "In the first place," said Geoffrey, "it's a concealed room. That accounts for the shape of it. That accounts for the skylight. And it's a concealed room that's been used, Drew. Somebody lived here a good long while, unknown to the servants, unknown, I imagine, to the mistress of the house herself. Someone has lived here, and if I am not mistaken—" He hesitated a second, and then let me have the full value of the words. "If I am not mistaken, died here, Drew." He got up, with a little shiver from the dressing table, carrying the bullseye with him, and walked to the other end of the room, the end we had not come in by. Under the strong rays of light, even I could see from where I stood that there was another door there, though there was no latch nor frame, just a frayed, soiled outline upon the wallpaper. Geoffrey turned around and leaned back against it, his face wearing a puzzled, thoughtful frown. His eyes were fixed all the time on the dressing table and the wall behind it. Then his gaze went up to the electric wire. "Nothing's quite right in this room, Drew," he said. "Why isn't that dressing mirror under the light, where it would shine on both sides of the face? Come, let's put things tidy. Catch hold." Already he was at one end of the dressing table. I took the other, and we lifted it carefully along to its proper position, just under the electric light. "Ah," said Geoffrey. In a flash he had out his knife, and was digging away at a small hole in the plaster behind where the mirror had been. I watched him in silence. His look was triumphant enough now. In another minute he had dug something out of the joist in the wall, and was holding it out in his palm to me. It was a small, slightly flattened revolver bullet. "Geoffrey!" I gasped. "Do you work miracles? How long did you know that was there?" "Look at the chip broken off the corner of the mirror," said Geoffrey. "The bullet did that. You can see the shape of it. The bullet must have gone somewhere. If the shot had been fired from the other direction, it would have gone on and smashed the mirror. If it had been fired by a person who had just come in by that door where I was standing, and aimed at a person sitting on that stool before the dressing table, it must have gone into the wall. There's nothing difficult about that. But, Drew, let me see that bullet again." I handed it back to him. He looked at it now with an incredulous frown, and then, to my amazement, clenched his hands with a gesture of absolute perplexity. "Always the contradiction," he said. "Always the one contradiction. I thought I had it, but I'm wrong again. Drew, I'm going to see this thing through if it takes the rest of my life. I'm going to find out what really happened in this house on the night of the 19th of December." "But, Geoffrey," I expostulated, What more could you want? What more could you hope for than what you've got already?" "That bullet," he said. "It isn't the right caliber, Drew." Then suddenly he switched off his light and clutched my arm tightly. "Listen," he said. For a breathless moment of silence, there was nothing. Then there came to my ears what he had heard before, distant, muffled, as if from a long way off. The sound of running feet. The footsteps were those of a man, a heavy man. The sound of them grew louder, and then fainter again. The man had run down one of the corridors, fleeing in terror from something. The footsteps stopped abruptly, then almost instantly went on again, running. But now they were growing louder. "He's coming back," I whispered. "He's lost," said Geoffrey. "He's lost his way." And then, with a sudden sweep of his arm, he caught me and crowded me back against the wall. The fugitive was coming straight toward the hidden chamber. Was the pursuer coming too? A long flicker of lightning whitened the skylight and gave me a glimpse of Geoffrey's face, tense, the eyes blazing with expectancy. Then came the dark once more, but only for a moment. The door at the far end of the room burst open as if someone had run blindly into it, and at that moment a great crevice of white flame opened in the sky, and for nearly a second the room blazed with light. The man at the door staggered in, his face whiter than the mass of bandages wrapped around his neck, his eyes staring in maniacal terror. But what fixed my own horrid stare, more than the terror in the man's eyes, was a sudden red stain that I saw come through the bandages. The outcry he gave was swallowed in the crash of thunder that followed the lightning flash. Then, in the blacker dark that swallowed him up, we heard his limp body thud upon the floor. The door behind creaked on its hinges. Such was the fugitive. What had been the pursuer? Geoffrey was moving in the dark, and in a moment I heard the door pulled shut again. "It's all right," he said quietly, "but apparently it's up to us to get the poor chap out of here." "Who do you mean?" I whispered. "Barton," said Geoffrey. "Didn't you recognize him?" He flashed on his torch, and I stared at the inert man on the floor. "He did look pretty wild," he went on. "I don't know that I'd have spotted him myself, if it hadn't been for the bandages. Then I half expected we might find him here." We were both bending over the prostrate man now. He was unconscious, white as death, and with the growing smudge of red on the bandages. Ghastly. "It's the wound his wife gave him," said Geoffrey. "He's broken it open again, and I don't wonder." It wasn't a very serious hemorrhage, though. The smudge wasn't growing very fast, and the man must have a lot of vitality. Already he was showing signs of coming back to consciousness. "What was it that frightened him, Geoffrey?" I asked. "What was it he was running away from? Do you know?" "Spooks, like enough," said Geoffrey easily. "They'll hardly trouble us, but what's really after him may prove a handful for us. We've got to get him out of here, Drew. He can tell us more about what happened in this house that other night than I supposed he could when we came here, and if Richards once gets his hands on him, we'll never know what it is he has to tell. We've got to get him out of here, and into that hotel room at Oldborough, and the sooner we get about it, the better. Wait a minute." He pulled a small silver flask out of his pocket and handed it to me. "Give him a little of that," he said. He went away to the other end of the room, apparently to get a pillow that lay on the stripped bed. He didn't come back for a minute, and I hadn't leisure to observe just what he was doing, for, with the first drop of brandy that passed his lips, Barton's eyelids trembled, then opened a little, and I found him looking at me with an unseeing stare. "It was her face," he said. "Did she follow you, too?" Then, rousing a little more, he frowned at me as though I were not whom he thought. "Where am I?" he whispered. "And who are you?" "You're all right," Geoffrey whispered, coming up with the pillow. "We're friends. We're going to get you out of here." "Then I am here," he said with a shudder. "In the Beach Hill house?" said Geoffrey. "Oh, yes, but you won't be long. We're friends, I tell you. You've nothing to worry about. Drink some more of the brandy, and then we'll see if you can go on your own pins." There was another flare of lightning and a crash of thunder, and this time it was followed by a roar of rain upon the skylight. The sound seemed to horrify Barton anew, to the very verge of panic. "Make it stop. I can't stand that noise." Geoffrey nodded assent to my look of inquiry, and each of us taking an arm, we raised him to his feet. For some reason that I could not understand, Geoffrey did not avail himself of his torch, and we felt our way along in the dark. I noticed that the side pocket of Barton's coat was bulging with something heavy, and I felt more like a burglar than ever I had had leisure to feel since we had got into this room. We squeezed through the low door into the closet, and then out into the big room with the bow window. When we got into the corridor, I almost balked, for the thread of light still shone through under the door, and we had to go almost up to it to reach the head of the stairs. They weren't wide enough for three of us to go abreast, so Geoffrey went ahead, and I, supporting Barton, followed. To my surprise, he didn't go to the open window where we had come in, but turned off to the left, conducted us down a corridor, shot a bolt or two, opened the door, and let us out into a little brick-paved pergola, where the rain was now splashing down in torrents. "It's always easier to get out of a house than into it," he said, falling back abreast of us and taking Barton's other arm. The roar of the rain drowned the necessity for caution, and he spoke as naturally as if we had been sitting in his studio. "Better give him another swallow of the flask, Drew. Oh, never mind the rain. It will do us all good. I only hope it doesn't stop." Barton took a big drink, and then, without another word, we set out as briskly as we dared down the brick-paved path. "Confound it," said Geoffrey presently. "The rain's slacking up." "The clouds are breaking too," said I, and I pointed over to the right, where a patch of grey sky appeared behind the black curtain. The curtain had a fringe of silver, too. There'd be a moon before long. As a matter of fact, under a swift westerly breeze, the sky was clearing with alarming rapidity. Alarming to me, at least. To my mind, that group of watchers at the gate, the man who had slept, and the man who had smoked his pipe, and heaven knew how many more beside, were getting more formidable every moment. But Geoffrey walked on, not seeming in the least disturbed, although we could now see the roadway plainly enough, up to where it was swallowed in the darkness of a grove of trees. "Isn't the gate just beyond there?" I whispered. He nodded. Then I saw him turn a look of real concern on our capture. Barton had gone pretty white again, and was already turning limp on our hands. "Take one more drink," said Geoffrey encouragingly, and then do exactly what I tell you. There's nothing to worry about. Keep on walking till you get to the trees. Then turn a little to the right, so that you parallel the path to the gate. Take care to keep tolerably well hidden. You don't have to be too careful about it, but be sure and get close to the gate. Then wait there, whatever happens, until you see the men come in. I think they'll all come in. At any rate, they won't leave more than one, and you can deal with him, if you have to, Drew, as circumstances seem to dictate. But don't look for trouble. As soon as the men have come in through the gate, you slip out and start straight down the road, and don't bother about anything you hear coming behind you." He shot another look at Barton. "Better now?" he asked. "All right." Without waiting for any answer, he crossed the road, and soon lost himself to our view in the trees on the other side. Barton and I walked forward as he had instructed, took shelter gladly enough when we could get it, and then paralleled the path down to the gate. It seemed strange to catch another whiff of tobacco as we pulled up there. The man was still smoking. It seemed hours, years since we had left him there. I leaned Barton up against a tree just inside the gate, and settled myself to await developments. They weren't long coming. It couldn't have been 2 minutes after we had taken our position, when I heard a cry of alarm, a shout, a revolver shot, the sound of someone running, plunging heavily through the underbrush, and then the shrill scream of a policeman's whistle, or what sounded like it. The effect on the watchers outside was, as might be expected, instantaneous. They came tumbling through the gate, 3 of them, running in the dazed manner of men just startled by a sudden alarm. I remember seeing the smoker putting his pipe in his pocket with one hand, while he tugged at a revolver with the other. Without Geoffrey's explicit instructions, I should have left Barton to take his chance, and tried to go to my friend's assistance. For the terror of the outcry, the revolver shot, and the sound of that heavy body plunging blundering among the trees were all very realistic, and not less ominous. But previous experience had taught me that it wasn't easy to improve on his instructions, so I obeyed them literally. Barton and I were out in the road in no time at all, and making the best time his condition would allow, away from Beech Hill. I remember thinking as we trudged along that I could promise myself one thing with a good deal of confidence. That was that I'd never go inside those gates again. If anyone had prophesied that I should find myself there once more before the light of another morning, I should have called him a lunatic. After all, though, I didn't go in through the gates. We tramped along in a glum silence. What Barton's thoughts might be, I didn't know. He seemed to be moving by a dogged effort of will at every step. For myself, I was worried about Geoffrey, but suddenly even the thought of him was swallowed up in the alarming realization that behind us on the road was an approaching automobile. It was coming along pretty fast, too. I had begun looking around in the moonlit brightness for something that would serve for cover to hide in until it should go by, when I remembered the last thing Geoffrey had said. "Don't mind anything you hear coming from behind." So, though it seemed like courting immediate capture, I gripped Barton's arm a little more firmly, and we plodded doggedly on. The car came rapidly nearer. Then, as it got to a position where its driver must have been able to see us, I heard it slowing down. Of course, we had given it ample room to pass, and the sudden checking of its speed was so ominous that if it hadn't been too late, I'd have tried for a bolt even then. The clutch was out as it came alongside, creaking in the dark. And then I got another surprise, the sound of Geoffrey's chuckle from the driver's seat. "All right," he said. tumble in and I'll take you into Oldborough in no time." But Barton stood stock still in the road. "I don't know who you are," he said, "nor what you're trying to do. I don't know what you've been doing, nor I don't care. But I'm not going to make any getaway. I have had enough. If you want to take me to the police station in Oldborough, all right. If you don't, why, go your ways and leave me here." "I don't know yet," said Geoffrey soberly, "exactly what it is you've got on your conscience. I've no idea of helping you to escape from the penalty of it. But if you do what you just said, go now and give yourself up. There's a worse man than you who'll get off. You've got a queer story to tell. The police won't believe it, but we will, and we want you to tell it to us first. He's a devil, Barton. Don't play straight into his hand. Jump in." Without another word, Barton obeyed and dropped back with a sigh of exhaustion against the cushions in the tonneau. I was about to follow him when Geoffrey beckoned me to take the front seat beside him. "I suppose," said I as we started on again, "that this is the car the men were watching in. Don't you think you've got us in pretty deep by taking it?" "I don't see that," said Geoffrey. "According to the stenciling on the inside of the top, it's the property of Wellgood's garage in Oldborough. I found it abandoned on the road, and I'm taking it back. I'll give them my own name and tell them that they can find me up till tomorrow morning at the hotel. Incidentally, I may find out who hired the car. Not that I haven't a pretty good guess already. We'll stop first at the main entrance of the hotel. You can take Barton in the front door, find out the number of Jack's rooms from the register, and take him there. Gwendolyn's idea of the towel hanging out of the window was interesting, but perhaps a little theatrical, and besides, I don't believe Barton could get in through another window tonight to save his life. Get him into bed, and give him some more brandy. I'll be back from the garage in 10 minutes. Forget that we're housebreakers, Drew. Nobody knows it but ourselves." Geoffrey often gave advice that looked pretty hard to follow, though the difficulties in the way of it often vanished miraculously when one walked straight up to them. This case was no exception. Until I met the eye of the sleepy clerk in the little Oldborough hotel, I felt as if I had "burglar" written all over me in letters no one could fail to read. As for Barton, I thought when I got a look at him that he was enough to discredit the respectability of Mr. Carnegie. But when I walked boldly up to the register, and the clerk, instead of ringing the fire alarm and shouting for the police, had offered me a worn pen dipped in gummy ink to register with, my career of crime dropped off me like a cloak, and I was my own man again. I told the clerk it would be necessary to call Mr. Marshall, and that I believed he had engaged an extra room for my companion and myself. He did look a bit queerly at Barton for a minute, but he made no trouble about doing as I asked. Jack opened the door of the unoccupied room in answer to my knock, just in time to catch Barton as he toppled and fell in a second faint. He recovered consciousness rather quickly after we had laid him on the bed, but it was evident that the man was not far from the end of his physical resources. We were debating. Gwendolyn had slipped on Jack's automobile coat and joined the conference. Whether it would be safe to let him go till morning without sending for a doctor, when Geoffrey came back. "I was right in my guess as to who hired the automobile," he said. "It was Richards. I left word that if he wanted any explanation of the disappearance of the car, he could come here, and I imagine he'll turn up within an hour or two." He went over and sat down beside Barton on the bed. "You know who Richards is, don't you?" The man nodded indifferently. "When Richards comes," Geoffrey went on, "the affair will be taken out of our hands. But if you'll tell us the truth now, We'll be able to help you." "I'm past help," said Barton. "It doesn't matter what happens to me now." "It matters to other people, though," said Geoffrey. "You aren't the only one who's fallen into Crow's clutches." At the mention of Crow's name, an extraordinary change came over Barton. Spots of bright colour appeared in his cheeks, and he breathed quickly for a minute, like a man who has been running. "You said Crow was a devil," he said, "and you're right. It's no use trying to prove anything on him. That's what I tried to do. But it was no good. Let him alone, or he'll get you where he got me. He stopped short, and his eyes widened as if once more he saw a ghostly face in front of him, and his own turned the colour of the dingy sheets. "We've got him, Barton," said Geoffrey quietly. "All we need is your help. Tell us the story." Barton stared at him a moment with a feverish look of hope, then, with a sigh, sank back against the pillow. "It's no use," he said. "You wouldn't believe it." "I can tell you part of it now," said Geoffrey. "Shall I? Your wife has told us part of the story already, how the woman you know as Irene Fournier came to your house and rented a room there, how she began giving you tips about your clients, how she told you about Miss Meredith, and how Miss Meredith came. It was after Miss Meredith's first visit, wasn't it, that Crow came and saw Irene. You found out about that somehow, though Irene didn't mean you to. She gave you some sort of explanation of Crow's visit and of his identity that prevented you from suspecting anything then. But afterwards, when she disappeared, you thought of Crow and tracked him as a means of finding her. It was nothing but a business proposition to you, was it? Miss Meredith was too good game to let go so easily." "No," said Barton. "That wasn't it. Crow's a devil, right enough, but that woman was a witch. I knew from the first that she was playing with me, using me. I knew every time she let her hands touch me that it was only to turn me into a puppet to do her bidding and dance when she pulled the string." Geoffrey looked at him incredulously. He frowned and shrank a little away from Barton. "So that was in it too, was it?" he asked in a changed voice. "That was all there was in it. What did I care about Miss Meredith and her money? We were doing a good business. We didn't want to blackmail anybody. But Irene, I tell you, I wanted her. I knew I'd never have her. I knew she despised me and laughed at me. She hadn't the heart of a panther. And yet, when she wanted to, when she looked at me with those big blue innocent eyes of hers, she could make me believe anything she said. She used to tell me stories about when she was a child, the games they used to play and the work in the fields. She said her folks were peasants, and she'd tell me how they used to make the cider in the fall." "That was in France," said Geoffrey. Barton nodded. "She dressed up once for me in peasant's dress, and she looked like an angel, I tell you." "What part of France?" asked Geoffrey. "Normandy," she said. "Oh, it was all lies, I suppose. She'd got the costume for some fancy ball. But when she told me, with that soft, appealing sort of look, about how she'd never had any mother, and how she'd been brought up by an aunt she hated, and who hated her, and had never had any love or kindness, oh, she drove me crazy." "Then," said Geoffrey, "when you found out where she was, and went to Beech Hill, it wasn't because Miss Meredith was there. But why did Irene go to Beech Hill? Was it Miss Meredith with her? Or was it Dr. Crow?" "Both, I think.
Miss Meredith first, and the money, that was the big thing. But the other was in it. That's why, at last—" He broke off again, panting. "You went to Beech Hill," said Geoffrey, "and you found Irene there. How did you do that? She was hidden?" Barton's eyes widened in a frightened stare. "How did you know that?" he demanded. "She was hidden in the room where we found you tonight. Crow knew she was there, of course. Did Miss Meredith know? Or anyone else?" "Miss Meredith saw her," said Barton, slowly and breathlessly, "but she didn't know she was there." "Saw her?" I echoed. "But didn't know she was there?" Yes, said Geoffrey. "That's what he means, that's it." He glanced at Barton, expecting him to go on, but his eyes had dropped shut, and his breathing was pretty faint. "Take a few minutes to rest," said Geoffrey. "There's lots of time." Then he turned on Gwendolen, Jack, and me. "Don't you see?" he said. "Aren't you beginning to get the pattern now? Most of Crow's story was true. The old lady had come back, with the delusion that she had killed her niece. Crow found the photograph and explained the delusion, but he couldn't be sure the girl was dead. He never had any valid assurance, or he wouldn't have been so keen to find out whether I mightn't have seen her in Paris. But he did a clever thing, substituting the photograph. He must have thought then that he had all the cards in his hands. Exactly how the discovery came to him that he hadn't, I don't know. It's possible that the girl made a first attempt at recovering her own name and position, and her rightful share, mind you, it was rightfully hers, of her aunt's property, by some perfectly direct and honest course. She may have written to Miss Meredith, may have attempted to see her, only to find all those attempts frustrated by Crow's watchfulness. That's pure guesswork, but then she hung out the lure we know about and it worked. She got Miss Meredith to come to the Bartons just once, and once was enough. That brought Crow to his knees. He found her and made a bargain with her. Perhaps Barton's story will help us conjecture what the terms of that bargain were. Certainly there was a good basis for bargaining, because there was enough for both of them. Anyway, she was to come to Beech Hill, not as a living person, but as a ghost. She was to haunt that old woman, probably direct her actions with all the authority that visitors from the spirit world are supposed to possess, and she was to play into Crow's hands. The only thing I don't understand is how she quite dared to bargain with Crow. She knew he was dangerous. "She dared anything," said Barton faintly, "and she was clever enough, too. You're right about what she did, but I don't see how you could find it out." "How did you find it out?" said Geoffrey. "That's what I am curious about." "I'll tell you what happened," he said. "I can go on now." It was 2 or 3 minutes, though, before he did go on, and when he began to speak again, he seemed to be hesitating, not like one who is inventing, but like a witness, very careful for the truth. "I traced her to Oldborough," he said, "and made sure she had gone to Beech Hill. I heard about the place from townspeople, how remote and lonely it was, and of course that I knew would make it harder for me to get a chance to see her and talk to her. But it seemed they had great trouble keeping servants. I am an experienced indoor servant myself. It was what I found out about smart people from being a butler that started me in the spiritualist business. So that seemed to be my chance. There were people who said that the old lady was crazy, but the general opinion seemed to be that she had her own way when Crow wasn't about. So I waited until he drove to town one day, apparently bound for the city. And then I went to Beech Hill and applied for a position as butler. Miss Meredith hired me, seemed mighty glad to get me. She told me to serve dinner that night in her sitting room. She wasn't expecting Dr. Crow to come back, I'm sure. He did come back, though, just before dinner time. But he didn't see me, as I was in the pantry getting Miss Meredith's dinner ready to serve. I heard the car drive up, and I supposed it was him come back, but I didn't know for sure until I knocked on the door of Miss Meredith's upstairs sitting room, and then I heard him talking to her. She called to me to come in, and I came with the dinner. He started right out of his chair at the sight of me, turned his back toward her, and stood staring at me with the most devilish look I ever saw in a man's face. He asked me in a low sort of voice who I was, and what I was doing there, though I think he knew the answer to both questions. I didn't say anything, and as I expected, she answered.
"Oh," she said, "he's all right. He's the new butler I've engaged."
"Well," he said, "I will discharge him now at once, and the sooner you pack out of here, the better it will be for you." Then he turned to Miss Meredith. "It just happens, luckily enough," he said, "that I have seen this fellow before. I know who he is."
"I don't care about keeping him," she said, "but I want somebody. I'm tired of being so badly waited upon." Then she turned to me. "Serve my dinner, Barton," she said, as quietly as if nothing had happened. She was sitting at a center table out in the room, with her back to one of the doors. The door was shut, I'm sure. I turned away to put my tray down on a side table, and then turned back, ready to lay the cloth. I hadn't looked away for more than a few seconds, but when I turned back, there was Irene herself in the room. There hadn't been a sound, and there wasn't any now, until Dr. Crow spoke. He wasn't paying any attention to Irene any more than if she hadn't been there. Miss Meredith didn't speak to her either, just sat, perfectly still, looking at her in a queer, fixed sort of way. Crow said, "I believe I'll dine with you here if I may," and then he turned to me and said, "Go and attend to it, Barton. I'll serve Miss Meredith." By that time, Irene had walked around the table and sat down in the chair that Crow seemed to have meant to take himself, and then I heard Miss Meredith say in a queer, dry-sounding voice, "She's here again. She's sitting in that chair," and she stretched out her arm and pointed at Irene. "In that chair," said Crow. "Why, I'll sit in it myself and show you." He moved again toward the chair where Irene was sitting, saying, "There's no one here." But before he could lay his hand on the chair back, Miss Meredith screamed. "Don't touch her," she said. "Don't touch her." And Crow, in a soothing sort of way, as though he were just humoring her, said, "All right, perhaps she'll go away in a minute." Of course, I saw their game in a minute, what they were trying to do with her, and why Crow was so anxious to get rid of me. What I didn't see was why Irene should have come in like that when she knew I was there, but I caught a look that Crow shot at her when he was where Miss Meredith couldn't see his face, and it was perfectly murderous, and then I knew she had taken me in on it, to give her a hold against Crow. She was afraid of him. The hold worked all right. Crow came to me as soon as I had gone downstairs. He didn't palaver or make any excuse. He simply said that it would be as much as my life was worth to try to break up the game, and that it would be to my advantage if I played it. Of course he didn't want me to go, now that I had found out what the game was. I wasn't afraid of him, really, and I didn't want the money he offered me. But I did want Irene. I wanted to stay where I could be a protection to her. I wanted to see her, talk to her. I had a sort of hope that perhaps I could get her to leave the place and come away with me.
although I knew in my heart that that was just part of my folly. But I could get no chance to talk to her. I saw her nearly every day, but it was always the same as that first time. She'd appear, sometimes in the evening, sometimes in broad day, generally in Miss Meredith's sitting room. Crow and I would pretend she wasn't there, walk around her as if she didn't exist, and often the old lady would pretend not to see her too, and never say a word. Irene would come in for a minute, and then disappear. I didn't like the game, but what I liked still less was Crow's looks. Crow was beginning to go mad himself, just as I had done. It got so that he couldn't help looking at Irene himself, even when he was pretending she wasn't there. I could tell by her face, too, that she knew what was happening to him. More than that she was doing it herself. Oh, I knew her, and I finally made up my mind that I'd find her at any risk and put an end to the game, one way or another. I did find her. I'd been watching Crow. I knew his habits pretty well, knew when he was in his rooms in the east wing of the house, and when he wasn't. Finally, one day I let myself into his study with a pass key. I spent more than an hour there, and I found some queer things among his papers, too, though I didn't care so much about them then. But all at once I heard a sound of someone coming. Not by the corridor. I made for the corridor door, and had just got it open, but hadn't had enough time to get outside, when the door of his boot closet opened, and Crow stepped out. It was a tiny little closet, and I was sure he hadn't been there all the time I was in his room. Besides, I heard him coming, so I thought I knew the way to find Irene. I made some excuse to Crow about Miss Meredith having told me to find him, and about his door being unlocked. I knew he didn't believe it, but I didn't care. He didn't seem to care much either about my trespassing, for he started out to find Miss Meredith. I pretended to go away too, but I was back in 10 seconds, and into his room and into the boot closet, and there I found a passage that ended at last in the room where Irene was. We had to give him another few minutes' rest after that. I didn't wonder at the horror I had seen in his face. If he could remember things like that, whose mere recital made my blood run cold. Finally, Geoffrey prompted him. "You found her in the long room. She wasn't dressed. At least, not completely. She was sitting on the low stool, in front of her dressing table, looking into her mirror. It was a stormy night, and there was a roar of rain on the skylight that kept her from hearing you." We were all staring at him, and I think all our hearts stopped beating for a second when Barton, with a thoughtful nod, said simply, "Yes, it was like that." "How was she dressed exactly?" Geoffrey asked. "When I came in, she was all dressed, except the gown, the white satin gown. Yes, that's what she always wore when she appeared to Miss Meredith." "She was getting ready for another appearance, then?" "Yes." "How could you be sure if she hadn't on the gown?" "She had her face made up very pale, and she was doing her hair the way she always wore it at those times. The way it was in the photograph, and in the portrait." "You stood and watched her for a while. Then what did you do?" "I saw her revolver, a little silver-mounted revolver, lying on the dressing table beside her. I guess she always had it within reach those days. She hadn't heard me or seen me yet, so I stepped over quickly and picked it up. I don't know whether that frightened her or not, but she didn't show any sign of it. Just looked around at me with that queer little smile of hers and said, 'What do you want with that?' I said, 'I'm not going to hurt you with it,' and before God I meant that then. I said, I'm just going to have a little talk with you, and I thought we'd leave revolvers out of it. I've got one of my own, and I pulled it out of my pocket as I said that. It was a big automatic." "What caliber?" asked Geoffrey. "38, said Barton. I laid the two down side by side on the chiffonier, and then, to have them out of my reach as well as hers, I went back to the door. She paid no more attention to me than if I hadn't been there. Went on fixing her hair, and began humming a little tune. Not very loud, but not so very soft either, in a kind of high, carrying voice. The rain had stopped as suddenly as it had begun, and the sound of that little French tune filled my ears. "Stop it," I said, "and listen to me." She stopped good-humouredly enough, looked round at me, and smiled with her eyebrows up. "Well, big silly," she asked, "what do you want to say?" "I want you to quit this game," I said. "I want you to get out of here, with me. Put on your own dress instead of that satin thing and come away." "Without a single farewell appearance?" she mocked. "That wouldn't be polite. I'll go after that," she said. "Once more and I'll be through. The game will be played, my good Barton. Played and finished tonight." Something about her mocking smile maddened me. "It's finished now," I said. "I haven't come here to be made a fool of. I've come to take you away, and you're coming with me. Put on your dress." Still, she showed no sign of anger. She went on smiling. "You're very unreasonable," she said, "but you're very big. I'll go with you now if you like. What does Dr. Crow matter?" I tell you I suspected her then. I knew in my mind she was tricking me, and yet I wouldn't believe it. She held out her hand to me. "Come here," she said. I could no more have kept away from her than a bird could keep away from a snake. I started over toward her. She began humming her tune again. Somehow that warned me. I stood still and listened, not to the tune, but for something else, and I heard it behind me, just a faint creak of something. I went back, in one jump, catching up one of the revolvers off the chiffonier as I did so, and I got back to the door just in time to feel it pushing open. I put my weight against it and held it. She didn't know I had felt the door opening, so she kept up the bluff. "You're easily frightened for so big a man," she said. "What did you think I was going to do to you?" And she took up the tune again. Somehow that made me see red. I knew she'd have let me be killed with no more pity than one might feel for a rat in a trap. "I know what I'm going to do to you," I said, and I fired. And then all the strength went out of me, and I leaned back against the door and watched her. She gave a little sob of pain, and then slipped down, quite slowly, from the stool to the floor. I'd never seen anyone die before. I can see her now as she lay there on the floor, her hand over her heart where I had shot her. "Was there much blood?" asked Geoffrey. Barton shook his head. "She had her hand clasped over the wound, I tell you. She was all white, white as marble." "Which hand?" asked Geoffrey. "Which hand was over the wound?" It seemed a trivial question to ask, and Barton seemed a little perplexed by it. "The left," he said presently. "Yes, the left, of course." "What did you do then?" Geoffrey asked. "I tried to get out the door behind me, but I couldn't open it. There was no latch on the inside, so I had to go out the other door. I had to step over where she lay. I don't remember much after that. There was a queer curved passage around what looked like a tomb, and then rooms, the ordinary rooms of the house. I don't remember where I went." "What did you do with your revolver?" asked Geoffrey. "I don't know." "Which revolver was it you shot her with?" "I don't know. I saw red, I tell you. I didn't know what I was doing. I remember meeting one of the servants in a corridor. She screamed at sight of me, but I pointed my revolver at her and told her to be still, and then, somehow, I found myself outdoors, out in the dark, and I began running. Then there was a crash, and everything went out. I suppose I must have run into a tree. I don't know how long I lay unconscious. The next thing I know, I was back in that room. That horrible room. It was daylight, and the house was quite still. There was a terrible throbbing pain in my head. I was lying huddled up in a corner of the room on the floor, and the first thing I did was to look to see if Irene's body was lying there too. But it wasn't. And then I saw her, lying on the bed, all dressed in her white satin gown, the body laid out quite straight, and the hands crossed on the breast. I got up and went over to her. I couldn't keep away. There was a slip of paper lying there between her hands, with just a line written on it. It said, "Dispose of your work, and you won't be followed." "Did you know the handwriting?" Geoffrey asked. "It wasn't handwriting. It had been written on a typewriter." Somehow, in all that narrative of horror, that one fact stands out grisliest of all, the figure of a man clicking out that message on a typewriter. "I stayed there all day," Barton went on, "without hearing a single sound. Toward dark I went out and looked about the house. It was empty. Crow, Miss Meredith, even the servants were gone. There wasn't any question in my mind of what I had to do. I must take the body to the river. When it had got fully dark, I did it." "Did you carry the body all the way?" asked Geoffrey. "No," said Barton. "There was a little two-wheeled truck in the lower corridor that they used for moving trunks about. I used that. I took her down to the boathouse landing and put her in the water. But the current sets in there, and I had to get a boat out to get into the channel, you know. I'd meant to go on across the river and escape from there, but I was afraid to leave the boat, afraid to leave a clue. So I went back to the boathouse and put the boat away. I skirted the river on foot and waded around the end of the wall, and then set out to walk to Oldborough. It had begun to turn very cold even then, and I was nearly frozen when the early train came along and I got aboard. I think I must have been delirious before I got off the train. I hadn't any intention of going home, but by the time we had got back to town, I was in a raging fever and didn't know what I was doing. The next thing I knew, I was in my bedroom in my wife's house." "You told the story to your wife?" asked Geoffrey, but Barton shook his head. "She never asked. I think she suspected when she found me painting out Irene's picture." "She suspected before that," said Geoffrey. "She found Irene's revolver in your pocket." "I wanted to tell her," said Barton, "but somehow I couldn't. We never talked about it at all, until the day we tried to give the séance. I didn't know she had the revolver that day, until I saw it in her hand. Then I tried to get it away from her. I really don't know anything that has happened since then. As soon as I got away from that house, I started up here. I thought maybe I could get the goods on Crow. I don't know anything about my wife, where she is or what she's doing. I tried to call her up on the phone one day, but didn't get any answer." "No," said Geoffrey, You couldn't get any answer. She was arrested the day of the séance for the murder of Irene Fournier. She confessed that she did it." Barton sat up straight and then tried to get up off the bed. "They shan't keep her another day," he said. "She had nothing to do with it. She confessed to save me." "Yes," said Geoffrey, "that's what she did. She thought you had done it, just as you do. But, Barton, you didn't kill Irene Fournier any more than she did."
Barton tried impatiently to shake off his hands. "It's no use talking to me like that. I've been out of my head once or twice tonight. But I'm not now. I've told you the truth. Every word of it. Literal truth." "I know you have," said Geoffrey. "I could check up most of it. But you didn't kill the woman you know as Irene Fournier. Your wife thinks you did, and she confessed to save you. Miss Meredith thinks she killed her. Killed Claire Meredith, that is, who I believe to be the same person. And you think that you killed her. But you're all wrong." "What are you talking about?" said Barton. "Didn't I fire a revolver at her? Didn't I see her die under my eyes?" "You were standing with your back against the door," said Geoffrey, "when you fired at her. She was sitting in front of the dressing table on a low stool. Her right side was toward you, wasn't it? She hadn't moved, hadn't turned toward you when you fired." Barton shook his head dumbly. "You fired only once?" Barton nodded. "Your bullet," said Geoffrey, "carried away a corner of the mirror support and buried itself in the plaster of the wall. Irene's revolver wouldn't have had penetration enough to do that. If the bullet hadn't entered her body first, and sitting where she was, she couldn't have intercepted it." "How do you know that was the revolver I fired?" said Barton. "Because you carried it away with you," said Geoffrey. "You had it in your hand when you frightened the servant in the hall, and it was in your pocket when your wife found it. Besides, if you'd shot her with an automatic .38, the bullet would have left its marks somewhere else." Geoffrey gave that a minute to sink in, and then he went on again. "Why was it that Irene appeared that first night when you were in the room? You know the reason. She was afraid of Crow. She wanted a hold on Crow that your knowledge of the game would give her. She wanted two people to play off against each other, and you and Crow served her purpose. She couldn't have feared Crow without reason, and she wouldn't have taken you into the game, unless she had feared him. But in spite of her fear, she played the game recklessly. Evidently, she thought that night that she had it in her own hands. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to trap you. When you fired at her, you missed. She was quick-witted enough to do the one thing that would keep you from firing again. Pretend that she was hit. The fact that she was already made up white to look like a ghost made the trick easier to play. But she might have played it better. She acted like an opera tenor, made the conventional gesture, clapped her left hand to her breast, in spite of the fact that it was her right side that was exposed to you. But the trick worked. You weren't in a condition to think about details. You couldn't get out the door you had come in by, because Crow was holding it on the other side. Now, what happened after you had gone out? Crow came in. You had played straight into his hands. He must have wanted desperately to get her out of the way. When would he have a better opportunity to do it than just after you left, thinking you had killed her yourself? Your revolver was lying on the chiffonier, but I don't think he noticed it. If he had, he'd probably have killed her with it, instead of with his own." "How do you know he didn't kill her with it?" I asked. "Assuming that you are right about everything else, how can you be sure of that?" "Why," said Geoffrey, "I have taken the trouble to read the full report of the inquest, a thing that even Barton has neglected to do. The bullet was found in the body, and it was a .34. He turned back to Barton. "I suppose you'd had enough of the crime without reading about it," he said. "I dare say I'd have felt that way myself. But if anything is true in the world, Barton, it's that the man who killed Irene Fournier was the man who followed you up that passage, intending to kill you, and if that man was Crow, then Crow was the murderer." There was a silence after that. Gwendolen broke it. "He must have killed her without giving her time to finish dressing, because the bodice itself wasn't penetrated by the bullet. He must have dressed her himself afterward. Why do you suppose he did that?" "I imagine," said Geoffrey, "that for some reason a good deal hung on that last appearance Irene meant to make. She told Barton here, you remember, that the game would be played that night. Finished. She probably meant to play it her way, refused to play it Crow's. Somehow or other, I imagine that her body, dead and cold and white, clad in its satin gown, was used once more to terrorize Crow's victim. And then, this is pure guesswork, you know, after he had carried her back and laid her on the bed in the hidden room, waiting for the dark of another night to finish his work and hide the traces of it, he started out for a walk, perhaps just at dawn, and he found Barton there unconscious. How he got him into the house, I don't know. He's strong enough, I think, to have carried him in bodily, or whether he roused him and walked in and then drugged him into a deeper unconsciousness afterward, I don't know. However he did it, that one discovery gave him his chance. Whatever happened, he would be fortified by the irresistible presumption in Barton's mind that Barton himself was the murderer. "I can hardly believe it yet," said Barton. "I can see her still, just as she looked there on the floor. She looked like death, and why—" He stopped there and seemed to be wrestling with a question he found it hard to ask. Finally he got it out. "If I didn't kill her, then what has she got against me now? Why did she appear to me tonight in the house?" There was something in the simple, almost childlike way in which he asked the question that embarrassed us a little, me anyway, and I think Geoffrey too, for he changed the subject rather abruptly. "Why did you go back there, Barton? You said you wanted to get the goods on Crow." "I don't know just what I wanted," he said. "I knew he had some papers that he kept locked up pretty carefully in a steel uniform case. I took a wax impression of the lock the last day I was there. I didn't know what he had, but I felt pretty sure there was something. I made the key at home when I hadn't anything better to do. I made sure there was no one in the house tonight. Miss Meredith and her companion had gone back. I found that out at Oldborough, and they said Crow hadn't been down for some time. I knew the caretaker slept in the gardener's cottage, so I thought it a good chance to go and see what my key would unlock." "Well, you're rather a reckless burglar, I think," said Geoffrey, "lighting up Crow's wing of the house under those conditions." "I didn't," said Barton. "I used a pocket torch." "Weren't you rather startled," asked Geoffrey, "when you heard the automobile driving in?" "I didn't," said Barton. "An automobile passed me on the way out to Beech Hill. None came into the grounds while I was there." I could see from Geoffrey's face that he was puzzled, and the quality of his voice showed it too when he asked the next question. "What did you do? Tell us exactly what you did." "Forced a window on the first floor and got in," said Barton. "Went down the corridor and let myself into the east wing of the house. That was Crow's, and he always kept it locked. I found his box and went to work. My key needed a bit of retouching before I could get it open. On top of the things in the box was a photographic plate, wrapped up in paper. I shone my torch through it, and it looked like a photograph of Irene. I didn't want that, so I put it aside and began picking at the papers." "A photographic plate," said Geoffrey, "not a photograph." "No, a plate. I let my torch shine through it. She was dressed in white satin,
like in the portrait." "What did you do with it?" Geoffrey asked. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know much that happened after that, because just then I heard the creak of a door and saw a light and jumped up. I thought someone was coming. I tell you I was ready for that. I shouldn't have made a fool of myself for Crow or anyone else. I knew just where I meant to go, how I meant to get away. But then I looked up and saw her." His face was white now, white as it had been when he came bursting in upon us in the long room where the lightning showed him to us. His voice had fallen to a whisper. "It was Irene herself come back. She stood there, holding a candle, shading it from her eyes with her hand. But I saw her face staring at me, wide-eyed, frightened like, out of the dark." "Dressed in white?" asked Geoffrey steadily. He was the only one of us who could manage his voice like that. "Dressed in white, as you had always seen her, and with her hair done the same way?" Barton shook his head. "I don't know. I don't think so. I didn't see any white. Just her face, and the hand that shaded the candle. She made a little noise in her throat, and at that I began running. I don't know where I went. I got lost in the passages, and when the lightning showed where I was in the room where I'd killed her." There was another silence, broken at last by Geoffrey, and the strangeness of what he said fairly made me gasp. "A photographic plate," he said thoughtfully. His narrowed eyes were looking out at nothing in the intensity of his concentration. To Barton's terrifying vision, he wasn't apparently giving a thought. "I'd like to see that. I wish you had it here." At that moment there came a thundering knock at the door, and without waiting for an invitation to enter, Richards burst in upon us. The open door hid the bed, and for a moment he didn't see Barton, but the sight of Geoffrey seemed to be enough to finish him. "Well," he said grimly, "you aren't the man I'm looking for, but I guess you'll do. You've butted in on the police just once too often, and running off with an automobile is no joke. Put on your coat and come along. I'd have got my man if it hadn't been for—" He had got a little farther into the room by then, and he caught his first glimpse of the rest of us, including Gwendolen. She was in negligee, rather. She's very pretty that way, and it was the sight of her, really, that prevented him from noticing Barton on the bed, for he stopped short and caught his breath and backed up a little. "Excuse me," he said. "Oh, that's all right," said Gwendolen. "We're very glad you've come." "We are indeed," Geoffrey corroborated politely. "As for our butting in, you'd never have got your man, Richards, unless perhaps out of the river a couple of weeks from now. Somebody else would have got him first. We saved him for you. We're glad you've come to claim him, for we didn't know quite what to do with him." As he concluded, he nodded toward the bed where Barton lay. Richards looked and gasped. "Where did you find him?" he demanded. Instead of answering, Geoffrey spoke to Barton. "Jail's the safest place for you until we get through with this business. Go along with Richards. Keep your head and don't worry. I'll let you know how things come out." "I suppose, according to your theory, he doesn't even know what he's wanted for," said Richards. The sight of Barton had restored his good humour immediately. "On the contrary," Geoffrey answered coolly, "he's been under the impression all along that he had killed Irene Fournier himself. He has told us all about it. I've just been trying to convince him that he was mistaken." "Mistaken?" Richards roared, and then stood staring, speechless. "I've seen some nuts in my days, but you're the prize. I've got to hand it to you. Convince him that he's mistaken." He stepped out into the corridor and nodded to two detectives who were waiting there. "Come in," he said. "I've got Barton." Barton seemed to agree with Geoffrey that jail would be the best place for him,
though I doubt if he was much better convinced of his mistake than Richards himself. He got up stiffly, and I picked up his coat to help him into it. As I did so, I noticed something in one of the side pockets. "Barton," said I, "isn't that the plate?" He pulled it out and looked at it. It was a flat, heavy, oblong object, wrapped in tissue paper. "I must have put it in my pocket without knowing," he said, and handed it over to Geoffrey. "Here," said Richards, "you can't do that." "Send Barton along with your men and wait a minute," said Geoffrey. From the quiet authority of his tone, he might have been a police commissioner. Richards hesitated an instant, then gave a confirmatory nod to his men. Barton went out quietly between them. "Well?" demanded Richards as I closed the door behind them. "Just a minute," Geoffrey repeated. He tore the paper off the plate and stared at it rather blankly. There was Claire Meredith, in her white satin gown, posed just as she had been in the portrait. "That French photographer must have sent him the plate as well as the print," I commented. "I wonder why he did that." Geoffrey pulled a little steel measuring tape out of his pocket and began very carefully measuring the plate. Richards shifted his feet uneasily. Geoffrey's nonsense always worried him, but by the look in my friend's face, there was no nonsense about this. He shut up the tape absently and put it in his pocket, then went on staring at the negative. He was holding it slantwise now, so that the light reflected instead of shining through. I shall never forget the expressions that crossed his face. Doubt at first, and then surmise, and then a sort of wide-eyed, incredulous certainty. The rest of us were hardly breathing, and at last even Richards was gazing at him in involuntary fascination. "It's not a French plate," he said at last, more to himself than to the rest of us. "It measures in inches, not in centimeters." Richards uttered a grunt of disgust. "Is that all you've kept me waiting for? What does it matter whether it measures in yards or in quarts?" "It's not all," said Geoffrey, and his voice rang like a bell. "It's not all, but it's enough." "It's a photograph of Irene, isn't it?" asked Richards. "Yes, it's a photograph of Irene Fournier." Then he caught his breath. "But we've got to be quick," he said. He laid down the plate and began struggling into his overcoat. "You'll come with us?" he said to Richards. It was meant for a question, but the urgency of it made it sound more like an order. "Where to?" "To Beech Hill. You've got a motorboat, we can go in that. It's shorter by river than it is by road." "What do you want to go there for? There's no one there but Dr. Crow, and he'll most likely have gone back to bed by this time. And how do you know I've got a motorboat?" "There is someone there besides Crow," said Geoffrey. "Somebody who won't be there very much longer." Then he turned to Jack. "Get out your car as quickly as you can. Take Gwendolen with you. Drive to Beech Hill wide open. We'll be there ahead of you because the riverway is shorter. But if through any accident we aren't, get into the house. Don't mind if no one answers. Make all the row you can. And get in. It's a life-and-death case, Jack." Richards was still hesitating. "I don't know why in thunder I should go off on a wild goose chase at 5:30 in the morning, just because a picture of Irene Fournier measures inches instead of—" "Richards," said Geoffrey, "did I ever tell you a thing was a fact when it wasn't? Have I ever started you on a wild goose chase? I tell you now that Dr. Crow isn't alone at Beech Hill, or wasn't 2 hours ago. He will be before very long, and it's a matter of life and death that we get there first." "All right," said Richards. "Come along. But I'd like to know how you knew I had a motorboat." Outside the hotel we met a leather-clad man who looked something like a chauffeur. He touched his flat cap to Richards. "I hope you got the man who stole the automobile, Lieutenant," he said. Geoffrey laughed. "Surely he got him," he said. "Did you ever know the lieutenant to fail?" "Back to the boat, Kelly," said Richards. "We've got another job tonight. Up the river again." "He's the runner of the police boat," the lieutenant explained to me as we went pelting down a steep cobble-paved street in pursuit of Geoffrey and the engineer. We ran and stumbled and slipped along in the dark for a while without a word, but presently Richards spoke to me. "Do you know how he knew I had a motorboat?" he asked. "Why," I panted, "he knew that Barton was at Beech Hill, and that you were watching Barton. We'd run off with the automobile, and I suppose he figured that the only way you could have got back so soon would be in a motorboat. We hadn't been back very long when you turned up, and we must have got a pretty good start of you." "It isn't his running off with the car that makes me sore," confided Richards, "though I'll admit I was mad enough when my shore party came down to the river and told me the man I was looking for had gotten away and taken our automobile with him. The thing that gets my goat is that Geoffrey should have hung out a bluff that I was all wrong in suspecting Barton, and that the real game was somewhere else altogether, and all the while he was tracking Barton himself on his own hook just to carry him off under my nose. If he'd said, 'I want Barton too, I'll take my way to find him and you take yours,' that would have been on the level." "But," I exclaimed, "Geoffrey wasn't—" And then I stopped short. It had been on the tip of my tongue to tell him that our getting hold of Barton was the purest accident, and that Geoffrey had been perfectly sincere in saying he was after other game. But the reflection that I was talking to a lieutenant of the police, and that a full account of what we were doing would have involved a confession that we had committed a crime ourselves that night, checked me up rather sharply. I had followed Geoffrey's advice a little too well in forgetting that I was a housebreaker. Luckily, the darkness and the unevenness of the pavement gave me a plausible excuse for choking off my narrative. Another minute and we were down on the boat landing. In the dim glimmer of the boat's lights, I could see that Geoffrey and Kelly, the engineer, had already got aboard and cast off. Geoffrey was holding on to the landing with a boat hook and adjuring us to hurry. Richards and I stumbled in astern. Geoffrey seated himself in the bow beside Kelly, and with a rush and a roar, we were off. The boat was a long, narrow, business-like-looking craft, her 4 cylinders under the hood up forward, and her fine tapering lines and her torpedo stern evidently built for speed. It was brighter on the river than it had been in the narrow streets of the town, for the dawn was already paling to grey through the clouds over in the east, and the surface of the river reflected the colour still more coldly. The banks were perfectly black and forbidding. We were all warmly clad, and we needed the warmth badly. In spite of our great coats, the chill struck home to all of us. Perhaps it wasn't only the cold that made us shiver and set our teeth to chattering. I couldn't get Barton's story out of my head. Why his story of the apparition he had seen there when he was rummaging amid Crow's papers had made so little apparent impression on Geoffrey, I didn't know. I think I am about the last man to believe in ghosts myself. But this was the second ghost story I had heard myself in connection with this affair. The other, you remember, was the apparition that had appeared to Geoffrey on the bridge in Paris, and both of them had a terrifying sound of reality to them. To get away from that morbid train of thought, I forced my mind to attempt a solution to Geoffrey's latest enigma. What was the enormous significance that he saw in the dimensions of that photographic plate? Crow had said, I remembered, that Claire had her photograph taken in Paris by a French photographer. Evidently that wasn't true, or it wouldn't have been taken on an American plate. An American photographer might use a French plate well enough, but the other way about, never. But what did it mean? Not necessarily that Crow had lied. He might, conceivably, have been misinformed. Puzzle as I might, I couldn't get any clue to that wide-eyed look, incredulous, yet certain, that I had seen in Geoffrey's face, nor to the urgency of the haste with which he had started us back to Beech Hill. The urgency wasn't abated either. Geoffrey was standing beside the wheel, peering out ahead through the thinning dark, every line of his tense body a mute appeal to the engineer to drive the boat for all she was worth. We were doing pretty well, too, as the big wave that curled and broke around our bows attested. She had a bone in her teeth, as the sailors say, that trip. The Beech Hill estate, as I have said, is a peninsula with a blunt, broad head and a very narrow neck. The general direction of the river is, of course, southward. Just above Beech Hill it narrows between high, precipitous banks, but below, while the east bank holds high and rigid with a rampart of undulating hills, the west bank falls away into a hollow. The river meets the situation by branching, one branch curving around north and even northeast and shading off into a marsh, then circling widely southwest and southeast until it joins the main stream again. So the large area southwest from Beech Hill would be a lake, if it were not that a low hill rising in the middle of it made an island. It was this island and the marsh that forced the road north from Oldborough into a wide detour westward that made the river route, as Geoffrey had pointed out, much the shortest, and if one commanded a high-power motorboat, much the quickest way of getting from Oldborough to Beech Hill. Already the river was widening, and presently we made our way through the dark, the blunt end of the island, Hog Island, I think is the local name of it, projecting out into the middle of it. Geoffrey came aft and joined Richards and me. "Of course, the nearest way," he said, "is to the right up the main channel. If time weren't such a factor, I'd take the other. The house commands a pretty good view of this channel, and what with the daylight and the noise we're making, he'll have warning that we're coming a good while before we get there." "Who'll have warning?" said Richards. "Crow," said Geoffrey. "Crow?" Richards exclaimed. "I thought you wanted to warn Crow." Geoffrey didn't answer that question. "You saw Crow yourself?" he asked. "Sure," said Richards. "What was he doing?" "Just what any man would be doing whose house had just been broken into by a burglar. He'd got up and dressed and was out looking for him with a gun. I met him when I came ashore after I heard the shot fired. He didn't seem particularly glad to see me, but he acted sore enough when my other men came up and said that the fellow we were after had evidently got away and taken our automobile with him." "He wasn't very keen on the capture, it seems to me," said Geoffrey. "He didn't offer you his own car to go back to Oldborough in, did he? You might have caught him with that. That little tin pot you rented at the garage couldn't go very fast." "He probably didn't have any automobile there," said Richards. "Oh, yes, he had," said Geoffrey. "He certainly had the one he came out from town in last night." "Probably never thought of it," said Richards. "No," said Geoffrey, "I believe that's true. He'd have offered it if he thought of it. By the way, didn't you offer to leave him one or two of your men to guard the place? You couldn't be sure, of course, that the marauder had got away." "Yes, I did," said Richards. "But he thought it wouldn't be necessary. He said he'd go down and lock the park gates." "Lock the park gates," said Geoffrey. "I don't like that. That's something I hadn't thought of."
"It's certainly the natural thing to do," said Richards. "Well, he said he and the caretaker would be enough to protect the place, and he wouldn't need our help. He said to let him know if we got Barton." "Did you see the caretaker?" Geoffrey asked. Richard shook his head. "Come to think of it, I didn't." "It's queer," said Geoffrey, "that the noise and the confusion and the shooting didn't rouse him, too." "Oh, I don't know," said Richards. "Some people sleep like the dead, but it's queer that Crow didn't arouse him himself." Just then Kelly called back to us from the wheel. "There's something wrong with the dope," he said. "We're missing fire right along." I hadn't noticed it before, but it was obviously true. The river was still rushing by fast enough, but the current was doing most of that. When I sighted a tree on the bank for a landmark, I saw that we weren't much more than keeping abreast of it. "Take the wheel a minute," said Kelly. Geoffrey was at his side in a minute and began steering the boat out to the left, where the current wasn't so swift. Kelly came aft and opened up the gasoline tank, then his face went blank. The tank was almost empty. "I knew we had to fill up again at Oldborough," he said contritely, "but I forgot it." "Can't you possibly nurse her along to Beach Hill Landing?" Geoffrey asked. Kelly shook his head. "There isn't another half-mile in her," he said. Geoffrey threw the wheel over a little farther, and we moved still further out to the left. We were headed straight for the island now. "Turn around and go back," said Richards. "The current will take us back to Oldborough all right." "Put Drew and me ashore here on the island first. I've got a revolver, but Drew hasn't. Give him yours. Then go back to Oldborough as best you can and fill up with gasoline. When you've got it, come back a-pelting." Richards hesitated, but Geoffrey was still at the wheel and heading straight for the marshy bank of the island. "I haven't time to explain," he said. "I can only give you my word that I'm asking you to do what you would do in a minute, if you knew the facts. But whether you come back or not, Drew and I get off here." "All right," said Richards. "I'll come back," and he handed me his revolver. He had hardly said it when our boat pushed softly into the mud and stopped. There was still an uninviting-looking stretch of mud and water between us and the hard bank. "Overboard, Drew," said Geoffrey, and, suiting the action to the word, he vaulted over the side and started wading in the icy water towards shore. I wasn't but a few seconds behind him, but I heeded Richard's cry and stopped long enough to push the boat out of the mud. Then I splashed ashore after Geoffrey. In June, when everything is in full leaf, I suppose Hog Island may be an attractive spot, in spite of its name. Any place is beautiful in such conditions. But on that cold March morning, bleak, wet, the branches on its stunted trees and undergrowth rattling in the rising wind, the dark of its shadows betraying us after the brightness of the river had given a promise of day, so that we stumbled in our breathless haste over fallen logs and blundered into mud-holes. It was about the most dismal place I had ever found myself in. Geoffrey set the pace, and it needed about all my energy to keep up with him. "If I'm aimed right," he said as I came panting alongside, "we'll come out just opposite the boathouse." "How are we going to get across?" I asked. "Swim, I suppose," said Geoffrey. "I wish there were a quicker way." Personally, I wished there might be a more comfortable way. My one plunge thigh-deep in the icy water had given me small relish for the prospect of swimming in it. But it gave me, more than anything that had gone before, a realization of how seriously Geoffrey meant that our getting to Beach Hill in time was a matter of life and death. Geoffrey didn't like to swim any better than a cat. It was one of the few athletic sports at which I excelled him. Matters were urgent indeed.
when he talked of swimming. For the present, though, we had to climb. A long, irregular hogback divides the island along its major axis, a fact which was probably accountable for its name. We were scrambling up now, clutching at bushes, when the treacherous clay underfoot slipped away beneath us. Here and there a half-embedded rock added to our discomfort. "We're nearly up," commented Geoffrey presently, "and we may see something from the top. Anyhow, we'll find out if our direction's right." On hands and knees, we gained the crest of the ridge, and there paused a moment, not for breath, badly as we needed it, but to give Geoffrey a chance to squint through the trees and try to discover if we were headed in the right direction. Neither of us spoke, and now that there was no crackling of branches or rustling of soggy leaves underfoot, the silence settled down almost oppressively. Suddenly I saw Geoffrey's body grow tense. "Hold your breath a second, Drew," he said. "I want to listen." For perhaps 5 seconds, neither of us breathed. I was listening too, with all my ears, but I heard nothing. Presently Geoffrey gave a little nod, and we started on again, not straight down the hill now, but at an angle. It was easier to keep up with him now. For some reason he wasn't setting quite so fast a pace. Suddenly I stopped dead in my tracks. He looked around at me curiously. "It's nothing," I whispered. "I'm beginning to see things, that's all. I hate this half-light. I thought I saw something moving among the trees." Geoffrey peered in the direction of my nod. "Perhaps you did," he said. "One of the island's namesakes, perhaps, rooting around for acorns." "It didn't look like that," I said. "It didn't look like anything it could be, Geoffrey," I said. "Come along, then," he said. Neither of us had been paying attention to what was right under our feet, and the result was that we both lost our footing on the slippery declivity of the hill and went down with a rush, trying to keep from falling. But presently I crashed through a dead limb, stumbled over a cobblestone, and went down in a heap, with Geoffrey, little better off, beside me. Each of us started to say something at the same instant, but before we could speak, there came a sudden sound that froze us into silence, that arrested us, half on foot and half on the ground, as suddenly as if we had been turned to stone. What we heard was a terrified, wailing cry in a woman's voice. It didn't seem far away, seemed right at hand, in fact, and yet it came from all around, came, if anywhere, from right behind us. For a while, a space of time that could have been measured in seconds, we stared at each other, each wondering if by any human possibility the other could have heard what he did. Then Geoffrey bent forward a little in the preliminary effort to get to his feet, but instead of rising, he reached out suddenly and caught my arm and pointed with it. There in the wet clay, right at our feet, was the single print of a woman's shoe. It was pointed toward us. Geoffrey straightened up and turned around, and I followed him. "Look," he said. A big rock was bedded in the hillside we had just come tumbling down. It projected out in a great ledge, and underneath it, shrinking back into the dark of the little cave it formed, I saw, well, Irene Fournier's face, the face I had seen glowing with colour on Geoffrey's canvas, the face I had seen dozens of times in crude newspaper half-tones as they had photographed her in the morgue, the face of the girl in the ice. It was as white now as it must have been then, with a kind of dreadful bluish pallor, and the golden hair, as it went back into the shadows, was wildly dishevelled, and dripping wet, but the eyes shone there out of the dark, luminous, like those of a hunted animal. That was the face Barton had seen last night. I should have fled as Barton did, if the paralysis of nightmare hadn't held me still. I'd have cried out with horror of the thing, but my throat was numb, for the girl was dead. Dead! And yet we saw her there. It was from those blue lips that wailing cry had come. With an effort I got my eyes away from her and looked at Geoffrey. He looked a little limp, and he was very pale, but what he said was, "Thank God we're in time. I was afraid we'd be too late." He didn't say it to me, but to that dreadful apparition in the cave. "You're quite safe now," he added, and then he moved gently toward her. He moved a little nearer still. "You're really quite safe now," he said. "We're friends. Mr. Drew here is a lawyer from New York, and I'm Arthur Geoffrey." Already the terror had begun to go out of her eyes. At his name I thought I saw a little glint of recognition. "You're Miss Meredith, aren't you?" he asked. "Miss Claire Meredith?" She nodded dumbly. Geoffrey moved a little nearer, but seeing the way she shuddered, he stopped short. "It isn't fear," she said, forming the words stiffly and with difficulty. "It's cold. I've been in the river." At that I shuddered too, but not with cold. I was thinking of the other girl they had found in the river. Yes, the other girl. It must have been another after all, for this girl was alive and real. The blue pallor was disappearing from her white face. "In the river?" Geoffrey repeated. "You fled into the river to get away from something?" She nodded, and her eyes widened a little. "We'd had a touch of the river ourselves," he said, "and we haven't a boat, but there'll be one presently." "But why are you here?" she asked. "Here on Hog Island, of all deserted places in the world, and at this time on a March morning." "We were on our way to Beach Hill," said Geoffrey. "We were coming up the river in a motorboat. The gasoline gave out, so we landed on the island and started off on foot. We were planning to swim the rest of the way." "You were going to Beach Hill?" she asked, and now alarm lighted up in her eyes again. "Are you friends of Dr. Crow's?" Her voice died on the last words, and she uttered them with a whisper. "No," said Geoffrey soberly. "We were going there to try to save you from him, but I'm afraid we shouldn't have been in time if you hadn't come to meet us." She shivered again. "No," she said simply, "you wouldn't have been in time, but how did you know that I was in this country at all, or even alive? And how did you know I had to be saved from him?" "It will take a long time to answer all those questions," said Geoffrey. "Just now there's something more profitable to do." She made a move as if to rise, but sank back again with a twinge of pain. "I'm afraid I can't do much," she said. Geoffrey went off a few paces and came back, dragging the branching end of the limb I had crashed through on my way downhill. He placed it in front of the rock. "I want your overcoat, Drew," he said, and when I gave it to him, he threw it over the branch in a way that screened the cave entrance fairly elusively. Then he took off his own coat, a big fur-lined affair, and handed it to the girl. "Take off some of your wet things," he said. "The more the better. Then put on my overcoat.
Drew and I are going to build a fire. The thing to do is to get you warm and comfortable before the cold has time to strike in any further. You will find a flask in one of my pockets," he added, "with a little brandy in it. Most of it has already been drunk by the man you frightened out of his wits in the Beech Hill house tonight." She made some demur about accepting our overcoats, but Geoffrey's quiet authority didn't allow any real resistance. "We're only wet part way up," he said, "and we're going to get warm rustling firewood." "I hope," she said, "you won't have to go very far away to get it." "We'll stay within call all the time," said Geoffrey. Firewood wasn't especially easy to find at that time of the year, and after last night's rain, but we kicked open a couple of rotted stumps and got a quantity of dry punk out of the inside. Once alight, that sort of stuff would burn almost anything. We collected our faggots on the crest of a little hill just beyond the cave, and we kept some sort of talk going all the while for the girl to hear. It wasn't wonderful that she should not want to be left alone after what she had been through that night. Presently we heard her call, "I'm ready now. Have you found anything at all in this soggy place that will burn?" Her voice was entirely unlike the dead, colourless monotone she had spoken in before. Her recovery spoke wonders for her spirit and resiliency. Geoffrey has many accomplishments and perfections, but I have one in which I excel him. I can build a fire. Perhaps his possession of so many advantages makes it all the more remarkable that he should recognize mine. He did anyway, and sat down beside Claire. I have begun calling her that already, and watched in silence until my task was completed, and a bright, well-fed blaze was making us all more comfortable. It wasn't until I had finished with the fire that I found leisure to look at her. When I did, I could have exclaimed aloud over the difference. The pallor was gone from her cheeks. A faint flush of delicate colour was coming into them, and her eyes, it didn't seem possible that those could be the same eyes that had stared at us in terror so short a while ago. As for her hair, her great, wonderful masses of hair, well, it was evident that Geoffrey was looking at that too. But Geoffrey, with all his temperament and his intuitions and the rest of his artistic equipment, has a disconcerting way of being exceedingly practical when you least expect it. "You ought to take that down," he said, "and give it a chance to dry while we're here in front of the fire. Don't braid it or anything. Just shake it out loose around your shoulders." "It's dreadfully in the way like that," she said. "When I'm sitting down, there isn't room for it." And that, when she tried to follow his suggestion, proved true. It reached nearly to her knees when she stood erect. "Now," she said, when she had spread it out as well as she could, "now, may I ask a question again? How did you know that I was at Beech Hill, and that I needed saving?" "Barton saw you there last night. He thought that what he saw was the ghost of a woman we knew to be dead, a woman he thought he had murdered. She looked very like you, in some ways, almost miraculously alike." "Was it Irene Fournier?" she asked. "Yes," he said, "Irene Fournier. Do you know who she was? Had you ever seen her?" "I only saw her once," she said, "but I've heard of her. I think," she added after a little silence, "I think that she was my half-sister." Geoffrey's eyes widened at that. "I don't know very much about it," she said. "My father must have been a painter." "Was he?" She turned to Geoffrey. "Do you know?" He nodded. He fell in love, I think, with a peasant girl down in Normandy. Geoffrey nodded again. I don't mean my mother, Claire said with a little hesitation. I mean her sister. I think he meant to marry her, but he was called away, and when he came back, she was dead. So then he married my mother, but I think Irene was his daughter too. I'm not sure whether he knew about her when he married my mother or not, but I know that afterward he settled some money on her. She spoke in a strange, guarded sort of way, almost hostile the time I talked with her. It was strange to see her. She looked so like me, so almost exactly like me. But my guardian took me away presently and asked her to come and see him. I wasn't there then, and she wouldn't tell him anything that he wanted to know, except for a great deal of money. He didn't believe that she was telling the truth, so he wouldn't pay her and she went away. Did you tell her who you were? Geoffrey asked. I didn't know, the girl said quietly. That's what we were trying to find out. We spent years trying. Suddenly Geoffrey caught his breath and his eyes lighted up. Was your guardian an English doctor named Williamson? He asked, and at that she stared at him half frightened. How did you know? She whispered. How did you know that? 2 winters ago, said Geoffrey, I had a studio over in Paris, in the same court with Dr. Williamson and his wife and daughter. Some things that happened there with what you just said helped me to guess. I guess you might have helped me to guess then, said the girl. We were badly in need of help of that sort. I wish I might. If only I'd had a little more of the courage of my convictions that winter, I might have solved some of my own mysteries and yours too. But let's go back to the beginning. The story was that you had died of smallpox in Paris. Did you have smallpox, really? He might well ask, for her skin had the velvety bloom that rarely lasts after childhood. Yes, she answered. Or at least so they told me, but not in Paris. My aunt and I had been spending the winter in one of the small towns of the Midi. There was a frightful epidemic of it there, and about half the town died of it. I got well of smallpox, but when I was ready to leave the hospital, and they asked me whom they should notify to come and get me, I couldn't tell them. I asked them what my own name was, and they rummaged through a big book and decided my name must be Celeste Beru. And a terribly tired doctor said I was suffering from aphasia and ought to be looked after. But you must have known you weren't a French girl, I exclaimed. It's funny, she said, but I didn't find that out for a long time. You see, I didn't know the name of anything. But surely, I cried, they didn't turn you out on the world like that. There was nothing else they could do. If you could have seen that town. I stayed on for a while and helped nurse the others, partly because I was needed, but partly in the hope that whatever friends I had would come and claim me. But then I made up my mind that my friends, whoever they were, had probably been told that I had died and been buried the way they had to bury people during those horrible days. So there was nothing to wait for. They gave me 100 francs, and I went away down to Nice as it happened. That was all I had in the world, except 1 or 2 good rings, that I happened to be wearing when they took me to the pest house. Oh, and one or two other trinkets that a doctor happened to remember were mine." "One of them," said Geoffrey thoughtfully, "was a jade earring, an odd jade earring." Once more she paled a little. The look in her face was almost one of fear. "How can you know that?" she asked. "Unless you know a great deal more." "I saw you once with it on," he said, "about this time of day and year, on the Point Royal in Paris. You came and stood beside me, and then 2 gendarmes came and you went away. Do you remember?" "No," she said. "It wouldn't have been me if I was there alone at that hour. It would have been the other." "Not Irene?" I asked, puzzled. "No, not Irene." She turned to Geoffrey. "You could see the earring. But how could you know that I had only one?" It was to me that Geoffrey made his answer. "Don't you see, Drew, what it was that put us off the track? It never occurred to either of us that a pair of earrings could be split. We knew that Crow had one. We assumed that he had the pair, just as I assumed that the girl I had seen on the bridge in Paris had been wearing a pair, because I saw she was wearing one." He turned to Claire. "I knew that unless it was a ghost girl I saw, that the report of your death was wrong. I thought from Crow's having the earring that you had come to America, and that he was in communication with you. And when they told me that a portrait I had painted of you from a photograph was a picture of the girl who had been found in the ice, I believed that you had been murdered, and that Dr. Crow was the murderer. I believed absolutely that you and Irene Fournier were the same person. I didn't discover my mistake until this morning." "Now," said I, "perhaps you'll tell me how you discovered that from looking at the negative Barton brought from Beech Hill in his pocket." "Why," said Geoffrey, "you must remember that I had never seen Irene Fournier, nor a picture of her. The photograph I painted the portrait from was, of course, genuine. Crow got it from Paris, just as he said. But the portrait emphasized the real difference there was between the two faces. To counteract the effect of it, Crow posed Irene in the dress, and photographed her, and pretended to Miss Meredith that it was the photograph I had returned. She thanked me for sending it to her the morning I talked with her. I thought then that it simply meant that Crow had a duplicate that he had given to her to keep from worrying. The minute I saw that plate, I knew it was a picture of a different person from the one I'd painted, and I saw, too, that the thing had been retouched to make it look more like the authentic photograph. And then I knew that the ghost Barton had seen in the Beech Hill house that night was no more a ghost than the one I had seen on the bridge in Paris, and I knew that if Miss Claire Meredith were alone at that house with Crow, she was in mortal danger. That's a long explanation, Miss Meredith, but it's the reason why we came in such a hurry, and why we were nearly too late." I turned to Miss Meredith, too. "It wasn't very polite of me to insist on having my curiosity satisfied right in the middle of your story, but I'd seen Geoffrey turn away after one look at that plate and say that someone at Beech Hill was in danger, and that there was life or death in our getting there quickly, and I've been puzzling over it ever since. I wish, though, if you aren't too tired, that you'd go on and tell us the rest." But the way she was looking at Geoffrey was an indication that I might have spared my apology. Lips a little parted, eyes that were starry in their deep brightness. Well, what girl wouldn't look like that at a man who was telling such a story? It wasn't until I asked her to go on with her own that she looked away. "It's nothing very exciting," she began. "I don't believe I ever had any real adventure until last night. I went to Nice, as I said, and pawned my rings, and then I sat down on the promenade and began to think about what I should do. A nice-looking woman was sitting at the other end of my bench, and I spoke to her, in French, of course. She said in English that she didn't understand, and I began quite naturally talking to her in English. I told her I wanted to get a position as companion or governess or something, but that I hadn't any references. That got me started telling her the whole story. It frightened her a little at first. It was so incredible that it seemed as if I must be trying to impose on her. But luckily her husband was a doctor, and he came along just then and questioned me, and they finally decided that I would do for their daughter. Of course, none of us knew then that there was anything queer about me, except the fact that I couldn't remember names. And by the time we did discover it, well, they had grown fond of me and sorry for me and wouldn't hear of my living anywhere except with them. "Can you tell us what it was that was queer about you?" Geoffrey asked. "Why, I used to have lapses of consciousness and wander off and do heaven knows what outlandish things. Dr. Williamson concluded that it was my former self that was doing them, the girl before the smallpox, you know. But as I couldn't remember any of the things she had done when I came to, it didn't help much toward finding out who she was. The only thing to do was to follow me around and see what I did, and take care that I didn't get into any serious trouble. They did that, those people, with a devotion." Her voice choked up a little at that. "Oh, I can't talk about it," she said, and then went on. "My lapses kept getting worse and longer, and all of us got very much discouraged, except the doctor himself. He insisted that the worse they got, the nearer I was to being a normal person again. He said the longer and the stronger they were, the more likely it was that my memory would begin coming through, and by, that really began to happen. There was a lot of argument in the family as to whether I was English or American. Mrs. Williamson and Evelyn insisted I was English, but the doctor thought I was American. I was perfectly sure that some of the places I began remembering intimately couldn't be anywhere but in America." "Why did you live in that particular part of Paris?" Geoffrey asked. "It was just a part of their kindness to me. I wanted to, and they noticed that when I wandered off, in my old self, you know, I always went there, so they took an apartment in that court." "As a matter of fact," Geoffrey asked, "didn't you and your aunt live there before you had the smallpox?" The girl looked at him in simple astonishment. "Why, of course, Rue Boissonade," and she gave the number. "I never put those two facts together until this instant, though I knew them both independently for quite a while. But the Williamsons didn't have the same apartment that my aunt and I had lived in." Geoffrey laughed. "No," he said, "I had that one." She colored vividly. "Did I haunt you?" she asked. "That's exactly what you did," said Geoffrey. "I never saw you there, but you left some pretty puzzling traces. Drew can tell you that story sometime. He's a great yarn spinner. But please go on, tell us the rest." "There isn't much more to tell," she said. "About what happened over there. My memory kept coming back, stronger and stronger all the time, until, at last, I told them, the Williamsons, I mean, that I was perfectly competent to look after myself now, and that I meant to go to America and find out who I was. One of my discoveries about myself was that I could paint a little, and I sold everything I painted at pretty good prices, so I wasn't financially dependent on the Williamsons, although, of course, I owed them a debt that money couldn't repay at all. They hated to have me go, especially Mrs. Williamson and Evelyn, and begged me to let the Meredith girl lie quiet in her grave down in the south of France. But I couldn't. Fond as I am of them, there was a call of the blood, it seemed, that drew me. "You'd remembered your name by that time," said Geoffrey. "But that wasn't the name you went by." "No," she said. "I stuck to the hospital name for a while, Celeste Baru, until that got to seeming ridiculous. And then, as the Williamsons wanted me to, I took their last name. They called me a cousin or something, and for my first name, I had my own, Claire. It was engraved on the inside of one of my rings." "Then," pursued Geoffrey, "it was as Miss Claire Williamson that you came to this country?" She nodded. "You came alone?" he asked. "Of course. There wasn't any earthly reason why I shouldn't. Or, at least, there didn't seem to be. I landed in New York yesterday. Yesterday! It seems years since then." "What did you do with your luggage?" Geoffrey asked rather suddenly. She looked at him in frank amusement. "You ask the oddest questions," she said. "But I did do something odd with it. I didn't bring it through the customs. You see, we landed just at 5 o'clock. I hadn't sent any word to my aunt that I was coming. I couldn't be sure that my handwriting would be the same, or that she would remember it, and I felt that her first thought on getting a letter from me would be that I was an impostor. I thought that if I could just walk in and speak to her, that would be much simpler. I had set my heart, somehow, on doing it that night." "You hadn't any enmity against her, then?" said Geoffrey. "No," she said in frank surprise. "Why should I have? I am perfectly sure the hospital authorities told her I was dead. For anything I know, she may have had the disease herself." In Geoffrey's mind, I am sure, as well as in mine, was the thought of that pin-pricked photograph, and a momentary speculation as to what would have happened if the girl had carried out her plan and walked in upon her aunt as she had intended. "So, as soon as we got ashore," she went on, "I walked straight through the customs barrier with nothing but my purse, jumped into a taxi, and went to my aunt's townhouse." "How could you be sure of finding her there?" Geoffrey asked. "I knew she was still alive. I'd seen occasional references to her in the Paris Herald, and I knew she'd never move or do anything like that. So I went straight to the old address that I remembered. Of course, I knew that there was a possibility that she'd be at Beech Hill. When the taxi drove up to the house, there was another car standing there, a big 6-cylinder runabout, and while I was paying my driver, Dr. Crow opened the door and came out. I knew him at once, though I hadn't seen him since I was 10 or 12 years old, and I might not have known him if I had seen him anywhere else, but I called him by name without any hesitation. He knew me, too." "Yes," said Geoffrey. "I should think he would." "I see," she said thoughtfully. "Because of Irene, you mean?" We both nodded. He told me that my aunt was at Beech Hill, and he was just starting for there himself. He wanted me to go straight up there with him. He said it wouldn't take so very long in that high-powered car of his, and he would give me a fine spin. It didn't seem such a wild thing to do, as he suggested it. Remember, he's my cousin. We had known each other as children, or when I was a child at least, so I said I'd go. He asked you, didn't he? Geoffrey interrupted. When you'd landed and what you'd done since. She nodded. Naturally. And what you'd done with your luggage. He asked that too, she said. You didn't stop for any dinner, said Geoffrey. You got out of town as fast as you could, but somewhere about 9 o'clock you stopped at a little village and left the car and went to a lunch wagon and got something to eat. You couldn't have deduced that from anything, said the girl after a long look into his face. You must have seen that. Exactly, he said. Do you remember another car that was pulled up on the same cross street? We were in it. I caught just a glimpse of your face and of Crow's as you turned the corner. But, well, I'd have staked my word then that you were dead. I thought the fancied resemblance of that face to Claire Meredith's and of the man's to Crow was just a trick of fancy. If Crow had been alone, I should have recognized him. You see, he concluded soberly, my vanity of opinion might have cost you your life. I can't see yet why it didn't. Miss Meredith wasn't at Beech Hill, was she? Crow had you all to himself there. He'd even got the caretaker out of the way. Why did he delay? Why didn't he act quicker? What was the man's name who broke in? She asked. Barton. He's one of the men who broke in, said Geoffrey. I think that's what saved my life. One of the things. Wouldn't you rather not talk about it now? Geoffrey urged. We're terribly interested, but we're not inhuman, really. Don't you want to wait until some other day? She shook her head. I want to tell it now, she said, and then perhaps not tell it again, ever. After we'd bought our sandwiches and started on again, Dr. Crow began telling me, for the first time, about my aunt's mental condition. He said she had lucid periods, and periods that weren't lucid at all, when it was dangerous for her to see people. Impossible, really, for anyone to be with her except himself. I felt a vague discomfort about my journey then. Felt that if he'd been playing fair, he'd have told me that before we started. But it seemed foolish to insist on going back. So we went on. It wasn't till we got inside the gates that he told me his plan. He said he'd take me up to his wing of the house and leave me there to make myself comfortable and freshen up from the journey and perhaps have a cup of coffee or something while he went and saw my aunt. Then, he said, if she was all right, he'd take me in to her. If not, I could wait until morning and see her then. She was more herself in the daytime, he said. I didn't like that at all, but I assented to it. I thought, of course, there'd be servants there, possibly some old ones who remembered me, and that I could take matters more or less into my own hands. He drove me up in the car, not to the big door, but to one at the side, a wing that I didn't remember, though I remembered the rest of the house perfectly the moment I saw it. He let me in with a latch key instead of ringing. There didn't seem to be any servants anywhere. I spoke of that, but he laughed in a perfectly natural way and said that everybody went to bed with the chickens out here, and I knew that was so. There was nothing I could do without making a scene, and even that would probably not have done me any good, if his intentions were sinister, And of course, if they were all right, it would only make me look foolish. He showed me into a little dressing room where I could freshen up after my long ride, and when I came out, he had a cup of hot coffee and some sandwiches all ready for me. He said he didn't want anything himself, but that he'd go and make his regular evening visit to my aunt, and that if she was all right, he'd come and get me. He was gone a long time, but at last I heard footsteps in one of the downstairs corridors. I thought he was coming back, but the next thing I heard I didn't like. That was somebody letting himself into the study downstairs with a key. The grate of that key sounded unpleasant somehow, made me feel as if I had been a prisoner. I supposed, of course, it was he down there, and I expected every minute that he'd come up. But he didn't come, and at last I went to the head of the stairs and looked down, and then I saw that the room wasn't lighted. Whoever was down there was working in the dark. I don't pretend that I wasn't frightened, but after all, it only makes your fright worse to keep still and wonder what you're frightened about. So I lighted a candle and went down. I saw a man down there that I knew wasn't Dr. Crow, searching through some papers by the light of an electric torch. I was fairly in the room before I saw that, because, of course, the light of my own candle was shining in my eyes. If I had seen it a little sooner, I shouldn't have gone in, but he heard me and turned around and gave one look at me. It was the most horribly terrified look I ever saw in a man's face. He made a little clicking sound in his throat and then turned and ran. He bolted through a door, a different door than the one he'd come in by and left unlocked behind him, and for quite a while I heard him running this way and that through the passages. I thought of calling out for help or something, and then, quite suddenly, I decided not to, and I decided, too, that I wouldn't go back to the room where Dr. Crow had left me. I'd go over to the other part of the house, the part I knew, in the hope of finding somebody else than the doctor. So I walked down the corridor the burglar had come in by and hunted around and found myself at last in a part of the house that I recognized. I wandered around for a while, and then I made up my mind to go straight to my aunt's sitting room. If she were at Beech Hill at all, even if she weren't in a condition to see me herself, she'd surely have a maid, or nurse, or companion, or somebody I could go to. I got a little confused in the passages, but finally I found my way there. The room was empty, and somehow it looked as if she weren't using it any more. And when I went into her bedroom, that was empty too. I had got back to the sitting room when a puff of wind from somewhere blew my candle out. I hadn't a match and, well, I was about at the end of my resources, or I thought I was. I didn't feel equal anyway to exploring that horrible house any further in the dark, for I was beginning to have a horror of it. I just sat down on a couch in the corner and waited. It was storming then. The rain was roaring down furiously, so that I couldn't hear anything else, till pretty soon I felt another puff of wind, like the one that had blown out my candle, as if someone had opened a door somewhere. And then I saw that a man was standing in the room. I hadn't heard him come in, but it seemed as if he had come out of the clothes closet. I didn't cry out. I don't often do that. I suppose it was partly fright that held me perfectly still and almost kept me from breathing. Like a nightmare, you know. He stood there for a minute, perfectly still too, as if he didn't know which way to go, and then there came a blinding blaze of lightning, and I saw who it was. It was Dr. Crow. He had a revolver in his hand, but that wasn't the terrifying thing about him. It was the look in his face. If ever you could see murder in a man's eyes, and in his horrible, savage smile, it was in his face then. As soon as the lightning flashed into the room, he began looking around, rather slowly and carefully, but his eyes hadn't got around me when the lightning went out and everything was black again, blacker, of course, to his eyes and mine than it had been before. He stood there waiting for the next flash. When it came, he would see me. I wanted to use the darkness to run away in, but I couldn't move. I had to sit there, and then, before another flash could come, we heard a shot out in the grounds somewhere, and the sound of a man running, plunging through the underbrush, and at that he darted across the room and out of the door. I don't know how long I sat there before I could get strength enough to stand up again. When I did, I felt my way out of the room and down the stairs, and finally, following a little breeze that kept blowing in my face, I found a door that had been left unlatched, and that let me out of doors. The rain had almost stopped by then, and I could hear a motorboat throbbing along out in the river. I hurried down the drive as fast as I could. The one thing I wanted to do was to get away from Beech Hill, to put miles and miles between the dreadful place and me, and then go and ask for shelter somewhere. But long before I got to the park gates, I heard someone coming. I left the driveway and hid among the trees. The sky was getting brighter then, and it was almost moonlight. Anyway, it was light enough for me to see who it was that was coming. It was Dr. Crow again. He was still carrying his revolver in his hand. I waited quite a while among the trees for him to get by, and then I went on to the gates. I found them locked, and I knew I couldn't possibly get over the wall. The only way out was the river. I knew that Dr. Crow would go back to the house and search it, and when he found I wasn't there, he'd lock it up and begin searching the grounds. So I went down to the river and waded in as far as I could, and then, well, I kept on. I am a pretty good swimmer, but I've never swum in heavy clothes before. But really, I didn't care much what happened, whether I ever felt land under my feet or not. I just wanted to get away from that horrible, horrible place. The current carried me along pretty well, and presently I found myself wading out again, here on Hog Island. She had gone pretty white during the last part of the narrative. For myself, I felt guilty that we'd let her tell it, even though she had wanted to. Geoffrey reached over and laid a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Our adventures are over now," he said. "Everything's come out all right. We'll brighten up the fire a bit, and that boat of ours should be coming back before long." "But he," she whispered, and nodded mutely in the direction of Beech Hill. "He's still there." "Never mind him," said Geoffrey. "We'll attend to him presently. We'll brighten up the fire a little, and isn't there a drop or two of that brandy left?" "You're very good to me," she said unsteadily, and then suddenly she reached out and caught one of his hands in both of hers. "But please don't go away. Never mind the fire. I don't want to be left alone. Somehow the old fear is all coming back." "After all," said I, "it only takes one of us to get the firewood." I rose, somewhat stiffly, I'll admit, gave them a cheerful nod, and tramped off into the thicket. She didn't seem to mind my going somehow, though she seemed grateful enough over my offer to replenish the fire. I wasn't sorry to tramp around a little and get some of the stiffness out of my legs, and I went rather farther afield than a search for firewood made necessary. Before I came back, I decided I'd go down to the bank at the lower end of the island and see if Richards and the police boat weren't in sight anywhere. But before that, I wanted to look at Beech Hill and the boat landing. I thought it possible that I might catch a glimpse of Crow. I suppose it was the thought of him that made me pick my way rather quietly through the undergrowth and down the slope toward the river's edge. From where I stood, I commanded a pretty good stretch of the Beech Hill shoreline, and my eyes were busy with the shadows that still lingered in the thickets above, when something, I suppose it must have been a sound, made me look around. Just past the end of a little point, here on Hog Island, I saw projecting out the stern of a little boat, a river skiff. I went toward it automatically. We wanted a boat, and here was one come ashore, one that had drifted here likely enough. For all that, I moved cautiously, and my footsteps in the soft sand didn't make a sound. I rounded the little point, clear of an overgrowing bush, and saw that the boat's sculls were still in it, not unshipped. But the thing that engraved itself on my mind, the thing I can see yet, and that still brings back a certain horror, was the trailing end of the painter, tied around the forward thwart. I stared at it for a breathless instant, then looked up and saw Crow, crouching there, revolver in hand. He saw me at the same instant, smiled wickedly, and raised his revolver. There wasn't time even for a shout. I ducked my head, plunged at him. He wasn't more than 6 feet away, got a tight grip around his waist, and we went down together. Then there was a blinding flash and silence. It was a soft, warm, alluring May morning. The spring sky had just the thinnest of gauzy cloud veils drawn across it to keep the impetuous young sun from making love too ardently to the half-grown foliage that sheathed the trees, when I issued my ultimatum. When it began, Madeline was alone in the room with me, watching me finish my breakfast, but Jack dropped in to see how I was before starting downtown, and of course Gwendolen came along too, and they were in time to hear the finish. I never summed it up before a jury more eloquently. "I'm not ill," I said. "There hasn't been anything the matter with me for a week. I'm not going to be treated any longer as if I were marked fragile, perishable, with great care. If you people will just go away and let me dress, I'll get up and show you a few things. And you needn't think it's a joke either," I concluded, for they were smiling at each other as if my stern decision were not to be taken seriously. "It happens," said Madeline, "that Dr. Armstrong said last night that if you slept well and if this turned out a fine day, we could take you out for a ride." "Well," said I, partly mollified, "that's all right as far as it goes, but it doesn't go half far enough. I want to be told what's happened. I have lived on intellectual malted milk long enough. Oh, I know everything's all right, of course. Geoffrey's come up and grinned at me every day, and you've been bringing me bunches of sweet peas and things with Claire's regards. So I know that she's all right too. But I want to know what happened after Crow hit me on the head. I want to know whether he got off. I want to know whether Barton's still in jail. I expect he deserves to be, but I hope he isn't all the same. I want the whole story without any gaps in it, and without being patted on the head and told not to worry about that just now." "You're getting to be a detective,"
said Gwendolen impudently, as if I hadn't a claim to be called one already. "How did you know Dr. Armstrong said that we could tell you all that today?" That took all the wind out of my sails in a hurry. "Did he really?" I exclaimed. "Well, then begin." "Oh, it's all settled," said Jack. "That's Geoffrey's job. We're all going to the studio at 11 o'clock, and he's going to tell his tale." "You too!" I exclaimed. "I didn't think anything could tempt you from the office." "From church, you mean?" he said. "This is Sunday. Oh, I confess it's a loss, but I've made up my mind to it." "You'll have to hurry, though," said Madeline, as if hurry weren't the thing I had been demanding. "It's after 10 o'clock. I was a bit wobbly about the knees, to be sure, and my head had a way of turning giddy, the natural result of being flat on my back, while the crack in my skull had time to knit together again. So I hadn't much energy left to bother them with questions while I was being dressed and helped downstairs and bundled into Jack's limousine, which had all the glass down in honor of the day. But there was a sort of determined look about all my family that convinced me that I shouldn't get any answers yet anyway. So I admired the park as we drove through and talked politics with Jack, just as if the word curiosity had never been printed in my dictionary. But once I was safely deposited in Geoffrey's Morris chair, with Madeline on the arm of it, and my best pipe, drawing comfortably, the whole story came back over me with a rush. Perhaps it was the studio itself. I hadn't been there since the afternoon when Richards and I had watched the face we had thought to be Irene Fournier's, appear from under its mask of disguising paint on Geoffrey's canvas. Geoffrey never seemed so slow as when one tried to hurry him, but at last he turned to me with a grin and asked me where I wanted him to begin the story. "Where begin?" I cried. "Begin by telling me how it happened that Crow didn't get you and Miss Clare as well as me. I hadn't time to give you any warning, and if ever I saw a man hunting human game, he was that man." "I can't explain that reasonably myself," said Geoffrey. "It was all Claire's doing. She kept getting whiter and whiter after you had gone away, and at last she said she couldn't stand it. She'd got to know what had become of you. She said she was sure you couldn't be gone as long as that, though you hadn't been gone long, really. So I got up and handed her my revolver. 'That's just for company,' I said. 'There's absolutely nothing to fear now from anybody.' All the same, her mood had rather got hold of me, and I tacked along northwest, the direction you'd started in, making as little noise as possible. I told myself I was doing that in order to have a better chance of hearing you. But that wasn't the reason. There is a second little ridge on the island beyond the main one, and when I climbed that, I got a clear view of the branch of the river and of Beach Hill on the other side, and then I glanced down and saw Crow. He hadn't got very far from his boat then, and I could see you lying there in the mud behind him. I thought he'd finished you. I imagine he thought so too. But, well, luckily a man's feelings don't have time to operate in a situation like that. He doesn't do anything but think. Crow snapped up his revolver and covered me, grinning, just as Claire had described him, but it was the last grin he ever wore. He was nearly 30 paces away, and I figured he had a pretty good chance to miss at that distance. So I turned a little away from him, leaned back a little, and made a slight signal with my hand, as if to somebody else who was coming up along behind me and to the right of me. His eye wavered at that, almost any man's will, and I jumped aside and got cover behind a tree.
"Come on, Richards," I yelled. "Down to the left and get his boat. I'll get him myself." Then, making all the noise I could, I came crashing down the hill a little further. It was an old trick, of course, and yet there was a certain plausibility about it, because he didn't know of any way that I could know that Richards was up there, unless I really had him with me. He hesitated a second and then made a dash for his boat. He pushed off and then backed away a few strokes with the sculls. Then he hesitated again. I think the fact that he wasn't fired on may have convinced him that he had been tricked. But the next moment there was a shot from over at the right. Claire fired it when she heard me call out, and that decided it. He began pulling straight out toward the river, but a couple of minutes later, Richards and the police boat hove in sight around the end of the island. I swear I never thought I should be so glad to see the lieutenant. Crow waved to him as if nothing was the matter, and began pulling deliberately enough toward the Beach Hill landing, just as if he meant to get there first, and welcome him ashore. But he hadn't gone 3 boat lengths when I heard another motor, and saw Jack's limousine come tearing down the drive and pull up in the circle just at the head of the bank. I shouted to Richards, "Get him! Get Crow! Don't let him go ashore!" Crow stopped rowing at once and waited for the police boat to come alongside. I didn't pay attention to anything more just then, because as soon as I saw that Jack and Gwendolen were safe, I was down over you, trying to find out whether he'd left anything of you or not. His voice made amends for the jocularity of his words. Indeed, I could see that was the only way he could speak of a moment like that. There was a little silence. Then he went on with his story. Richards gave me the details of what happened next. Crow unshipped his sculls and stood up in the boat when the police boat came alongside, just in the act, apparently, of climbing aboard the other boat. And then it looked as if something had tripped him. Richards doesn't think he meant to do it. I can't be sure. Richards says it was the painter. That very same long painter, Drew. "Yes," I said, "I know." Anyhow, he threw up his arms in an attempt to gain his balance and went overboard, capsizing the skiff as he did so. Of course, they expected him to come up and wasted a minute or two for that to happen, but he never did come up until they found him with the grappling hooks. His pockets were weighted, not with regular weights, but with all sorts of heavy things. There were 2 revolvers, one of them was Barton's automatic, and a bag of English sovereigns. Oh, and a lot of documents and notebooks and things that he evidently hadn't time to destroy. He was ready to make a good getaway if he got the chance. We rigged a blanket for you and took you and Claire over to Beach Hill and, well, that's about all to that part of the story. "One more question, Geoffrey," said I. "Why didn't Crow kill her as soon as he got her down there to Beach Hill? Why did he wait?" "I've an idea," said Geoffrey, "that we found the reason down at the boathouse. Someone had been working down there very recently, on a dragnet, putting the weights on it. He didn't mean to make Barton's mistake, and he wanted everything ready first. And then, well, there was chloral enough in the coffee he left for her to drink, and that she happened not to want, to have put her sound asleep if not to have killed her. Oh, it was complete enough. It was the net that finished Richards. He looked as sick as I felt when he saw it, and as soon as he could get to a telephone, he sent word to turn Barton loose." "How did Richards feel about the whole thing?" I asked. "Rather sore and aggrieved, I supposed, over having gone after everybody but the real criminal." "Thank the Lord for something cheerful to talk about at last," said Geoffrey, and the rest were all shaken with sudden laughter. "Can you find it?" asked Gwendolen. "You lose nearly everything you know." "Never this," said Geoffrey proudly, and he took from his pocket what proved to be an editorial clipping from one of the more serious evening papers. "It is often," the editorial began, "the unpleasant duty of this newspaper to speak in sharp criticism of the police department, and consequently it is doubly refreshing to have an opportunity to offer it unqualified praise, as well as our hearty congratulation on the possession of so brilliant and efficient an officer as Lieutenant Richards. The solution of the mystery of the Beech Hill murder would be a credit to the police department in any of the European capitals. In our own annals it is unique, with an absence of bluster and noise, with admirable reticence, with perseverance and logic, and occasional flashes of intuition almost uncanny. This officer unravelled the tangled ends of that mystery and brought it to a triumphant solution. From the fact that the suicide or the accidental drowning of the criminal at the moment of his capture obviates the necessity of a sensational trial, and for this the community is to be congratulated, it is only fair to attempt to give Lieutenant Richards some portion of the reclaim that would have been his if the trial had taken place." "I wanted Richards to come around this morning," said Geoffrey, "but he told me he was busy. In fact, he has told me that every time I have asked him since that editorial appeared. But judging from his voice over the phone, he isn't sore a bit." He pulled out his watch. "Claire ought to be here now," he said. She still doesn't feel much like hearing the story told over again, but she's awfully anxious to see you." There was something new in Geoffrey's tone, something almost shamefaced about his expression. The carefree impudence that one associated with him on most occasions had somehow disappeared, and yes, by Jove, he was blushing. Just then we heard a step in the corridor. "There she is!" he cried, and sprung to the door and flung it open. Yes, there she was. If ever it was possible to see the personification of springtime come walking into a room and turn the cool north light of a studio golden, we saw it then. She didn't look at Geoffrey, just held out a momentary left hand to him. But, well, she was blushing a little too. She came straight over to me, holding out both hands. "I've wanted to see you before," she said, "but they told me it mightn't be good for you to have another look at me until you were quite well." "I'm sure it would have been," said I. "Have you shown him the portrait yet?" "The new portrait?" she asked, turning to Geoffrey. He shook his head. "I thought I'd give him a glimpse of the original first. I didn't want him to be disappointed." "Aunt is coming to see it this afternoon," she said. "Miss Meredith?" I exclaimed, confidently enough. "Is she—" "She's getting better," Claire said soberly. "I think in a few months more we'll have her quite recovered." But the subject was a little difficult to talk about. "Well, I'm glad to see this Miss Meredith so fully recovered anyway," said I. "You're not going to call me that," she said. "The others, Madeline and Gwendolyn and Jack, all say I'm to be one of the family." said Geoffrey. "They're not the only ones who say that. As a matter of fact, I said it first myself." End of The Ghost Girl by Henry Kitchell Webster.
Recording by Kate Follis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.